Good morning, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay. I was here ready and waiting, but there was a technical problem, which has now been sorted. Thank you for joining me, and thanks for those who have already liked and shared the stream. Many of you asking yesterday, when will Caesar be back on? Well, you have your answer, and even better news for Caesar fans. He did win the first one, and it was a comprehensive frame. Very, very well taken. Yeah, so thanks for joining me, and I hope you do continue to join me for the rest of the day. We have a full schedule. I will update you when I have more information of the games that are coming. But like I said, a lot of you asking to see Mr. Chandigarh, and he's here. He's not going to have an easy task though. John Rowe yesterday did look quite impressive, especially in his first game against Stuart McCulloch, winning at 8-7. And he didn't do too much wrong against Shane Thompson, but did lose out by 8 frames to 3. Chandigarh, however, only won the 1 frame yesterday, so plenty of work to do if he's going to turn his weekend around. He has got off to the perfect start though. I'm hoping for some company at some point, so you don't just get bored of my voice. And I did stutter a little bit there because he's underdone that by quite a long way. There was quite a big gap to aim for to land on that red in the middle. And it's not a case of hitting this red, you shouldn't think. It's just, that's okay. In fact, that's probably about as good as he could hope for. Always going to play on that red. Definitely didn't want to move the yellow and red up in the breaking area. Just make it too easy for his opponent. He's certainly not in command of this frame, Caesar. But he's still got a chance, while John's got a couple of problems dotted around the table. Always plenty of support for the African. Is he number 1? I don't know. Let's start an argument early doors. Is Caesar Chandigarh the African number 1? Well, looking to break out down at the bottom. And yeah, he's going to need to have another go. Yeah, this is a good safety shot from John, leaving him tight on the bottom cushion. The obvious shot would be the big swerve, but it makes it very, very difficult. So I think he's just going to play 1 cushion, possibly 2. So easy to find the gap, though, here between the 2 reds. Well, he's misjudged the cushion. We talked a lot yesterday about the tables and the conditions being so good. The price you pay for that is when the cloth is so new, the cue ball slides an awful lot more, which means it comes off a lot more wider than what you expect when it's brand new, and that's exactly what has happened to Caesar there. So ball in hand and 4 in the open should result in a scoreline of 1-1 shortly. Let's see how sharp the ringer is. Early for pool players this, even though it's only 11 in the morning. Most of them are night owls. Left himself a little bit of a shot to play here though. Stun and lots of left hand side to throw it round off maybe even 3 cushions, or can he just play it off 2? Yeah, just like that with a bit of right hand side. Didn't want to cannon the 8. That wasn't his plan, I'm sure. So not looking 100% sharp. Sorry about that. I don't know if your streams went blank. Mine did for a minute. And I panicked. One apiece. And it was John that won the lag. I think they did have a couple of goes at it as well. Not sure if there was a foul lag or someone mistimed, but a couple of goes at the lag early doors. John coming out the winner, and will that be a deciding factor? We are playing under a match clock and shot clock once again, which I hope will be working at some point today. Excellent break, John. Mentioned yesterday about that when people talk about the biggest breakers in the game, his name sometimes gets overlooked, and it really shouldn't, because he is one of the best breakers in the game for me, undoubtedly. Over on the main table, as we just watched John weigh up these last remaining 4 reds, a little bit of either, is the conclusion of Pro Series number 3. We're at the quarter-final stage. It's just out in the arena a few minutes ago, and what a place to be, what a place to play. The next gens are in, and all them kids coming in, all them under-18s will be dreaming of playing in that arena at some point. Marvellous to see. But there's a quarter-final going on underway at the moment on table number 1, and Christophe Lambert against Ricky Jones. Christophe beating the world number 1 yesterday, and comprehensively as well. I think it was 8-3, was it? 8-3 or 8-4, and then Ricky Jones came through in a decider against Simon Fitzsimmons, and that was on this channel yesterday. Christophe currently 3-0 up. The lineup, for those that missed it on the main table for the full day, is Jaden Billingham versus Rob Warren, Dylan Leary against Dave Fernandez, and Stevie Dempsey versus John Rowe. A fantastic lot of games, and if you do want to have your choice, your pick, then you need to head over to ultimatepool.com and sign up for a subscription for unlimited pool and loads of extras on there as well. Loads of tutorials and extra footage behind the scenes, and yeah, well worth £8 a month. 2-1 to the ringer. So we're going to get, I think will be my first look at Caesar's break. From what I remember when he did play Tom a while back, very consistent indeed. Just up against it when you play the world number 1 over a long race. Yeah, yes please everybody. Please like and share if you can. Only takes a minute and just helps us out massively. Pool has grown so much since Ultimate Pool's inclusion. It's expanded commercially just far bigger than I thought it would ever be, and it's a great thing, and you lot can play a small part in that by just sharing the stream. Well, he's lost the cue ball, Mr. Caesar. And that is bad news when you are already 2-1 down. Race to 8, 50 minutes. I think we've played around 10 minutes, I'm going to guess. Going to have to get that clock sorted today. Not sure I can cope. So the key shot in this finish, I mean, it's an acute angle for the one into the centre. But you can see he's already looking, or he's going to land on the plant to the bottom left. That will be the key shot, landing on a perfect angle in 1 shot's time. So after this one, interesting to see how he's going to attack it. Whether he chooses to play 1 cushion and bump the yellow. I think whichever shot he chooses to play, it's going to have an element of danger to it. It could go wrong. So Caesar not completely out of frame number 4. Good to see some debate going on in the chat already. Ken, is it only $6.99? I got told it was $7. Well, you must get a discount, pal. Morning, Adam. Morning, Harry. See you here soon, young man. Well, that was the key shot. Now, can he pot the one over the pocket and cannon the yellow with just a bit of right hand side? Need too much. Well, he didn't think so. So much so. Well, he looks a little bit bemused there. But the way he played the shot made me think he didn't even bother trying to go for the pot. What did you guys think? I mean, I'm not often very confused about what I've just seen, but yeah, very, very confusing. He just looked like he was trying to drop on it and play safe. Yes, Ken. If it's worth £8 a month, then you're getting a bargain at 7, aren't you? Depends how addicted to pool you are. I absolutely love it. No attempt at the pot from Caesar. Just trying to get his opponent to clear the route for the yellows into that corner. I think what you'll see here from John is he'll just come off 1 cushion and play onto the one nearest the pocket. He'll know he's leaving a yellow to the bottom right, but he doesn't want to move the other red because it's acting as a blocker at the moment. Yeah, he needed a bit of side there. That's why he just took a few extra feathers. Played it very well though. Contacted it full ball and yeah, did as well as he could. He's just sort of hanging on at the moment in frame number 4 as the ringer. So, Christophe Lambert, 4-0 up against Ricky Jones. Jaden Billingham, Rob Warne, the Midlands Derby. Dylan Leary, Dave Fernandez. Stevie Dempsey, John Rowe. I'd like you all, there's 460 of you on there. Pick a winner out of them 8. I'll say them one more time. Christophe Lambert, Ricky Jones, Jaden Billingham, Rob Warne, Dylan Leary, Dave Fernandez, Stevie Dempsey, John Rowe. I mean, good luck picking one. I think the crowd will probably go with Jaden. I actually fancy Christophe Lambert from what I've seen of him. He's a fascinating player, Christophe. I'm sure many of you tuned in today will have watched plenty of him on the telly. If you watch him in real life, it's even more fascinating because he shakes, and I mean he physically shakes. And when you watch him play, you cannot believe he's able to put the cue through in a straight line, ever. But he does. It works for him. It really is a fascinating sight. I was amazed, sort of like 21, 22 when the first time I saw him play live. Keep them votes coming in. Caesar will be walking round nervously there, just to check to see if he can see enough of this yellow to the bottom left. Difficult to tell on our screens. If he can see more than half of it, he's okay, because he can just turn it over aside. But as he's taking this one, I'm not so sure he is perfect, so maybe still leaving himself something to think about. Both of these players, I'm sure, desperate to win this match. Caesar only winning the 1 frame yesterday, and John Rowe, the ringer, only managing to win the 1 match and a decider. Will both be looking for some precious ranking points this weekend. Yeah, there you go. Nowhere near potable. So much so he's tried to tie John up against the red. I'm not sure here if this passes to the right centre. Even if it doesn't, he's not got a lot to go at, and he's going to have to attempt something because Caesar's yellows are very well placed. So I'm pretty sure, even if it doesn't go, he's going to have to find something. I think it does. It's just queued up as if it does. Off the yellow, possibly? Or is he trying to find a safety? This is difficult. Not much margin here. Middle pocket. Yeah, that's okay. He's done well there. I think that's about as good as he could have done. So, 2 good shots there. One from Caesar, one from his opponent. Right, let's have a look at some of these votes. Dylan Leary, Stevie Dempsey, Jaden Lambert. It's Stevie all day long. The duel, come on the Black Country. I mean, if you don't get excited about watching Jaden Billingham play pool, then you're not a pool fan at all. He is a phenomenal talent and just so mature beyond his years. Stevie's one of my favourite players ever. I think he's absolute granite when he's on it, which is most of the time. Christoph is very, very well respected. If you talk to especially sort of the older generation of the players, you're talking the Mellins, Mikhils, Darren Appletons, you know, they're sort of like the older generation. He's been playing that long, Christoph. He's been the best player out of France, I think, in the last 25 years, possibly longer. And he's got some pedigree. Yeah, I think them three, you could argue, yeah. I'm sorry, I made a mistake before on John Rowe, didn't I? Because he's actually through to the quarters. So he won the 2 matches. I must have read the wrong one. He's in the quarter final. Stevie Dempsey, John Rowe. So John Rowe looking to double down. My mistake. Yeah, I think because of that, and that was my mistake completely. Must have misread the scores before, or when JMO had me out in the arena a few moments ago. He's had a great run. Let me just check. He thought he'd lost to Shane, but he didn't. He beat Shane then, did he? Yeah, he beat Shane 8-3. I must have just read it the wrong way around. So he's beaten Stuart McCulloch 8-7, Shane Thompson 8-3, Luke Gilbert 8-6, Rob Dagnall 8-6, and he's into the quarter-final of event number 3. So a busy day ahead for the ringer. I do apologise to the John Rowe fans out there. Just got it completely wrong. Yes, young man, he is. He's out there playing now. Carrie Randall. Hello, Carrie. How many UPs has Stevie won? I don't have any of my notes anymore. I haven't done this job for, I think, about 18 months. I did have everything written down. It's all on files at home. Unfortunately, it's on an old computer. Didn't have much time to print off anything, and it would have been a few years old as well. Plenty is my answer to that. He's won plenty. And Carrie, you're from his home country. You know how good he is. Adam Bradley, does Ultimate Pool ever come up north? Well, we're in Bolton. Do you mean further north, Scotland? I think there's plans for just about everywhere with Ultimate at the moment, as we see Caesar level things up to a piece. Yeah, get refurb, thank you very much, but it's morning. There's no excuses for making mistakes like that. I simply read the scoreline the wrong way around this morning. I was a bit panicked, walked in, got told I had to go out in the arena with JMO to do sort of like 10 minutes in the arena, which it doesn't bother me. But then I've walked straight in here. There was a bit of a delay on the stream. I think you lot missed the first frame, so I just didn't have a chance to sort of look things through properly. Yeah, he won quite a lot, Carrie. I think he was sort of in his best form when I was last commentating. Didn't do it last year, the year before, so 23, 24. He was, I think he got up to world number 2, didn't he? 2 to 3, and he was just ultra consistent, always in quarterfinals and beyond. And yeah, picked up plenty of silverware. I'll ask him for you when I see him. Anyway, should we get back into the game? Do enjoy talking to you lot though. Keeps me entertained when I'm on my own. I had a queue of players wanting to do it with me yesterday. We had 6 players and I had to pick 3 of them. Oh, a mistake. And a big one. Needs to capitalise. As the King of Africa on this. Nice open table. What I do like about the Scorpion is, and similar fashion to Tom, he's just very relaxed. His demeanour around the table, he just never seems to look panicked. And I think that's such a good quality to have when you play this game, because when you get to this level, or even I would say 1 to 2 levels below is inclusive, the game sort of becomes very much played between the ears, and controlling your own emotion is very, very important. Coach quite a lot of young people and adults, and I was the same when I played. That if you can't, that was never in. He's pushed that straight into the cushion. If you don't control your emotion and you let emotion override you, it can have such a massive effect on your game, because there's so many players out there that are capable of a decent standard of pool over a long period as well. But sometimes, if you get down on yourself after missing a couple, you do yourself an injustice. And Caesar seems to have a mentality that is extremely strong. And I think I said when he played Tom, I put that down to the fact that if anybody's been on YouTube and watched other games where they're in Africa, I don't think there's any fire regulations out there. The crowd around the table, there's a lot of barracking going on. So there's a lot to deal with. So if you're not able to shut that out, you're going to suffer. And I suppose when you come to conditions like this, where people are very respectful, you've got perfect tables, and there's a barrier around your table and a camera on it, I suppose he probably thinks, this is great, this. I'm not asking people to move out the way when I play a shot. It must help him massively. Very, very good temperament indeed. But he's made the mistake, and John is looking to capitalise straight away. Nice. Didn't put the 8-ball safe, and that was key. Left himself a little bit high on this red, but I still think he's going to go for it. I still think he's going to play it. Whether he uses the top cushion or just tries to play this in or over, entirely his choice. Nice. Has used the top cushion. Personal choice, that sort of shot. I'm sort of leaning towards playing it the way John Rowe did, but absolutely nothing wrong with in or over. It's just what levels of accuracy you think you are better at, either with a stun or a roll. But it's 3-2 to John as we approach sort of, I think, around the halfway mark in this match. Carrie Randall, is that right? The South Africa girls come and compete. They won the Worlds before and were quality. A few people saying he's seed number 1. I think what he's done is he's certainly the first person to come out and sort of expose himself in the pool world you know, come over to Ultimate. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of dedication to sign up for a tour when you're not local, and maybe you're just in Scotland or Wales or even London, because most of them seem to be up here. If you're from another country, that's a, you know, a big commitment. I reckon Adam Bradley might be trying to take him on in the game here. Yeah, I don't know, tray ball draw. I think it's very normal. You know, I can see here the Irish supporting Stevie, and it's very normal just to support the guy that's local to you. Of course it is. Unfortunately, I have to stay neutral. I think actually Caesar's a quality player. I think he's got a lot going for him. We've only seen, you've got to remember, over a long race, he's got some games on YouTube where he hasn't been playing the English lads or Welsh lads as he did. But that one game against Tom, I mean, talk about jumping in at the deep end. Ah, lovely little shot by John there. Probably worked out better for him that red ball not dropping in the centre. Caesar with absolutely nothing to go at here. I mean, he's looking at the loss of turn, but he's bound to leave something, you feel. It's a race to 8 and a 50-minute match clock. Carrie, are you Danielle's sister or mum? I can't remember. I think sister. Sorry if I've got it wrong. I'm pretty sure we've met. Yeah, there's a lad that scrolled up a little bit. He says Caesar's got no matches in Africa. Is that because he's beaten everybody and no one will play him? Or, I mean, if that's the case, conquering a continent's not bad, is it? Ah, yes, Carrie, yes, I remember, yes. Hello to you. How come you're not here? Wow, a little bit of tactics in frame number 6 between these two. You do feel that Caesar's going to have to stay tight with him throughout this match. Another good shot by John, keeping his opponent with limited options. Over on the TV table in the quarter-final, the first one of 4 today. I'll just be roll on, roll off by the look of the schedule. Christoph has nearly got rid of Ricky Jones. He's 6-1 up after 7 played. So eventually John Rowe's persistence has paid off. But he's still in no rush, keeping it very tight, frustrating his opponent. Well, has he left this? I don't think so. Maybe, though. Maybe. Oh, he has. And if he misses, it's thick. Well, that is a big, big mistake by the ringer. One safety shot too many? Possibly. I mean, he needs a hand here. He needs to have a little bit of angle because these yellows need movement. And plenty of it. Oh. Well, the top one must pass to the bottom left. Looks good. Oh, you don't see many hit the jaw, especially from sort of like that sort of angle. When they do hit the jaw at a slow pace, they seem to slide in, but that one didn't. The table will tighten as the weekend goes on, though. I'm sure plenty of you'll think it needs to. They were playing big yesterday. So, John with an unexpected chance. And that's not ideal. Has got an option for the loss of turn, but not yet. Would want to use the one nearest the yellow and snooker his opponent behind the red that he's closest to now. So, is he trying to just play a snooker? He is. And he's played it very well. Always going to leave the one cushion escape here. If it's only a slight swerve, he will probably choose, well, up the table, surely not. Up and down, this is risky. Needs to get this cue ball out even after contacting the yellow. Doesn't want to catch this full ball or double kiss because he might go behind the red. That's okay. What did you think about that? I mean, I thought that was risky playing the safety there. Leaving the up and down, risky. But it was his first shot from John that cost him there. And the Caesar fans should be rejoicing because he's back level after 6, surely. Very good. What are you lot saying now? You love a good argument, don't you? Tom RK1TG. That is cruel. Even I'm a County B standard player, and I'm not going anywhere near Chandigarh. Definitely not. He plays a much higher standard. LJDA. County B standard can beat Chris Mellon and Jordan Shepherd? Question mark. I'm going to presume you're asking me that. Well, I am County B standard, and I have played Chris Mellon and Jordan Shepherd and beaten them both in short races, but only practice in the morning when there's no one there. I would never take them on in any sort of race above, say, race to 6, 7. The thing that separates levels on pool players, and I think a lot of people get confused with this, is you'll get, if you put it into tiers like it used to be, so you've got pro and then tier 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, you will get tier 2 players that are capable of a professional level, but they'll only do it 20% of the time, and as you go up the tiers, the consistency becomes higher and higher and higher until you get to the bar, and the bar is Tom. Definitely Tom Cousins, because he is the most consistent. Him and, I would argue, Declan Brennan. A few years ago it was Shane Thompson, Stevie Dempsey. They were extremely consistent. The margins are very, very tight at the top, but yes, County B players are capable of beating pros in short races. That's why we see money matches, sort of minimum race to 18, usually longer, because it separates the men's to the boys. In the competitions, we're playing races to 8, And those of you who followed yesterday, I think we had 3 or 4 deciders. So very difficult at this level in a race to 8 to pick a winner. Virtually impossible to pick a winner of a tournament, as we watch Caesar take out his best finish of the match so far. Looks smooth and in stroke there. Nice to see a little bit of rhythm from the African. Yeah, just reading up that name Aidan Joseph, I've seen that a few times. Absolutely rock 4-star. Just a little bit more proof we don't like each other in an internet form. But this is pool, it's just entertainment. We're all here to have a good time. I'm sure you sat at home on a settee, on a bed, watching on a TV, a tablet, a phone. Just sit back and enjoy it. It's entertainment for you lot. And for me. Timothy Ripke. It was never Shane Thompson. I think you better go back and do a little bit of research, because I believe in 2022 he won 4. He was undoubtedly the best player in the world for at least 12 months. It's not 2 lives, no, but there's 2 separate competitions. So, John already into the quarters. The one that started yesterday, Pro Series number 3. This is Pro Series number 4. And Pro Series number 4 had been well underway since I think 9 o'clock this morning. Can't run through all the results. And for those of you wanting to know, this is a preliminary match. So all these lot competing for a place in the last 64, where the seeds enter. Jenny, give me a break. I'm not in control of the scoreboard. I believe there's a tablet out there. Maybe someone's not notched it up. There you go. They were listening to you. Nice. Has left sight of this yellow, but only the one to go at. Hard to see if he's got an angle to cannon a problem ball. No, he doesn't think so. This is just... Well, the way he's just thrown his cue up in the air, I actually think there he played to roll that over the bag. And he's ended up potting it. May feel forced here. Can he just flick this yellow off the red into the corner? That's what he's having a look at. This could open up the whole table for John. Not easy, this. Not easy at all. Not a nice shot, especially since he's going to be leaning all the way over the table. He's a right-handed player as well, so it's the wrong side of the table for him. Won't be playing this with too much pace. Excellent. Real good, that. Only bad news is he's blocked the path for the one he's closest to into the right corner, so we'll have to find another home for that yellow. But he'll certainly be going game, you feel. Just having a look at his angle. If he plays this one that's nearest us... Well, he's going for the middle. Okay. Change of route. Yeah, had to thread a needle there a little bit. There wasn't much room for the cue ball. That's an excellent bit of cueing from John. Real good control. Having a look at the angle up into the top right. Is he telling us that's his target for the next yellow? Difficult shot here. He's got a few options. Yeah, playing the cannon on the red. Needs the cue ball on the table. He'll settle for that, I'm sure. So, if he can just top this in, that's what he'll play. Wouldn't mind a little kiss off the red, I'm sure. Excellent. Lovely cue is John Rowe. You don't get to be world champion unless you're able to push the cue through in a straight line very, very consistently. Eight played, and it's 4 apiece. Just a little read up. LJ-DA. Caesar, he played a race to 21, lost in a decider. Yes, he did. I mentioned that in the Tom Cousins game. He did lose in a decider, and yeah, a County B player isn't doing that. Absolutely not. He can play, Caesar. I think he polarises views. There's a lot of people out there that seem to think he's no better than an amateur, and there's some people that think he's one of the best, very best in the world. I shouldn't sit on fences because, well, I've lost a bit, but I still have an almighty circumference, so I can't really be sitting on anything that's too weak. However, I do feel he's in the middle. I think he's definitely good enough to be professional. He's got to learn to adapt to the new settings. He's not used to playing out in these arenas. He's only got a little bit of experience, something he will learn, I'm sure, the conditions and table and all that, and the more time he spends in the UK, the more he'll become accustomed to it. And like I said previously, his temperament is very, very good, as we see a big mistake from John Rowe. He's certainly got the game, and yeah, taking Chris Mellon to a decider in a race to 21 is a big achievement. There are not many players that could do that. It was a good match as well. For those that you haven't watched it, well worth a go, even though you now know the result. And there you see, Caesar did that earlier on in the match. We spoke about it, that the fact the table has a brand new cloth on it, and it just slides a little bit more. And you know, I think John might even have his own club, but his cloths won't be changed, you know, weekly. So it's just caught him out, that, and it gives Mr. Chandigarh, the Scorpion, a great nickname, by the way, ball in hand, and a chance to regain the lead. Yeah, good use of the opening shot. I think you might see him take the one to the bottom right here, just because it's a bit of a blocker for the one above it. He takes the one to the middle. That one... Oh, sorry, he's on... Yeah, my mistake. My mistake. Trying to do too many things at once. Give it a rest. You'll get a warning. This is your warning, Khayyam. Okay, not perfect. Has got a shot. One good pot needed then for frame number 9. Excellent pot. Real good. That's what's always impressed me in all the games I've watched him. When there's a pressure ball, he looks real steady. And I like his technique here as well. Yeah, very steady in them moments. Never looks flustered. Deserved of his 1 frame advantage. He needs just 3 more. Alright then, can he double down? Carrie Randall, why is table 3 streamed down? I don't know. I'll endeavour to find out after this match. If you are enjoying the stream though, do like and share it on your socials. Help us grow a little bit more. Nice to see over 1,000 of you tuning in for a bit of high quality pool. And how many tours can you say that for when you're in a prelim match? This is a prelim match. And you have a world champion against, I better pick my words carefully, arguably the best player from Africa. Will there be any streams for the Next Gen or Challenger series? I hope so. I know Ultimate will be putting, the Next Gen ladies and the Disability series. You do see the clips all over socials. The guy I mentioned yesterday, by the way, for those of you who did tune in for most of the day, playing in the Disability series with no arms, and he plays with his foot. I walked in this morning, my son was playing on one of the tables near him, and I couldn't stop watching him, and my son was playing on the other table. It's absolutely fascinating. Puts all your problems in perspective. We shouldn't spend our time arguing on YouTube when there are people out there trying to play pool with no arms. Incredible. Yeah, nice bit of side just to widen the angle. Made sure he stayed low on this. Needs to disturb. I mean, he's got to get this right. He wants to hit more of the yellow than the red here. Needs to come back across. Okay, apart from being hampered by the yellow, that's probably about as good as he could have hoped for. But because he is hampered by the yellow, this shot is around 5 times more difficult when bridging over. I mean, it helps that he would be choosing to play it with topspin. He hasn't got much choice. I think you've just got to fully commit to this, John. Biggest shot of the match, certainly for John Rowe fans. Well, he's played the loss of turn. I'm not too sure about that, because it leaves a very easy safety for Caesar. Even if he chooses not to attack. Would you have had a go at that? I think I'm having a go at that. John's choosing the conservative option though. Nothing wrong with that. I just hate the thought of turning the table over when you're trailing 5 frames to 4. Yeah, he was always going to be in trouble, you feel, John Rowe, after turning down that. I mean, it was a very, very difficult part. I'm just shocked he turned it down. I mean, Caesar hasn't got a safe ball on the table, so yes, he's got ball in hand, but did he really need it? Because the yellow next to the red clearly passes into the left centre. However, it made it even easier. And Caesar should be 6-4 in front in a few seconds. Slight miscalculations on the first one. Didn't want to be hampered by the 8. Won't make any difference because it's, you know, relatively easy. There we go. Obviously you can see his plan now. He wanted the middle of the 3 yellows next. Cole Boothroyd, my name is David Hine. I'll put a message in the chat in a little bit. I've done plenty of commentary over the last 10 years for Ultimate and other organisations. And you'll have to put up with me, I'm afraid, until I get somebody else to come in with me. Chilled out, simple cue action, simple 8 ball for a 2-frame advantage. He's 2 ahead and he needs just 2 more. Okay, I'll get back to the comments in a second. I just want to see this break from John Rowe. There's a few mentioned in the break, and John's is massive. Bit more power in that one. However, didn't quite catch them flush. Cue ball going off to the side just tells you he didn't catch them exactly how he wanted to. Good news, bad news. The bad news is he didn't make a ball. The good news is they're a little bit tied up for his opponent. So no simple run to the line. Let's get back and talk to you lot. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Do try and not bore everybody to death. Nice to do YouTube because you interact a little bit, and when you do the other stuff on the main channel you have to stay a little bit more professional. I enjoy all sides of it. Yes, it was me and Murphy's a while ago. Love that club, think it's excellent. Great setup with the little room for the stream. Love the lads that run it. Love the locals over there. Yeah, just great. Great club. Murphy's over at Doncaster. Mega. Younger, well, not so young anymore. Jordan Shepherd's local club. Have we seen the last of him at English 8 ball, do you think? What a lad he is. What a player he is. Go with Gareth Potts for the best break. Well, he does the bendy Q thing. Well, it's not too difficult to do. Even I can do that one. But yeah, I mean, anybody that doesn't put Potts in the top 3 best ever English pool players, yeah, I mean, probably needs a pair of glasses. Just so successful, relentless. I'm in the Jack camp, I think, slightly. I think Jack consistently, when he was playing English 8 ball, was able to play with the most power and control the cue ball. Tom's up there, John Rowe's up there. When we're talking about the break, and the break comes up quite a lot in English pool conversation, because at this level and a good amateur level it becomes the most important shot, and a lot of people think it's just raw power, and it isn't. It is timing. And the 2 players that I'm going to use as an example for this are perfect because they are smaller human beings, and very, very good players. And them players are Luke Gilbert and Liam White. If you'd like to learn the technique of how to break properly, YouTube Luke Gilbert and Liam White. when they're breaking well and analyse their technique, it's pretty much perfect. And I don't think either of them weigh much more than around 10 stone. You don't need the power. Jack's obviously, you know, he's a big old lump. Well, he was, and not weight wise, but he's a big man. John Rowe, though, he's a little bit older than Tom. I remember watching him play up in Blackpool when I was very, very young. And yeah, you could hear his break. Same as Tom Cousins. When we were played up in Blackpool for the Ultimate Series, we had sort of a foyer bit where there was like a TikTok table and people in and out, and the main arena room was next door. And I spent a lot of time around the TikTok table because I think we were streaming at one point, even played on there. And, you know, if you had a Tom Cousins match and you were due on for the commentary, you could hear him breaking, so you knew if you were late. The noise is incredible, and John's in that ode. He used to give them some power, John did. The players just don't need to hit the brake that hard anymore, though. The conditions are so good. Does anybody remember when Mark Selby played a few events for Ultimate Pool? I think it was a couple of years ago. 2023 maybe? 2024 possibly. And he did well. A couple of deep runs. I mean, Mark comes from a pool background. He was world champion back in 2006. And he figured out that the conditions were far better than the last time he was playing pool. And as long as the balls were racked tightly, which they are because we have the best referees in the world from the IRO, that he went with, I would probably say, no more than 30% power. And because, obviously, Mark's technique is immaculate, he just looked to pop them open. And it worked perfectly for him, and that was front ball breaking, 30% power. So another lesson for anybody wanting to know, it's purely technique and timing. Anyway, back to the action. One shot to land on the hill. Well, what's he dropped there? His chalk. Fancy him for this. He's got good technique, looks relaxed. Big shot though. $7-4, never in doubt. Absolutely never in doubt. John not done too much wrong, so he's just gone up a gear. Taking his chances a little bit better. So he's going to break for the match. Yeah, I did say 50 minutes, but I'm getting the same screen that you lot are, unfortunately. Which means I have to guess how long's left in the match as well. We did start at 50 minutes. Yesterday it was flashing up every now and again. I could see the time come up, but not today. 11 frames played. I would average around 5 minutes. Well, it must be less. There can't be long left. Yeah, you're probably right. As soon as this match finishes, I will endeavour to get that problem sorted. Can Caesar make a ball? No, he cannot. Get refurbed. I presume that's your business. Alloy wheels, maybe? Salvi, one of the best non-ultimate pool pros to ever play the game. If he committed to pool full time, he'd be top 3 in the world inside of 2 years. Absolutely. I mean, he was world champion, like I said, 20 years ago. He came from pool, Leicestershire, I believe, because that's where he's from, isn't he? Over that way. And yeah, he was unbelievable. I think a stat that I read from back in that 2006 World Championship, the finals on YouTube, I think it's split into 10 parts. He plays Darren Appleton in the final. Also one of the greatest players to ever play the game, in my opinion, and a lovely bloke to boot. Unfortunately just never won that one, but his record in tour events was just phenomenal, and money matches. Yeah, he played Mark Selby in that final, and I think Mark Selby, off his own, someone did the stats, that off his own break, he 8-balled around 7 out of the 10 for the whole competition. That is a ridiculous stat. Yes, he did carry 2006. So the fight back has to start, and it has to start now. I think he would have loved to have been on the one up to the top left here, but just left himself a funny angle for those of you who have watched Snatch. But there should be no problems. We should be going 7-5. I will try and get an update on the match clock. Give me a second. Okay, update for the chat. It's good news. It's good news all round. There is no match clock. It's just a race to 8. Because there was teething problems yesterday, we are not having a match clock. There is a shot clock in play though. So there is a timer. They're on under a 30-second shot clock, but no match clock. So, oh, one less thing to worry about. Wow, you don't see that very often. I was going to say he's not putting a yellow from here, but can he just get through? I think he's playing the red. Middle red. Yeah, okay. It's funny, he just looks like throughout this match, he's when he's had a decision to make, he's opted for the safety shot most of the time. And now he's 7-4 down, now 7-5 down. Can just see a slight change in his demeanour. Obviously I can't read his mind, and these are open, so he's always going for these, but you just feel like his back's up against the wall a little bit, and he's going to go a little bit more attacking from now on. Try and take the first chance. Rock 4-star. I'm no pro, but for me the follow through to the middle pockets is more important than the power on a front ball break. For a cut break, I just end up putting the white blapes in the time. Well, yes, you are absolutely right. Follow through. Follow through is the most important thing, and well, the most important thing is getting the cue through in a straight line. If you are potting the cue ball on a cut break 80% of the time, first advice is don't cut break, because you are doing it wrong. It's the safest break. That's why the players go for it. But we're not doing pool lessons. We're doing pool commentary. I would advise anyone front ball breaking to sort of go up in levels. Try it 20%, 40%, 60%, 80% power, and see when you lose accuracy. And when you lose accuracy, stay just below that amount of power. Because there's nothing worse, is there, for a pool player than going in off and then your opponent clearing up easy balls. Happened last night to one of our very best players, Simon Fitzsimmons, against Ricky Jones. And it was his first dry break of the match, so how many times did he break? So it was his 8th break of the match. He potted the ball every time, got to 7-all, broke off. Alright. They weren't dollies. No such thing as dollies when it's 7-all. But very gettable and very frustrating for Simon. Saw him this morning, didn't really mention it because he's a class player, just more disappointed in his own performance, but that really, really hurts, not getting a shot on a decider. John Rowe, however, has not wasted any time. Back to 7-6. Ziga. Absolutely. Thank you very much. I'm sure I don't know you. Are we going all the way? If we are, John Rowe's going to need a chance off Caesar's break. The pressure here is actually on the Scorpion, because the Scorpion, if he's ever a negative mindset, is thinking, if I break these off, what's going on here? Right, John Rowe's had enough. He's retiring. No, he's not. I'm sure he's not. But he has disappeared. What I was going to say was, if you're in a negative mindset here, you can almost think, if I dry break, I might not get another shot. So you have to keep yourself positive. It's a race to 8. They're always race to 8. Carrie Randall, you're trying to catch me out all the time. I'm pretty sure he's just nipped for a comfort break. What do we think? Is Caesar going to break and run? Will he not touch the table again if he goes dry? We'll find out in a few minutes. Well. If you predicted a dry break, you were correct. He'll be looking at the reds, I'm pretty sure. But he's forced into taking the one over the pocket first. Needs to hold up. Well, it doesn't, because his plan is obviously just to drop this red in and then take the only difficult red on the table. I say that, but the one on the blue spot only has, well, at the moment it has 2 pockets, but one that's obvious. Needs a cannon, and it's got one. This is a key shot, this. Really wants to get into this cue ball. Doesn't want to be drifting down the left-hand side of the table. Things can go wrong. Unless he gets right through. Yeah, he was always just relying on a little bit of luck, and I don't think he's had it. I think I would have preferred the screw shot there. Well, this is a plant, but there's plenty of distance between these 2 balls, and he's got hampered cueing. Big shot, and he's missed it. So Caesar's going to come to the table. He's going to get a chance to take this match out. It's not simple, though. opening shot. Is he going to choose to cut this yellow back? Does it go? Has he got the angle, if he does cut it back, to move the problem yellow on the right hand side? Oh, to have an overhead camera, eh? Oh, he's just trying to tie this up a little bit. Okay. Oh, that's a little Brucey bonus. Oh my. I mean, it would have been tough anyway, but if he'd left some sort of shot, John would have been trying to nudge some reds behind the yellow towards the bottom right. But where he is now, it is just horrible. It really, really is. It's nasty. Good hit. Very, very good indeed. Hasn't covered the 8. And from what we've seen from Chandigarh, the Scorpion, he's not going to be in much of a rush here. He's in control of this frame at the moment, and it's a big, big frame. Trying to get him out of that prelim round. For the first time this weekend. Not that you'd know it. He still looks very much relaxed. Well, we are going game. He must have a plan of attack for these two on the right hand side. Okay. And we're beginning to see it. Don't like the yellow down the rail. Does it go? This looks very tight and could go wrong. Okay. The plan it was. That's okay. I say okay because he's still left 2 yellows up the top. So if John plays a loss of turn, that's very, very risky. He has to play this red into the cushion and try and get this red nestled in between these 2 reds. Just like that. Oh my, that is trouble. Anybody fancy drawing some lines on the table here? I think he's going to have to play into the cushion that he's closest to, the cushion closest to us, off the side, and sort of target one of the yellows in the top side of the table. But so difficult to find the right angle when you're so close. And he has missed. This is going to be a foul. International rules, even in a snooker, you have to hit a cushion after contact with the object ball. So, ball in hand for John. When he played a good snooker, unfortunately, he did tie his reds up. So may opt to just sort of nudge these out a little bit and leave Caesar in a similar position. Nope. He's going for it. Top spin, nudge him out, brush off these 2 reds. Been distracted by something there, not what you want. 7-6. That's not good at all. It has gone completely wrong for John Rowe. He's misjudged. To be fair to him, he got distracted there. I'm not sure if somebody had said something to him, or he was down on the shot and you just saw him move his head to the side and he didn't reset. But he's played a good safety. Caesar has no safety here. I cannot see a safety shot. Half ball off the yellow. Try and leave it in the jaws of the bottom left. But, I mean, just try and maybe tie the 8 up. Block this corner pocket. Is that what he's thinking? He's not hit it hard enough. However, that's not bad. It's contained the situation. Couldn't really do much more there. Oh, it's getting tense. We've had some great matches on the YouTube channel so far. If you do want to watch the rest of the pool, it's available at ultimatepool.com. Over 1,500 people have tuned in to watch this game. Nope. That's not good enough. Caesar has got his opportunity. It's been tight and tense. That last mistake from John Rowe is going to cost him. If Caesar can pot this yellow, which he can, and get the cue ball out, he's going to have a golden opportunity to get himself in the last 64. That is okay. Just the wrong side of the yellow, but not by too much. Usually deadly from these positions. I think he's okay. Even if you have to use the bottom cushion, he's still okay. He's perfect. This match is over. I mentioned his temperament. I'd be very surprised to see him miss this. Chandigarh has beaten Pro Series number 3 quarter-finalist. John's still got that match to look forward to later on today. I think he's last up. But congratulations to the King of Africa. He's in the last 64. Won't be long till the next one's on. Come back and join us.
Very good afternoon, everybody. We are live at the Ultimate Pool Series, and we are looking live right now at the Women's Pro Series and our two most recent Ultimate Pool Women's Champions. They are Mary Talbot and Casey Ranford-Norrie. Tough plant for Case to take on in frame number one. It will bring Mary to the table. Dave Hine will be back with you very, very shortly, but this is just to say that we hope you are enjoying the coverage from the Ultimate Pool Series so far this weekend. We've loved bringing it to you. We've got so much to come over the course of the next few days, and there's some brilliant action right now over on table number one that we need to talk about. Rob Warren and Jaden Billingham, these two have real history given their money matches that they've played against each other. Two wonderful players who are bang in form, and they are serving up a treat on the main table. You can go and watch that in the company of Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd right now, but you need to be an Ultimate Live member to do so. Recommend signing up on a browser. It will avoid any Apple or Google fees, and you can sign up there for £7.99 a month, and you can watch all four tables this weekend live whenever you want, as much as you want. And because of the way things work, in your first month you'll also get the European Open, which is coming up in 3 weeks' time in Daventry. So it's well worth your money, I would say. And we'll see later on tonight, of course, the semi-finals and final of both the Pro Series and the Women's Pro Series on the main arena table. Looking forward to that immensely. In the meantime, as I give way to Dave in a few moments, Mary Talbot and Casey Ranford-Norrie battle it out in frame number one.
Hello everybody, apologies for not being completely on time. I believe you have been kept updated, just had to disappear for 15 minutes. But we're back, and we have two very successful lady players. Mary Talbot, Casey Ranford, Norrie. Both played a match already. This is a last 16 encounter. And Mary's been pushed to a decider in her first round, the last 32. Sammy Hogg taking it all the way to 6-6. We're playing race to 7. The match clock not in play. Casey coming through. Slightly easier match. On paper anyway. Played Amy Price and beat her 7-4. But it's Mary at the table, looking to level up, and this is a very good chance indeed. Wouldn't mind threading the needle here. Yeah, that's why it's so fine. Just going to reroute. Looked at the one over the pocket. This is a much better option. Pink Mary, another one. We had Amy Beecham on yesterday, and Mary also looking to become full-time with a cue in her hand. Great to see. There's a lot on socials. A little bit further than she would have liked, but still okay. Looking at the one to the centre, we'll need probably 3 cushions for that one. Quite like just dropping this one in the top left. Doesn't have to worry about the cue ball. A little bit of a tougher pot. And looks to be digging into this cue ball. Just when you are doing that, I mean, I thought she had the angle just to roll that, but when you're digging down on the ball, raising the back end, it just makes the pot so much harder. And I do find that players tend to hit the pot a little bit thick, if anything, which is what happened there. You're not viewing the line of the shot from the same place. Casey won't mind, I'm sure. Recent, is it British Open winner, I believe? Something Mary's won as well. So yeah, 2 British Open winners. Gracing the stage, ultimate pool. If you've not been up to this arena, it is well worth the visit. 102 tables in operation. I wouldn't bother bringing your queue, because you're not getting on one. They will be busy until late Sunday. So much going on. The Women's Professional Series. 2 events. Same for the men's. A Next Gen and a Disability Series. All in action. Up at the Bolton Wanderers Football Club. I think she would have preferred not to pop both there. But we're still okay. Excellent recovery pot from Casey. Yeah, nothing too tricky here. I do like the speed at which he's playing though. Looks very calm, very relaxed. think if she can just pinch a little bit of the pocket here and leave herself low on the one to the bottom left, that would be ideal. Oh, choosing to come high. Okay, that's fine. Now anywhere sort of around the blue spot would be perfect. Yeah, if you want to keep up to date with the scores, I believe JMO's put it on your screens for you. Yeah, just in the comments, click that link and you can follow all the live scores. If you want to watch any of the other tables though, you do have to head over to ultimatepool.com. I've been saying $7.99 all weekend. I've been reminded it's $6.99. Either way, it's not bad value. The amount of pool you can view and extra stuff as well. Okay, was always going to cannon the yellow. Would have preferred a thinner contact. That would have enabled her to get a little bit further up the table. So a little bit of a tester, but the reward will be a 2-frame lead. Excellent, nothing but pocket. Beautiful, very nice indeed. 3-1, nearly at the halfway point. Right, first look for me at Casey's break. Nice and flat, like the thumb tucked inside. But cued across, loads of left hand side, didn't catch the front of the pack, and straight in the middle. It's just a disaster. Her should be very disappointed in that. And even more so when she sees what she's left. Is she the Players' Championship victor, Mary Talbot? Pretty sure she won that recently. And we'll be looking to claw one back in the next couple of minutes. Very steady on the cue, however, she's just gone to roll too far. Can she still cut this one back? It's not disastrous, there is still a couple of options, but pool players like to stick to their desired route from the start. She will have planned out this route as she approached the table. Look at this, nothing's going to move here, just watch. Very good, very, very steady. Not a lot to go wrong. It's like a commentator's curse, I suppose, but the fundamentals are excellent from Mary. Really, really steady. She'll keep this cue as flat as possible. There you go, just using the edge of the table. The flatter it is, the less likely you are to cue across. So it's not been her original route so far, but they're so well mapped out, it's difficult to go wrong. Could play a cannon, could decide to screw over. Choices for Mary. This is where good technique does come into play. So on the previous shot I mentioned she doesn't move at all, and when you are bridging and you've got another dynamic to add in, staying still is very important, because even the most simpler shots can go wrong. Just see how still she is as the cue goes through. Excellent. So hard work done, and she should be looking good to claw back to just one behind. Welcome, Mr. Carl Newton, to the Ultimate Pool Live. Thanks for joining us. An excellent match, I think you'll agree. I have just been informed, by the way, that Mary used to be a professional snooker player, and it is of no surprise after the compliments I was given her on the technique she brings to the table. It is flawless. It's great to see. And having been so successful already at Ultimate Pool, she's obviously gone a few steps into mastering the pattern play. Because after them strong fundamentals, that's all you need to learn. Really, really good. Yeah, shout out to Carl, thanks for joining us. I will, if you have been sharing the stream, if you newcomers come in and say hello. If not, go over and listen to Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd on the main table. Just a little bit too far. Not sure she can cut this back and hold. May see her play this with loads of left hand side. Not because she needs it. Alright, it's obviously way too thin. Not even entertaining the shot. The double. They're just sliding. They're catching. Every player that's played on this table this weekend so far has had certain shots either playing out of a snooker or playing off a cushion or playing a double, and they're misjudging it just simply because of how much that side the cushions are sliding. Really, really difficult. So to try and stay two in front, that will do very nicely indeed. Wants to stay well away from this red, just above her next yellow. Nice. May opt for a little cannon here, just on the first yellow of the two. Casey's a long-term player at Ultimate Pool. I remember her playing a few years ago. She must have been here from pretty much the start, I think. Okay, that's gone a little bit awry though. Okay, drop this in the middle. She's got enough angle, can just stun into the yellow next to it. I think she intended to be a little bit further to the right on our screens. Yeah, and just like her opponent actually, you know, very wide stance, very steady. You know, a lot of these lady players, you know, have just improved so much since, certainly since I started commentating on them. I've seen a massive improvement in Casey. I mean, it was a few years ago when I saw her play. Not perfect here, but doesn't have to do too much. Don't force this to get an extra few inches closer to the black. Back your pot in, leave a little bit of distance. If you've got an angle, use that top side cushion. Just bounce it back out. Very nice. Never wanting to use more power than what you can control. So, a simple black, you would feel. Just taking her time though, steadying herself. Casey Ramford-Norrie is over the halfway point. She has 4 and needs 3 more. few of the other scores in the last 16. There were 2 other matches going underway in the last 16. Chloe Smithies is 5-2 down to Amy Beecham, and Savannah Lowe is trailing by the same scoreline to Emma Parkin. Is it or Parker? Can't see it. Emma Parker. My apologies. Becky Watkins, Danielle Randall and Leanne Cragg already into the last 8. They will play at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock this afternoon. Excellent shot. And she'll take that, I think. Got to manoeuvre this cue ball out for her next yellow, but I think she'll be happy with that shot, certainly. Is that okay? Doesn't look too concerned, so I'm presuming she can squeeze this in off the yellow. Gotta watch the cue ball though. Excellent, real good, judged to perfection. Bit of a tricky little finish still ahead. Even though all these 3 colours do have a pocket. You can see what she's planning. She's letting us know. Always helpful when the players tell me what shot they're going to play next. Probably an inch too far. We'll be wary of that black, but can kill the cue ball. You strike this well, in order not to move the black too far. Excellent once again. I mean, this is real high quality stuff from both players at the moment. I'm thoroughly enjoying this game. Yeah, standard very good. Back to 4-3. So let's get back at it. I was just trying to think then. I mean, of all the games I've done this weekend, this has been well up there in standard. Been very good. Obviously, I missed the first 3, but the other 4, absolute top draw. Very difficult to call a winner because we're on serve at the minute. And once again, not without little issues, but a nice open layout for Mary here. Sort of one problem on either colour set. You can just see her running around there. It's not on your screen, but they are playing a 30-second shot clock with an extension each frame. And that's okay. Now the one that's furthest left on your screens, I think that does pass up into the top. It also doubles. What she's having a look at there is whether she can play it into the middle off the red. Very close to her work here. Little short cue action. Oh, she looks in real good sync, real good nick. I'm very, very impressed by both players. They've had technically quite difficult shots, both of them, and yeah, just full 10 out of 10. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, is that a sign? The fact that she didn't play it off the red there? That, well, I presume she'd played on the one below the 8 ball, but maybe not. It obviously does not go. So, toughest part of the clearance so far. And it is a ball missed. Wow. First mistake since I've been sat down from either player. They've been extremely rare. Like rocking horse. I'll let you finish it. I believe on the TV table, the Battle of Birmingham, well, the Battle of the Midlands, was won by the younger man, Jaden Billingham, against Rob Warne. And two, having had many battles, and surely many to come. 8-5 the score in that. The next match on that TV table is Dylan Leary against Salsa Dave Fernandez. Or you could stay on here with me. Entirely up to you. Bet she probably didn't think she was going to get another opportunity after that mixed pot. So, loss of turn. Be happy with a skill shot if it follows it in. But that's just as good. Just parks that problem back in your opponent's parking space for a little bit. In case he's something to think about. Not sure if she's on the double here, if there's enough room. Will be tempted, I'm sure. Nope, not entertaining it. One over the middle. Needs to get this cue ball over though. Yeah, that's not perfect. I presume she's going to have a go at the skill shot herself. Not too much safety in mind for her here. Needs to make both balls, you feel. Not a lot of distance between them. Not quite. Well, no, I think she can snip this into the centre. And the natural, I think, misses the middle pocket. So can play around off two cushions or can dig down into the cue ball and use the side cushion. Personal choice here for Mary. Chose to nip it. Played it very well. And if that cue ball bypasses the 8, she'll have sweet cueing for this yellow up into the corner. So that little mistake from Mary, and it's the first one that we've seen in the match, it does look like it's not going to be punished. It is, however, going to make for an interesting conclusion, because this first to 7 is looking like it's going to be a best of 5. And we all love deciders, don't we? Yeah, no mistake on the 8 ball, and we are level after 8. we're back. The best of 5 will begin. I hope the standard stays the same because it's been excellent up to now. It's helped that we've had nice open tables. Nice open layouts. This should be the toughest shot of the finish for Mary. Excellent. A friendly kiss needed. And I think that's just about okay. If she can't see enough of this bottom yellow of the 2, touch aside just to spin it in. Doesn't look disgruntled. Doesn't give you much though in terms of body language, Mary. Oh, well, she's playing the top one, so that answers that question. A good double needed and a good double not got. But she has tied up a red at the bottom of the table, so difficult counter clearance for Casey. Just having a look if she can play this red up until the top left and come around the back of the 2 yellows. The 3 that are together near the centre pocket, the 2 furthest right are a plant, so I think this is a little bit more simple than I first thought. And the way she's played that tells me this passes up into the top right. So clearing areas of the table first, which is the way you should do it. Move that cue ball as little as possible. Just slightly the wrong side, but doesn't matter. Nicely on this red. Had a couple people message asking about jumping on commentary. Got a bit of a queue in the afternoons. If you are interested, and you are in Bolton, because I know a few of you do listen, come and find me. Try and schedule you in. Can even look after newcomers. It has gone wrong, and it's gone wrong in a big way. How brave is she going to be? I think she'll probably play a safety here. Yeah, no surprise. The game, it's just I think the scoreline dictated the shot choice, certainly. Unfortunately, Mary... Well, what a shot that is. That is excellent. Top draw from Mary Talbot. And I think there's no one cushion escape here. Well, there will be for the middle red of the 3. But can't get the easier one near the pocket off one cushion, I don't think. Not without the use of side. Interesting what she's going to pick here. Or can she? Looks like she just needs to... Oh, threaded the needle. Perfect. What a shot. There wasn't a lot of room next to that 8 ball. Had to go very close. Judged it well. However, still in a little bit of trouble here. There is a shot here where you can play it into the left centre, I think. Lots... Wow, she's playing the bottom one. Just choosing to keep it tight. I'm like you lot. Always incredibly attacking. We're going to try and dislodge this yellow. We are. Beautiful. So there will be one shot to play here. Transitioning up to the top of the table. Put the bottom one of these 2 yellows. and then leave a nice line for the cue ball to get up. Just having a look there, yes, it is a plant, but you want to be careful where your cue ball is, and she's decided it's perfect as it is now. She's not choosing to take the risk later on. However, that's what I kind of feared, and I don't think she's got a shot on here. Just looking where to leave the cue ball. Yeah, I mean, they're playing under a 30-second shot clock, but did have an extension. Maybe should have used it there. Just a few more seconds just to plan out the route. She's not done a lot wrong in this match. Just that one missed pot up into the top left. So just decided to leave the cue ball in the most awkward position she can, forcing Casey into taking on this tough pot. Cued it well, maybe a little bit too much pace. $734 of you watching. The best from the Women's Professional Series, certainly two of them. And thank you very much for those that have shared, liked and commented. It's good to have you on board. Keeping me company on a Saturday afternoon. Amazing to think well over 1,000 pool players here today. I think that will do. Sums that shot up. Bit of reverse side. And cued the next one. Very good indeed. I mean, I apologise for those that have seen a lot of Mary already. I've seen a little bit on socials. I know she's very, very popular on social media, but having the pleasure of watching her close up like this, I'm extremely impressed. Both players have been impressed by. And despite, from what I've seen, obviously I didn't see the first 3 frames, I've seen a couple of mistakes from Mary, one from Casey. Mary's done very well. Very, very well indeed. I do feel it's got the makings of a decider. We will see. Time will tell.
No, seriously. You're right.
They're fighting over the co-commentary. We've got a little bit of a treat coming up in the next couple of hours. Do stay with us. Guest appearances will be arriving. Back to the action though. Casey did need another mistake. When Mary makes a mistake, it's just not been punished completely by Casey. Having not been familiar with Mary all the way, too much, and Casey's game from the last time I watched her play has improved massively. Both very, very steady indeed. Just looking to see if she can squeeze this yellow along the top cushion. Didn't want to make 2. doesn't mind, I'm sure. Yeah, very good. Just keeping it tight. I think this might be time to go game, though. I think you get to sort of this stage in the match, a big clearance here at 5-4 up, you're just going to put all the pressure on your opponent. And these are open. Just needs one good positional shot for the one in the triangle area. If it doesn't go into the right centre, she's going to have to make position. She'll be looking now if it does. Looks tight from our pictures. Yeah, you're right in the chat. There's always a lot of comments for Caesar. He's currently playing. Go and check it out. It's on the live scoring. And if he's on a stream, though, you will have to get the ultimatepool.com subscription. So hard work sort of done here. Just pull this back a little bit. One over the pocket. After this one. And an easy route. And it's going to hurt this, Casey. Because she'll feel like she's been as good as, if not slightly better than Mary. I didn't see the first 3 frames, like I said, so I can't comment on mistakes made. But from what I've seen in the remainder of the frames, there's not been a lot between them at all. Only the balls have sort of dictated the scoreline. So I think left centre for the black. Could play left corner, but left centre seems quite natural. Depends how thin this red is, but there's a big gap to come through. Just play a natural line. Yeah, nice. Just play the natural line. Takes the pressure off. So when you're playing any shot under a massive amount of pressure, playing a natural line, you only have to control the pace then, don't you? One less thing to worry about. Keep your head still. And we've already commented on her fundamentals being very strong. And they help with shots like that. 6-4. She's on the hill. Just needs one more for a place in the quarter-final. No more second chances for Casey. If we're at the table, we've got to be looking for the finish, you feel. Certainly when the balls are laid out like this. Because we all want to see a decider. Just trying to spot the stumbling block for Casey here. The group of balls that are around the 8 ball, the red that's on the left, that's probably causing a little bit of a problem. I think it does pass to the... Oh, that was quick. That was very, very quick. And even worse, if this yellow that's near the 8 ball passes to the bottom right, Mary's going to have a path out. Yeah, this one first. Attention's just turned to the 8-ball, which is the only other stumbling block that'll be in place between Mary and a place in the quarters. Yeah, played it off the red. That is excellent. That's opened up the whole table. Great bit of vision from Mary Talbot. It's a thin cut back. Beautiful. Nice pace. Oh, it's just gone a little bit awkward. Needs one more good pot. Can she play while she's looking at the plant? The other option is to play off the red, a carom shot. I mean, anywhere but there. It's going to be the plant. This can go wrong. These are very much offset. Yeah, not a surprise to see her miss that at all. And even worse, she's not blocked the path for the red. So this is a finish that just has to go for Casey here. Check in, see if the red passes the 8. Your guess is as good as mine. But these reds have to disappear. She has to take these out now. And if that red does pass, she's absolutely plumb on it. Hold yourself together here. We could be going to 6-5. Mistakes have started just to creep in a little bit. But she wouldn't have expected to be coming back to the table, I'm sure. I thought, pretty sure she'd been thinking about packing the queue away, possibly for the day. She's in the other competition. When you do get these opportunities that you don't expect, you've got to take them. You never know what might happen a little bit later on in the match. Gotta say, I've mentioned a lot about Mary's fundamentals, but Casey's pre-shot routine is excellent. Just watch here. She's going for a wander, just seeing where she wants the cue ball, but just stands behind the shot just for a second, just there, and then comes down slowly. Chin to cue. Nice and steady. It's a very wide stance. Hold yourself together. Are we going 6-5? We are. Excellent. Mary to break, and who do you think the pressure's on now? So are we going to go all the way, or is Mary going to be able to close this match out? Took a little bit off that, but has been rewarded with a ball. Great control of the cue ball straight up to the middle of the top cushion, and these are absolutely lovely. If you want a chance to win a match, that's a break that you would love to replicate in every decider, in every competition. I think the only ball that's going to get any thought here is the one furthest left on our screens. Choosing to land on it or dropping it into the middle. Don't think she'll pick a double from what we've seen so far. So needs to be very steady here. Did you think she'd missed that? The arm came up. That will do nicely. The hard work has been done. So steady on the approach. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball here. Just over to the other side of the table. Using all the pocket once again. I mean, this is the only shot that can go wrong in the rest of the finish, but there's such a big margin for error. Have to be just a rush of adrenaline, I suppose, but Mary just doesn't strike me as the type. There we go. Okay, a little bit further than she would have wanted, but still all right. Needs to get hold of this cue ball. Get the grip. Just come back an inch. Kill the pace of it. Chose the stun. Problem is with that, she was always going to be hand off the table for the last red. However, she is very straight and only has to drop this in. Is it the roll? Or is it the stun run through? Very difficult, that shot on a pool table. Nice short drawback, kept her head very still. That is the hard work done. Surely nipping it into the middle. Oh my, did not see that coming, and that is nothing other than pressure. Absolutely nothing other than pressure, that is. Now, can Casey hold herself together? A big counter clearance needed here. This will be the biggest finish of the match by quite a stretch. But she's on the most awkward of her remaining yellows. And that's been safely deposited. You can almost sort of feel the tension out there after a ball like that gets missed. The very best players in the world, what they do is they get excited by the fact that they're at the table, whereas you see some of the lower ranked players, I'd say, some in the lower tiers, they think, oh my god, I've got another opportunity, I must put these away, and all the pressure sort of transfers onto the person that's in Casey's position. But I think she's going to get these. I feel we are going to go to a decider. Drop it in and play this last yellow up into the corner. Wow, that's far from ideal. It sort of looked like she was caught in two minds there, whether to just stop the cue ball dead and leave it to the corner, or run through and leave it to the middle, and she's done neither. Fully expected to get the pot, but shouldn't have been having to run round off a couple of cushions. Ended up having to play it off the 8, and well, fortune favours the brave, they say. The nerves are definitely showing from both players. If this 8 goes in, I think we're in for an extremely nervy decider. 30 seconds time, it's 6-all. Okay, decider time. Flirting with the middle pocket, made a ball. How's the table looking? Not bad. I think we'll be looking at yellows breaking out straight away, but not guaranteed to be on a ball. It's an easy breakout, but just not guaranteed on a yellow if that's what she chooses to do. Here's another option with reds. Yeah, I kind of like reds at second glance. I am lucky enough to have a professional player next to me. I'm trying to read him a little bit, see if he'll give me some idea. She has gone reds, yeah. Well, he said yellows like me, so. That's Ryan England, by the way. He's going to do the next game with me. After this decider has been decided. Well, tying up. I think yellows were good for going game there. However, that first shot playing the yellow into the middle pocket, sort of dislodging the red and yellow together, yeah, it would work, but you could have only been on the yellow right at the bottom of the table, and that's not something you want to be taking on. So a little bit risky and choosing to keep things tight. However, because of that, you have handed the table over to your opponent, and do you ever want to in a decider? I just feel like you just want to get a chance and have a go at them. Yeah, and as you can see, I mean, would you rather be yellows or reds here? I think I know I'd rather be yellows. Yeah, just looking for a nice safety. I think she's done enough there. I don't think Mary can see enough this yellow to cut it into the centre. Or even enough of it to play it off the other yellow. Doesn't want to disturb this red on the right hand side near the 8 ball. Well, if you are going to disturb it, put it there. A very clever shot indeed from from Mary. You just had the feeling that this game was going to go this way in the decider, just because there was a bit of nerves from both players creeping in the last couple of frames. Yeah, nobody really wanting to sort of take the proverbial bull by the horns at the moment. We're just trying to creep over the line. Well, I think we might see another safety shot, because both seem to be in a mindset of not wanting to pot balls. But these yellows, okay, the 8 ball's tied up. These yellows are nice if she gets another opportunity. because it looks like Casey, well, that's not good. Yellows are definitely in command at the moment. Won't be moving that one near the 8 ball, I promise you that. No real advantage in a loss of turn. No back double available. Just not a lot to go at. Now then, all Casey's hopes land on the 8 ball, and I think Mary has got to have a go at these. There's 2 balls close to the 8 that she can use to break it out. She's got other balls over pockets. If it doesn't work out the first time, she should be able to have another go. Doesn't like it because there's no guarantee here. Only if she catches the 8 full ball and sticks on it will she not be on a yellow. Any sort of half ball contact either way should be okay. Got to commit to it though. It's 30 seconds, she's running out of time, and because of that has turned the breakout shot down. I mean, there is an option to not move it at all. It does pass into the bottom left. This could go wrong. This has not gone wrong. However, 8 ball out and then back into trouble. I mean, it's a difficult shot, but are you not tempted to the one to the middle and screw back? And then play the last yellow off the red? Here we go. Don't get too much into this though. Well, she did. Wow. I mean, it's ended up absolutely perfect, hasn't it? I'm not sure that was the line she played. This has got to go off the red. Open the pocket up for the 8 in the same bag. Played it well. Has got a double. Has got a back double. However, bridging over the red. Oh, it's tense. So, this black for a place in the quarters. Left middle the target, I believe. No, it is the back double. Is it off the red and in? It is. Congratulations to Mary Talbot. Thoroughly entertaining match and very high standard throughout. We will be back after this short break, and Ryan England will be joining me. Join us then. Another last 16 encounter and 2 other big names. The ever-attacking Megan Proctor against Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. But I have some company for the first time today. Professional player Ryan England, who was just telling me he was an international inspiration in his teens. Is that right? He didn't use them words, by the way. He's far too modest. But yeah, definitely did well as a junior, yeah?
Yeah, 20 years ago, so a long, long time ago. But and like I said to you a minute ago, I'm probably enjoying my pool life as more now than I ever have done. So
Sort the head out, and the rest will follow.
Like a wine maturing as time goes on.
We all have to grow up eventually. We are a similar age. You just have a better haircut, or rather you do have a haircut, which is good. You look a few years below me. You are a few years below me. Have we frozen? Have you frozen at home? No, YouTube's going. I've got a frozen screen. Give us a couple of minutes, we'll sort it out. YouTube's still running okay, but my stream is frozen. Just give us a few seconds.
Red Bull's in play.
Oh, we are in play, yes. I'll let you take over, Ryan. You seem to know what you're doing. I could do with 5 minutes rest.
Yeah, well, she's got a bad red down here on the right hand side with the yellow covering it, so she's probably figuring out how to deal with that as early as possible. Not too sure myself how she's going to do it, to be honest with you.
Where are you from, Ryan?
I'm Mansfield, so I'm Nottingham born and bred and live in Mansfield now, which is down that road.
Plenty of decent queue actions down there.
Plenty of good players. I grew up playing with Clint Hanson.
Yeah, just about to say Clint's down there.
Yeah.
Jack's not too far away either.
No, Craig Lake.
Craig Lake in Derby. Yeah.
So yeah, full of. It's always has been strong to be fair. I currently share a little pool club, private club, free table set up with Greg Davis as well, another pro.
Might get only 3 tables, so no distractions.
That's a nice shot there.
Yeah, I don't think she's on the one on the right hand side though.
No, but I think she can get on this rail to leave it a little cutback. It's going to be a tough shot, but I don't see what else she's going to do. She's just lining it up now. And the yellow could potentially slow the white down as well if she connects with it. I think she may be on that. Maybe a tad of left hand side needed, but it's getting on the black. Dead weight, leave it to top bag.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a little bit of swerve, just a touch of right might work.
Yeah, right hand side, that's right. I'm upside down, aren't I?
Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. I knew what you'd done. Yeah, I knew you'd done. Megan's definitely one of my favourite players to watch on the Professional Ladies Tour. There's always lots of aggression on the table, and I don't mean that in a mannerism, it's just in the way she attacks the game. She'll need a bit of that for this 8 ball. Here you go, full commitment, but lacking a little bit of accuracy.
Yeah.
So Sophie Gibbs is going to have, well, at first glance I was about to say, a nice easy counter clearance, but if she's glued to this yellow, she might only have a plant as her opener. Beautifully played.
Yeah,
Great strike.
Committed that really nice there, just to make sure the cue ball got back into play, and she wasn't just hoping to land on that one.
Absolutely not. All parts of the equation covered with that shot. And that's an excellent shot as well, played for a choice. looking sharp. Hard work has been done.
And it's a nice opening frame for her to have these yellows to get herself going as well. Especially when Megan actually nearly took out a really difficult clearance. And was quite unlucky not to be rewarded at the end of it. And she's going to find herself 1-0 down as well.
That's the standard. It's the second ladies' match of the day on here, and both have been absolutely exemplary in standard. I was very impressed by Casey and Mary in the last one. There wasn't much to separate them. A couple of nerves being shown in the latter stages, but besides that, it was a high tariff affair. Yeah, couldn't get perfect on this 8, so she's left a cut back. It is into a blind pocket, so she'll have to show a little bit of commitment on the shot.
And that's the same for both with the blacks. So both are tough black for the first frame.
Just got to commit. Excellent.
Good shot.
Really, really good. Very impressive. And she opens us up. It is a race to 7 once again. And I was promised, wasn't I? I was promised. You were here. I was promised that this clock will be fixed very, very soon. I'm not sure, from what I've seen in the first one, it will come into play, to be honest, Ryan. If these breaks keep opening up well, both players seem to be wanting to attack the balls at the first opportunity.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that, to be fair.
So, 2 of the quarterfinals in the men's have been decided. Christophe Lambert earlier on beat Ricky Jones 8-3. Jaden Billingham 8-5 against Rob Warren. Currently going on is everyone's favourite Northern Ireland man, surely. I never hear anybody that's got a bad word to say about him. Dylan Leary 5-2 up against Salsa Dave Fernandez. The last one, due on at 2:45, is John Rowe, who we saw earlier today on this channel. He's up against the Republic of Ireland's Stevie Dempsey. A lot of people's tip for the title are, Ryan, pick a player out of them 8.
Well, I watched Christopher twice this weekend, and he looks like he's absolutely flying.
I agree.
And Jaden just looks like he's been playing the game 30 years longer than everyone else.
Yeah, at 19 he must have started at -15 or something. Yeah,
I think so, yes.
Yeah.
So that's have they got each other next as well? No, so they're in separate draws and all.
Yeah, they are. That could be the final. Christopher disposing of the world #1 late on yesterday, and it was a stellar performance. It's really nice to see the best of Christophe, because if you speak to the old school players, the older generation, those above 40, they speak so highly of him. Like, they can't say enough good words about him. Have you watched him close up, Ryan?
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Watched the shakes?
Yeah, in fact, I've seen that in the last event, and I didn't know if he was nervous, but then he plays far too good to be nervous.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you come from the other side of the game, haven't you? And when you come over, you've probably seen him on telly, and you don't notice it on telly. It is something to behold. I mean, I'm not saying, like we see a lot in here, like I've mentioned a couple of times, there's a guy outside this door playing with no arms. Right?
Yeah,
he's playing like most of them on.
Unbelievable.
However, when you do watch Christophe, you think, hold on a minute, like, is he really? Because the shakes are horrendously bad, but whatever he does, it works.
Yeah, and his cue ball, the way he strikes the ball, his cue ball's tight. Like, there's no way the nerves are. To me, they don't look like they're in this game.
He's not a nervous fella.
So
he's also one of the.
He's just dealing with it, isn't he?
Yeah, he's also one of the best trick shot players you've ever seen, by a stretch as well. Very, very good indeed. So trying to thread down for this problem red, and that's an half decent attempt.
She's given herself half a chance here now, because the black is going to go into the middle left. So on and off the cushion here, I think, back into play.
I don't know. Yeah, because it's only going up to the corner, isn't it? So yeah, on and off. Wants to be as straight as possible. That's excellent.
Fantastic.
Now, I think the trick to this shot, Ryan, I'm sure you'll be correct. You will correct me if I'm wrong. Is just to get through the cue ball.
Yeah.
Don't try and power this. Just get through it.
Yeah.
And bring it back nicely on the intended line.
And the way the tables are playing as well, I think if you do connect well with it, you're struggling not to get to the blue spot.
It's a little bit snappy, but she's got away with it. That's why the hand of apology came up.
And I think she deserves it, because that was two really, really, really good clearances. And to come away with not one frame on the board there, I don't think that would have been fair, for me anyway.
It's nice to see a level game. Both players settle a little bit. They both got one on the board.
Yeah, and both look sharp as well.
What a great name, Cusack. What's Megan's? I think it's just the Meg, is it?
Yeah,
is it the Meg?
With a shark, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's away from the table. I've done quite a bit of commentary with Megan, and yeah, she's a character. Yeah. Great to be around. As are a lot of the ladies. Remember the mini series we used to do down in Daventry? Going back to Daventry actually in a couple of weeks, for those of you that will be tuning in, we'll be down there.
For the Europeans?
Yeah, Cole Bedford's hunting ground. He's been a couple of times, hasn't he?
Yeah, he loves it there.
Yeah, just had some great times. So, Sophie to get us underway in frame number 3.
Nice break.
First part of the task over. Fantastic break. You do know you've hit them well when you've got 10 balls in the top half of the table.
Yeah, and she was... she had a very relaxed stroke. She didn't try and power them, did she? It was just very controlled, but like finished a stroke.
Well, I spoke a lot about the break earlier on this morning. What are your thoughts on it as a pro player? Come on, give the tips away.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I just hit them. Like, I think people overcomplicate it. I think if you try and not going off, you'll find the bags. So I pick a line. I try and stay as central as I can. I mean, this weekend I've been bringing it back quite central, but I'm not opposed to going in off the side cushion as long as I get a good connection. And I feel like if you pull out on your break, that's when you start to go off angles that you don't normally go off, and that's you find in your middle bags, your corner bags, and I think it's the lack of commitment to the strike. I think there's a lot of players out there that try and be more precise than that. I know Story played him yesterday.
I was just about to mention his name. Yeah.
His break, that second ball down break's absolutely lethal. He takes his time lining it up as well, and he's got it down to a T. And look, when you don't get a ball, it's like I'm quite shocked, to be honest with you.
Sean's always been like that. He was probably the first player at Ultimate Pool that really mastered the shot and match clock when they first evolved into playing in the arenas, and he was the first person to study it. He's a clever man, away from the table.
The name gives it away, Autopilot.
Yeah, Autopilot. He's a qualified pilot. Does a couple of things, Sean. Yeah.
Nice chap.
Oh, he's amazing, yeah. And it was nice to see him branch out into other parts of the game, play some money matches. Seems really keen on that as well.
Yeah, he's a tough cookie to crack in that side of things.
Absolutely, strong mentality.
Yeah, very much so. I watched the last game when he played Rob Chambers, and standard was very high.
Well, as we've been chatting away about Sean and the break, Ryan's advice, by the way, stay straight and just hit him. Plenty of follow through though. Yeah. Sorry, Sophie, as I nearly said Mary then, has been knocking these balls in. Would have preferred a little bit more angle, so has got a decision to make here. Bit of power and come across, or a bit of top and side and play the south side of the 8.
Yeah, and she's decided, I think that's why she's just stood back up.
Yeah, just a bit in between shots. I've seen her play one with power already, so kept her accuracy. Looks like it's topspin though. Yeah. I mean, the trick to them is, Ryan, is it not, to make the decision while you're down? Make the decision before you go down.
Yeah, 100%. And I think she was still struggling to really commit to one of them there. I mean, she probably would have been better off stunning it out and just accepting she's going to land with a cutback and just not actually landing perfectly on the back. Because I thought that was more difficult. I think you had to play that with right hand side to kill the white and bring it down, which is not a nice shot when it's your last ball.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Welcome Lindsay Hall 3656. Thanks for joining the chat.
2 bad yellows on the side here. I don't know if she's got angle here, and she hasn't, so she's got to wait a little bit longer. But it looks like she's eyeing up safety. Yeah, good shot.
A world of pain.
Yes, I think we have our favourite colour here in this frame.
Well, if the one cushion escape is on, it's not too bad. But if it isn't, it is a world of pain. I think the one cushion escape is there.
If you can get this red on the back, apply pressure on that first shot.
No,
Or anywhere close.
Looks like 2 cushions, but this will slide. Yeah, every single player that's played on this table has made the same mistake with the slidey cushions.
And then gone too wide.
Yeah, it just slides massively. I presume you've had a couple of games out there, 1 or 2.
Yeah, I mean, I play on a brand new cloth in my own club, so to me, I felt like my white ball was quite on point straight away. So
Good.
we've got 3. We've got the grey cloth and the teal, so I think it's important to match the conditions before you come to these events, because you don't want to be adapting to with these kind of players. You know, you haven't got the time to do it.
No, it's something that I certainly struggled with back in playing days, adapting to better conditions. Very hard to emulate. I mean, if you've got a private club, then I presume the table doesn't get played on as much as, say, a pub table, so
no, definitely not.
You can keep it immaculate, can't you?
Yeah, and it's ironed and balls are cleaned pretty much before everyone plays. So we do try our best to keep it as professional as possible.
Megan then in with the easy work to do.
Yeah, but she looks very confident out there.
Always does. Always does.
And what round are we in at this stage?
This is last 16, I believe, for a place in the quarters. I'll run through some other scores since you asked so nicely. Yeah, this is... oh no, maybe not. Oh yes it is, yeah, it's the last 16.
Yeah, it's the last game of the last 16 as well, isn't it? So, yeah, big game. Amy's from round my ways. She's already in the quarterfinals.
Anybody else looking on the live scoring app will notice Mary Talbot was in twice in the quarterfinals. So I was trying to think, where does the winner of this match go? But I do believe Mary Talbot is already underway against Danielle Randall on stream table number 3. However, Danielle Randall's also in twice in the draw. A little bit confused. I think there's a bit of a mistake on the live scoring. I can confirm this is a last 16 match though. Yeah.
Well, it's either that or Danielle and Mira getting 2 chances. So.
Yeah, they're both in, aren't they? That's the thing, yeah. And there's no other last 16 matches to be completed.
She's getting on with these again. Like you say,
It is
not having this shot clock. I don't think it's going to matter.
I've just worked it out. I think it's Kerry Griffiths is the one that's missing. So I presume the winner of this will play Kerry.
That's another person from my area as well.
Becky Watkins, Emma Parker. Mary against Danielle. Leanne against Amy Beecham in the quarters. So the winner of this one, I believe, to play Kerry Griffiths.
Good angle here to get on this one on the rail. On the right hand side.
Yeah, nicely stunned across.
I think she would have liked to be a bit straighter.
Yeah, just not completely out of the woods here. I think she's just going to screw across for the yellow into the bottom right, but Needs to leave a good angle to drift down onto the yellow near the 8 into the right centre, you feel? Or land straight on it so she can get run through for it into the bottom left, Ryan.
Yeah, she could actually use a red as well. She chose not to, and that's
perfect. That's absolutely perfect. Very, very good. Picked the line that was going towards the middle pocket, but controlled the pace beautifully.
And this time committed.
Yeah, did. Yeah, very, very good. That can be nervy. Them. I mean, how often do you see him underdone? Could do with a bounce. Okay, just being just off the cushion helps her here.
Yeah. Playing for the black in the left centre, I think. Is she straighter than that?
Do not quit on this shot, whatever you decide. I think it was indecision about the cue ball.
Exactly the same as the last frame. She landed actually, it looks like a tad awkward from what people can see. And she was in between two shots again.
Just not deciding in your mind before you play in the shot.
And it's so important to have clarity on every single shot when you're playing as well. It's probably the only reason why people miss it, honestly.
I think she'd like to take this one to the bottom left and get rid of this one at the very bottom of the table, but deciding to leave them two till last now. Always feel Megan's at her best when she picks up the pace a couple of notches. I mean, it may pay the price when you up the tempo a little bit by not always spotting the correct route. Oh, while this will be a reroute, certainly. Leave plenty of angle on the one on the bottom. Make the shot natural to come up the table. Don't want to be forcing this one along the bottom cushion. That's okay.
Yeah, I think she played that well there.
Yeah, a little bit more angle would have been okay. But if you take the pressure off so you could roll it and then it's in or over, it's sort of, she's going to have to punch this now.
But like I say, the tables are playing really fast, so I think the table should do the work here. Got a little bit too much into it. Across a little bit more than she wanted, but she has got a natural on and off the cushion here. So just making the pot here and let the white do the work. She's actually eyeing up the other red, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the one closest to her, I mean, I think it's slightly harder pot. It's into a blind pocket as well. But the natural line of the cue ball off the other one, actually, I think that's okay. The natural line off the one into the top right-hand corner. Don't think she has to do anything. I think she just drift back up. But it is going to be the blind pocket shot. On and off the cushion. Missable this. Hasn't been missed though. And a respectful tap on the leg by Sophie Gibbs-Nichols.
And she took her time there, and what we was just saying a minute ago about having full clarity in your head before the shot, and she just made sure of that before she got down and actually chose to pot that ball.
And pretty much perfect on the 8. Three, 1. has broken well throughout this match in the first two and has broken well again, but this time hasn't got a reward, and it couldn't come at a worse time for Sophie Gibbs. Already 2 behind in this race to 7, and her opponent's at the table with the first chance. Ryan, what are we saying here?
Well, red's are my initial thought. I don't know if she can. Well, it looks like she can get to this one on the bag. She's got this one tied up in the middle of the table, so she needs an angle on this one on the rail. See, I would have been tempted to go a little bit further and then have an angle then to go into where that bunch of balls with the 2 yellows and the black and the red, and then hopefully split them up with balls down the bottom of the table to land on.
Yeah, I hear you. That's not going to be a possibility for her anymore. There's just not enough angle on this red. And the obvious red to play on after this is the one near the middle, but after that things start to get a little bit sort of tetchy, don't they? Yeah, left plenty of angle. What she'd like to do is cut this in the centre, brush off the red and open them balls up, but hold the cue ball. So she's guaranteed on this one to the bottom right, possibly even one to the bottom left. We will see. Well, is she playing the carom?
Oh, right, okay, I like
Playing
this.
the carom. I don't know, it's a bit risky, this. This black might start moving.
I think she's got more control with the white. It's dangerous. I mean, she's got this yellow here as backup, and
It is going to be the carom. Nice. Nice. But not without a little bit of bad news.
no, still work to do.
You've got to be leaving that one, surely, the one near the 8, because it's just a perfect last ball.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So, do you take the risk, play this one and try and play a cannon?
I would. I'd play it pretty, just a little bit more than dead weight, and just take it over the other side.
Float it in, bit of left-hand side.
That's it.
And hit the gap if you run like...
Yeah, and that's harsh.
Run like Megan.
I don't think that was... I think that was the right shot, and
Yeah.
I think she's been a little bit unlucky.
Now, is it time to let her opponent to the table, or is she going to play the big double and try and get position?
Well, she don't want to keep potting balls.
Well, there is a shot on though, isn't there? She can play the double into the corner
And try and screw it on
and
the side
screw
rail.
back to the left-hand side of the table. And Megan does like to go aggressive.
And I think she's doing it.
Well,
She
didn't have
has
the
got
angle
it
to
now.
get to the left-hand side of the table, but has got a double. Has to play the double,
I mean,
surely.
That's a fantastic shot.
Oh, she's always entertaining, Miss Proctor.
And just another one of those, and she could be out.
Well, doesn't have to play the double, actually, Ryan.
She can see it.
She can see the one over the pocket and just stun up.
And I think she's just noticed that herself, because I didn't notice it
Yeah.
straight away.
But it is going to be the double. A show. It's there.
It's in.
There all day.
Fantastic.
Right then, a little bit close to the cushion and needs to get to the bottom of the cue ball, so lots of elevation.
Yeah, tad unlucky actually.
The line is important here. She's just looking to follow the left-hand side of the table. The cushion's all the way up. Really needs to dig into this cue ball though.
Yeah, really grab it with plenty of right hand side.
You and your sides, I'd be playing this with left to check it up off the cushion.
Oh, would you?
Yeah. But, you know, you're a pro.
I
so,
would have. I think I would have just dead weight with right hand side and just aimed to land in this little.
I just
space
find
here.
that shot that she had there. I'm going to ask you.
I think
I'm
both would have
I'm
worked
not
though.
telling you.
I think both would have worked.
If you play with right hand side, it tends to ping off the cushion. If you play with left,
it's going to
it'll
kill the
hit
white
and it kills it, and you sort of stick to
and
the
would
cushion
have straightened up as well.
more. Yeah, I know you know. I know you know. Maybe you're just going left and right.
Yeah.
Either way, it's an excellent attempt.
Oh,
Not
wow.
quite by Megan. How do you like these though? When you've just seen your opponent do that, you come to the table. Right, there is no safety. The safety
However, she's got a shot.
she has got a shot. Yeah, you can drop this one in the centre.
The black was close to being in there, so she was nearly 4-1.
This is massive, you feel, in this race to 7, Ryan. Confidently cued.
Yeah, and I don't know if she's going to try and land on the double on this one on the side rail at some point.
Quite possibly. I like taking the one up to the top left, dealing with the one on the top cushion.
Yeah.
and then sort of coming down. The order of the balls doesn't matter too much because of where the 8 ball is, obviously.
Yeah.
Stunning in behind, looks like. Thought she was going to roll it. Little bit higher than she would have liked. Makes this ball missable now. And the natural's going to come down the left-hand side of the table.
I mean, it'd be good to land on the double next, because then she's got more balls to land on.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep the options with as many as possible. She has got it, but this was the danger with this shot.
That was a
Needs
too much
a
angle,
kiss.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was just she just left herself too high. Could have left herself no shot there.
She's done the right thing, though, making sure of the pot
Absolutely.
and keeping herself live.
So this one into the right centre, screw on and off the side cushion, Ryan. Oh no, she's playing with top, so going up the table. Going to be leaving that double till last by the looks of things.
And that's not a bad option at all.
Nope. I mean, it's got to go.
If I landed it on the next shot, I would be definitely going for it. I wouldn't risk trying to land on it again.
I think you've got to try and land on the double well here. Give yourself a couple of chances at it.
And she's going to be very fortunate not to have a shot on the last yellow. Pull up.
Is that okay? The thing is, we've mentioned them a couple of times, Ryan. These cushions are slidey. I don't think that's ideal. I think we have to have another go at it. And this time we make sure, even if it's a back double.
Yeah, make sure you get high.
Sophie Gibbs-Nichols is of the same way of thinking. However, she's underdone this.
Similar angle, I think, to before.
I don't think the double's on.
This could go at pace because they straighten up. They straighten up at pace.
Hard with a lot of backspin. Yeah, I think she's too far. I mean,
really hit it.
I mean, yeah, you've got to be really hitting it to get it check up that much. Here we go, though. Effectively for 3-2.
Slight double kiss there, I think, didn't she?
Yeah, quite possibly, but it's going to be 4-1 to the Meg.
But that was the problem in leaving that double so late to land on, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, like you said, you had to get top side, because if you're top side, and even if you go way too far, the back double's always on.
Correct.
You might be losing the cue ball, but it will always be on from, you know, your margins quite far.
Yeah.
If you leave it short, I personally don't think that double was on at all.
No.
I mean, I've sat here a little bit longer than you. I think you'd maybe have to swallow a pill and take it to the top left.
Yeah.
Highly unlikely you're getting it, but I just don't think it was on. And yes, you can hit it harder and check it up, but the table's just played so slidey.
Yeah, she didn't really get it to straighten up because of the slide, did she? So essentially, it's always going wide now.
Yeah, spot on. The Meg won't mind though.
No, and this could have been 4-1 either way, up to now.
Yeah, I haven't been. I think the scoreline is slightly cruel upon Sophie Gibbs-Nichols' performance up to now.
From what I've seen from both players, it definitely could have been a little tad closer. But Megan will take it.
Oh, no one moans about not playing well and winning.
Definitely not.
Score will update, I'm sure, before you start in the comments.
Will we have another dry break?
Yeah, not had many over the weekend on the whole table.
No.
But they do seem to come at crucial moments. There, one last night with Simon Fitzsimmons and Ricky Jones. That was brutal. Simon had absolutely hammered the break. At one point he played 7 off the break and he was not dry in any of them. Gets to a decider. And I don't need to finish that story, do I, Ryan?
No, it's unbelievable.
That's how you love and hate this game.
So let's see if she can get these ones, because she's been very close on the last 2. Up into that last ball, really. I think she's a little bit short there.
Got to get herself back in this. And back in quick. It is 4-1, is it not? It is 4-1.
I thought it was.
Yeah, pretty sure. Just not been updated as of yet. Maybe not pressed the number on the tablet. These referees, I believe there's around 20 of them. I remember the days when there was 3 and 4. There's now 20, but there's 100 tables. And Mr. Scott Price, who I'm sure some of you are familiar with from social media, he tells me it's not enough. It is not enough.
Is that what it says?
Yep. Mark. Well, I suppose if you think about it, one of the referees is out straight away because he's on the match table.
Yep.
You've got to have one there all the time. So then you've got 105 tables with 19 referees.
And
And that's 5 point something tables per ref.
is there 3 more hovering around the stream tables as well? Always.
Yeah, I think they have 1 or 2. There's 3 tables just past the arena, which are cambered, and I presume that they're being timed.
Yes, yesterday there was anyway.
So yeah, that'll take up a few. So maybe each referee could possibly have around 6 tables each, and have no choice but to wander. I mean, unfortunately, you just can't employ 100 referees.
No,
I don't think.
And I think the referees do a cracking job, by the way.
Yeah. On this table, it's rack your own, and I have noticed. You notice the difference a little bit.
Yeah.
But has to be done, unfortunately, if they can't spare the refs for the YouTube and other streams. It's just the way it is.
So these are tough.
I'll tell you what, they work some hours. The referees, I mean.
Yeah.
I'm joining them at the moment.
And do they get a break and all to eat?
I don't know. I've not been allowed it yet. I'm just shackled to a microphone. Need to give the listeners' ears a break. It's just that, I mean, it's made her look really bad, that shot, because she's gone for the double there.
Yep.
I missed it by quite a long way. But believe me, it's just caught out every single player.
Yeah. She's actually not hit it. She wouldn't be that far out there. And like you say, it does make you. I mean, I've done one of them myself, not this weekend, but on another weekend, and it was way at the mark.
Every pool player has pretty much made every silly mistake there is.
It's what makes you better, though, isn't it? You learn from your mistakes.
Absolutely. A missed long yellow from the Meg, but pressure still in the Sophie Gibbs-Nichols corner in this match.
Yeah, yellows don't want to be doing anything silly here at all, because she's in control, isn't she?
For those of you wanting to watch any of the other pool, if you head over to ultimatepool.com for $6.99 a month, $7.99 a month, you can watch everything you want. Stevie Dempsey is battling away with John Rowe in the quarter-final of Pro Series event number 3. Locked at 1-1 at the minute. Plenty of other pool going on until late Sunday night. Keep you entertained until 1 AM, because we all know what's happening at 1 AM on Monday morning, don't we? It was 7 PM, Ryan.
Yes, and
it got moved to 7, and I think I was the only man in the country that was fuming about that.
Is it gone to 7
it's
now?
It's gone back to 1 o'clock.
Has it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I did see this morning that some people wasn't too happy with it being changed to start with.
Yeah. Well, living about an hour away from here, should have time maybe to watch the final, hopefully commentate on it, and then get back. We will see. Ooh.
I don't know that.
It looked good early doors. It did look good. It looked like it was on its way. Not sure if it caught a finger mark,
which
on
is
the table.
A possibility, especially with the tables being so icy.
Either way, she could have done without it. 4-1 down, I believe the score is, and giving your opponent ball in hand would not have been the plan of attack, I'm sure. That said, Meg hasn't played the best opening shot. Don't think she's on this one to the middle. So nothing really to go at.
And the Reds are now looking a little bit better than it was a minute ago. So she's put herself under a bit of pressure here in this frame. Needs to find a shot.
Touching ball on the yellow, so no foul there. Could just hear the referee in the background, or the timer in the background, just counting Megan down. Used every last second.
Yep.
Needs good cueing.
And I think she'd be happy with this, because a couple of shots ago, if she was to have this shot now, I think she would have took it.
Yeah, just float this in nice. Keep the head still. Did keep the head still. Cued it very well indeed. Deserves to drop, not quite. Oh, it's just agonising for her at the moment. And just the way the game's gone, you just feel like Megan's going to attack these and get them.
I thought she nailed it. I thought she nailed it.
So did I. Did everything right on the shot. That's not good. Maybe tempted by the cutback. Got the red over the left corner, so doesn't have to worry about the cue ball. Other alternative is a yellow over the left middle, nice and easy. A little bit pacey.
It's got to pull. It's got to pull up.
It's okay. Hasn't got full control of the white at the moment though, has Megan.
And I think she would have liked an angle there. Middle bag, come off the bottom cushion and get in behind this yellow.
Loss of turn incoming. Excellent. Excellent shot. Are we going to see the use of the jaws? It's something that these players at this level try and avoid, because on this Ultimate Pool Masson Apollo tables, it's not like the Supremes. This is a very difficult shot. Very, very good.
Nailed it.
Very good. Is she going to get in behind the red?
Oh, wow.
Oh,
wow.
My. You know what? She
deserves
a
that.
little bit, doesn't
Yep.
she, right?
Took the words out of my own mouth. That's, I think it's balanced the books a little bit.
Can't begrudge her a little bit of rub. Sophie Gibbs-Nichols hasn't done a lot wrong. An argument for not being 3 behind would be very valid. However,
That's another good shot.
wow. She might be able to see an edge here. Sort of a very thin safety shot you'd see at snooker. But these jaws are massive if you get it wrong. So no shame in just playing this off one cushion.
And yeah, that's what she's chosen.
But she's going to be moving this yellow, you feel. And has done. She covered the pocket. Very good, very good. I mean, the finish is there, Ryan, but could she do much more than that?
No, definitely not. And she's if she is going to get another chance, it's because that red's just landed there.
So, one good shot. Could have done with a little bit more angle. This is a stun. Stun round off 2 cushions I kind of like. The black is playing big, but if she plays it confident, I think she'll be okay.
Yeah, I think she can widen the angle here. Play it at the right pace, centre the white ball, and just widen the angle a little bit. Let the cue ball come down the left-hand side of the table.
You can attack this shot, can't you? Doesn't want to dig too much into it. Doesn't want to head over to the right-hand side of the table. Yeah, just 2 cushions and come down nicely. Now, can she play the bottom of these 2 yellows and hold?
It's one of them shots as well. You've got to play it at a pace that you prefer not to play them at that pace. I think that's why she's opted for the other, and that's a great shot. One good shot now then. Commit to this. Get to the white ball, middle of the table.
I mean, it's a very confident strike on the last one, but does need another one here. Used all the pocket, but I think she's going to be perfect on the 8. This is going to be 5-1. This is a significant advantage in a race to 7, to say the very least.
Yeah, and I mean, the confidence must be right up there now.
Flick it in with a bit of side. Well,
that
used all the pocket. Was it? Wipe your feet before you come in, Ryan.
Yeah.
It doesn't change things though. It's 5-1 in this race to 7. Girls having a little bit of a chat. Back in a couple of seconds.
Give it a quick rebrush if you want, and a re-iron. Yeah?
So we're back, and I believe the scoreboard is still incorrect, YouTubers. Thanks for bearing with us. It's still 600 and odd with you. How many of you liked and shared? A lot of you asking about Caesar. Well, he's out. He's gone. There will be no more Caesar. Chris Day was his victor, unfortunately.
And what was the score there then?
Oh, you're always trying to catch me out because you can see I've got the ladies up, haven't you?
Yeah.
Hey? Come on, Ryan.
I'll try and
You
get
can
it
do
up
it
myself.
yourself. So 5-1, Megan just needs 2 more. The table, I'm sure you're watching, it's been brushed and re-ironed to make it even more slippy and slidey. And not a good layout for either colour set. The first tight game of the match, really.
8-6 it was. I just had a little look.
It's just so tough out there. Danielle Randall and Mary Talbot are underway in a quarter-final already. Danielle taking the opener. On the match table, Dylan Leary, and I'm happy for Dylan, he's a nice bloke, but Dave Fernandez's fantastic run yesterday has come to an end in an emphatic victory for Dylan, 8-2. We were just talking, weren't we, just off camera about Q actions, weren't we?
Yeah.
You were talking to me about my lad and I was kind of trying to get him to Q as straight as possible. Well, if you're looking for a straight Q action, you won't get much straighter than Dylan Leary.
No, he's got a background in snooker, hasn't
He certainly has.
But saying that, looking at a lot of your top pros, there's quite a few good techniques out there.
So Dylan Leary, the victor, he will play young Jaden Billingham in the semi-final. I would hazard to guess how many years are between them two. I suggest it's probably more than 30.
And I bet they're not going to... Well, you're definitely not going to notice that on the table, are you?
Absolutely not, no. Christophe Lambert, who overcame Ricky Jones earlier this morning. That was the first match out in the arena.
Very good run from Ricky as well.
He will play the winner of Stevie Dempsey and John Rowe, which is currently 2-1 to the hammer. If you do want to watch that, you've got to go over to ultimatepool.com. What a cracking lineup. You'd never get any poor games, really.
No.
At these professional tour events, everything's thoroughly entertaining. Next Gen is underway. Disability Series is underway. And as you can see, we've got a women's professional match, which has been a pretty high standard. This is the first scrappy frame, Ryan.
It is. And Megan's just pulled back there. But she has got the lead. But I'm not too sure if that red goes. It's tight, isn't it?
I think all of these reds have a pocket. All of them. Would love a cannon on the one near the right centre. Isn't going to get it, I don't think. Now just wants to hold. Right. I think you've got to play this and then play a double and go game. I think the emphasis here is all on Sophie Gibbs. I think the scoreline on the screen's wrong. She's 5-1 down, so got to start moving. And she's been very, very good. I mean, certainly not deserved of a 4-frame deficit, in my opinion.
No, I tend to agree with that. And now that red goes up that rail.
It does. However, if she's going to play it up the top, what's she going to play now? Cushion first on the red, maybe? Can she get through to that and squeeze it in off the yellow? I'm not sure.
She might be tempted for the cross double and go into them 3 reds, maybe, and rely on a little bit of luck.
Okay, she obviously had that in her mind that if she didn't get the skill shot, that she would be happy with the loss of turn. So just laying down the gauntlet to Megan, saying, yep, you can pop this ball up to the top right and see if you can get position for the double. I mean, the double isn't on from where she is now. She could go cushion first.
think she's looking at that,
She
isn't she?
could go cushion first. She likes a big shot. Oh.
Good effort.
Megan made the same noise as me there. You see, like subtitles, wasn't it? Doesn't get much closer than that.
She's covered a red, so it's made, yet again, things a little bit tougher for Sophie. I think she would have liked to come to this table with less work to do and get one on the scoreboard again.
Yeah, I think as long as this red passes the yellow to the bottom left, I mean, it's just this shot coming up where she's left herself. Is it worth just taking the easier one over the pocket? Just sort of dropping it in. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Little bit pacey, and I think this may have gone wrong, Ryan.
It has. So she's going to have to find a safety here to keep herself in the game, essentially, altogether.
Yeah, it should be quite an easy safety though, as long as she didn't leave the gap. Well, she's playing it the other way. So not going to snooker her opponent, just going to leave her no shot. Clever stuff from Sophie Gibbs-Nichols.
I think that's a good call there.
Despite the score line, she is still thinking clearly out there. And I don't think Megan can even get through to this yellow up at the top of the table. So it might just be a very delicate one. I mean, she will take on most things if she is on it and does think she can get up and down, but I don't think she can. So just nudge this very, very delicately onto the cushion. Ah, beautiful.
Good shot.
Great execution. And she's back in command, and I think that was a little mistake from Sophie. I think the safety the other way, playing as we look down on the table, playing the cue ball to the right, would have stopped this shot being able to come into play.
Because you could have potentially covered both balls, couldn't you?
Absolutely. But isn't it easy when you're watching?
Of course it is.
This is going to be close, but not quite. So Megan's going to get her reward.
And she's got angle to get out as well.
And it's a chance for 6-1. Welcome, Adam Forrest, Pool Practice. Fantastic name. And also welcome Lauren Van Leer, 1560. Thanks for joining. Appreciate you watching. Do give us a share if you can. Don't ask for much for a little bit of entertainment on a Saturday afternoon. Yeah, a shot to play, but she does like these sort of shots. Yeah. Anything she can put her arm into, play with a little bit of power, I always feel like she's going to play the shot very well.
Yeah, she don't miss much at all, does she?
And didn't let me down there. Used all the pockets. Not the first time I've said it this afternoon on this match. But can you believe it? She's on the hill. And it's just been one of them matches for Sophie Gibbs. Scoreline not reflective of performance.
Yeah, I think with things not quite going her way over probably three to four frames, it's kind of knocked her stuffing in a little bit, isn't it?
Lauren Van Leer, do I know why Stream Table 3 isn't loading on the app? The others work though. Just a moment. I have absolutely no idea. I hope that helps. I just do the talking, Lauren. Back to the action. I feel like she's going to attack these, Rain.
Yeah.
They're not easy.
I don't know what's made you think that, though.
Just, you know, momentum. They haven't laid out great, but she's definitely just going to have a go at them.
Yeah. Let's try and get her finished off as early as she can.
We have a new viewer. It's only Ryan's mum. Fantastic. How do you feel now, Ryan?
Well, she's always spying on me, mate.
Making sure you're not at the bar. Making
That's
sure
it.
you're being good. He's being very good, Mum. We're keeping an eye on him. There's no need to ground him.
She's probably making sure my English is okay.
Oh, I don't. I got loads of abuse when I first came on yesterday. Only from the north. Don't talk proper like what I does.
I think she might. Oh, well, I was going to say she might snip that one in the middle bag it and really go for it, but she's now looking at this one on the bottom rail. It's not frozen, so
Cut this along. Bit of right hand side into the 8. Oh, how good was that? Oh, it's not dropped.
it's a great effort.
Thought we were guaranteed that ball to drop in.
But yet again, she's put the pressure back onto Sophie.
Yeah, nothing's been easy, and certainly in the latter sort of 4 to 5 frames for Sophie when she has come to the table, not been clear-cut chances. And it started off extremely high tariff, and there's been a few mistakes that have crept in. Isn't giving up anytime soon, though.
No. She seems relaxed anyway, doesn't she? She's, I mean, even the way she's just sitting.
Yeah, it doesn't give you much, nor should you. I wasn't going to answer this, but we do try and involve the chat, and as it's a little bit stalemate-ish, why is there such a gulf in the standard between men and women in pool? Okay, well, I'd better be careful choosing my words here. In my limited knowledge, especially through the coaching side of things, one of the main reasons is that pool is a hand-eye coordination sport, and the part of your brain that uses hand-eye coordination is called the cerebellum. It's right at the back of your head, and the cerebellum in men has naturally evolved bigger than in women. This is just a fact, by the way, and that's because back when we were in caves, men used to leave the cave and leave the women there with the children, and we used to go out and pick up rocks and chuck it at stuff and kill it and then bring it home, kill it and bring it home. And so we've been using our cerebellum since the beginning of time, so our cerebellum has advanced a little bit more than ladies, and that's probably one explanation to why hand-eye coordination games are favoured by men than women. And that is the only explanation you are getting. Leave it there, box office clips, please. What do you think, Ryan? Good enough explanation for you?
Yeah, well, you learn something new every day, don't you?
And while I'm talking absolute rubbish, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols is trying to begin the fight back.
And you never know in this game.
I mean, you look back through rankings and history, Sophie Gibbs-Nichols has had plenty of deep runs and plenty of success at Ultimate Pool. This match has just sort of gotten away from her a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, we've said it more than once, the scoreline probably a little bit harsh. She's played well enough to be a little bit closer. But let's just try and get this one on the board, and you never know if we can get one more after.
(6-2).
And it's in.
All right then, the fight back continues.
So black tied up, so she's got something to think about. They're not too inviting, are they?
No, it's funny, the end of matches in the last two that have done seem to be going this way. All open, nice easy chances, players playing well, and then the balls sort of dictate a tighter game towards the end. You sat in at the end of the last match. I didn't give you a microphone, but it was a good game once it went all the way to 6-all. We went a little bit tight between Mary and Casey.
And that's a good first opener, and she's seen an opportunity to develop these three balls essentially early on.
Yeah, it's just whether is it the 13 that's surrounded by the three reds in the centre of the table? Does that go anywhere?
I don't know if it creeps in this middle bag.
You know,
on the left.
Ryan, when these balls came into play, and I think the balls are brilliant, by the way, I really do. I think they're a massive improvement.
Yeah, I agree.
For touch shots. But the big argument was obviously spots and stripes. I know you can actually... Ooh, a disappointing miss for Sophie there. You can actually buy solids now, as in solid red and yellows, as Dynaspheres.
Oh, right.
And when they put the numbers on, I thought, you know what? That's going to be great. Because if you're a commentator, instead of saying the red at the top right-hand corner, you can say the number. But I've only got, I don't know, what is it, a 16-inch TV in front of me? 16-inch screen, something like that. And you can't see the numbers.
No.
So if we're going to put numbers on them, just make them bigger.
Yeah, I knew that's what you was going to say, because I have said that back in my own club, back at home. Why have they not made them bigger?
Yeah, just make the numbers bigger. It kind of, you know, I'm sure you lot are sick and tired of my voice, and you'd have to speak a little bit less, which is best for everybody.
Yeah, and I think it would actually be, it would make it easier for the viewers at home to understand what we're talking about, and like you say, in less words and all, because you can just speak the number, and that kind of does the rest for you.
Think of the vocal cords.
So I think she's got to try and get in behind at the back of the ball. I think that's her only option. She's going to have to rely on a little bit.
I think she thought she may have been kissing into the yellow there.
Yeah. Or I don't know if she's tried to hold it dead weight. If this red does go into the top left that she's eyeing up now. And then realised probably shortly after that she couldn't.
Joshua Walker, 1578. Thanks for joining us.
So she's going to be cutting this one back then?
Yeah, I think she's got to stay attacking. Scoreline, scoreboard pressure, and these yellows are very gettable. So.
Yeah. And if Sophie gets another one on the board, her confidence might pick up a little bit.
Just wants to get it done, Meg, doesn't she? But you can't rush the victory. You do feel it is going that way. You feel Megan's going to get at least sort of one or two really good chances to close the game out.
Yeah, and she's going to want to, like I say, do it as soon as possible as well. Because it can get a little bit tense if you do miss one or two.
I think this is going to drift in. It is.
It's a good shot.
It's a very good shot.
And if Sophie takes these out, like I just said then, I think her confidence could pick up here. You know, she string another one or two together, then Megan could be feeling the pressure a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, I'm sure Sophie's got no sort of dreams of winning this match, but just needs to stay in every frame. If she can win the next two, the pressure will start to mount and change on her opponent. Just concentrate on the here and now. A little bit straight on this yellow. If she's got a slight angle, though, can force this up the table. If not, have to screw back and use the side cushion. Looks like she has got enough. Oh, well, she just changed. Yeah, she has got enough. Excellent. Excellent shot, that. Doesn't deserve to be over the 8.
No.
Shouldn't make too much difference if she is.
No, but that is harsh. That's harsh because it's made it a tad more difficult because I think now she's going to be quite straight on this last ball, and she would have preferred to be in control so she can leave herself an angle. Obviously sets the black up a little bit easier, but she's managed to hold it.
Yeah, you like just taking your medicine here, just following through.
Yeah,
Playing the more natural shot.
Yeah, especially with these middles as well. You know, you're happy to take the black ball into the middle there.
Oh, well, we discussed it quite a lot yesterday, Ryan, that a lot of players, when they've got a ball in that position, just slightly off the side cushion, are actually aiming for the near jaw. Maybe Sophie was listening yesterday.
Yeah, and it's another one that used all of the pocket.
Absolutely. Almost like a 9-ball table playing off the near jaw. But cue
Good strike.
8-ball. Excellent. And this game will go on a little bit longer. It's now 6-3. Let's go.
Big break.
Yeah, well, wasn't perfectly struck. You can see the cue ball spinning, so a little bit of side on there, but she'll be happy to park it in the middle of the table, I'm sure, Ryan. And not too bad of an opportunity.
No, a little tap on the leg from Sophie as well, acknowledging the strike, because when you're out there you can hear it. It makes a certain sound.
Absolutely right. You hear a good break. You don't even need to watch. Unfortunately, we're quite far away from the table. We do well. There's about 30 tables in our way. There is some venues. I think Daventry, you're quite close.
Yep.
Can
you see this top one?
This top yellow.
Yeah. I think she can.
Oh, my dear, with no eyes. Very difficult to tell. I'm going to say no.
No, she's clearly not happy with it either way.
Yeah, the problem here is sort of forced into hitting the top of the cue ball, and can only sort of dolly this in, which means she's now going to take the yellow sandwich between the two reds up into the top right. But she likes this sort of shot. She may even, if she's got the angle, just sort of soft screw into the red below it.
Yeah, I think that's what I would be doing, and unless she's got the angle to roll straight through and find the gap.
Oh, I think you've got it right. Advantage there is keep her cue nice and flat. That's an excellent bit of cueing. Acknowledged once again by her opponent. Nice to see.
Yep.
When she's trailing by 3 frames and her opponent's on the hill.
And she's given herself a real big opportunity now. She's shaking her head a little bit, so I'm wondering if she's naturally going into the red with the angle on this bottom yellow, or if she can screw straight out.
I don't think she can screw straight out. I think that's the problem. I think the stun shot is going towards the left centre, just below, and I think that's the only shot she's kind of got.
I think she would already be down on the shot if that was the case.
Might be able to pinch a little bit. Is playing a screw? No, stun.
Yeah,
there you go. Stun just below the centre, and look at that.
Oh,
look at that. It's worked out well.
She's put her hand up, but she didn't really have much choice there.
I mean, she identified that the stun shot was just below the centre.
Yeah,
and realised she wasn't going to go in off. She needed a bit of run.
And she committed to it, and that's all you can do in that situation. She was probably unlucky to land with that angle in the first place. So all you can do is find a shot, play it into an area. Let's say sometimes you've got to rely on a little bit.
Politeness first. in the women's professional series, quite clearly, but has got one more shot to play. Only one obvious pocket for the 8 ball, the bottom right. We'll be aiming for a cannon into the 7, I believe it is.
Yeah, don't get
Trying to use them numbers, Ryan. Trying to use them.
Yes, but you're just having to squint your eyes a little bit, aren't you? Don't get too cute here. Give yourself a shot. And that's exactly what she's done. I mean, I would have done that all day long.
Take your medicine. So this 8 ball into the corner. Doesn't have to worry about the cue ball. For a match, for the match and a place in the professional series quarter-final.
It's there.
It is there.
Well done.
A thoroughly entertaining game. Hope you enjoyed it at home. We're going to take a little break because I deserve one. We'll be back shortly.
Shop is running a flash sale on the Ultimate Pool Dynasphere balls. £10 off for the next 10 customers only. £10 off the Dynasphere ball set. The next 10 customers only at the Ultimate Pool Shop near the entrance to the building. Get them before they go.
Not bad. Emma needs to get here. I think Emma. You there? Becky's there. Okay. Beck, just got Emma just got loose, run along. I'm just checking. Yeah, we should be. I'll tell you what. can have two if you want to, mate.
Okay.
Not that. I'll drink them.
Thank you.
You both happy with how it's working? You both happy with how it's working?
You are watching the Ultimate Pool Series live from the Bolton Wanderers Stadium. It's Emma Parker against Becky Watkins in the quarter-final of the Ultimate Pool Series. These two have made a right habit of meeting in quarter-finals of late. They've had a quite astonishing record of bumping into each other at this sort of stage of recent tournaments. And I'll be very interested to hear how they are going to get on in this match. It's Emma at the table, she's 2-0 up, a couple of lovely finishes from Parker. And she's back in on reds here. With a pretty decent opportunity as well. Emma Parker, who is a finalist at the Women's Pro Cup not that long ago. She's been very, very unlucky there if she's not on anything. Very unlucky if she's not on anything. I suspect she isn't. I'm so sorry to anybody who I scared the living out of. Wouldn't like to do that to anybody. Very warm welcome, by the way, to Ultimate Live, to Leslie McCourt, to Ty Nicholson, and to Michael. Great choice. You'll thoroughly, I'm sure, enjoy your weekend of action. And of course, every Monday night pool. Our European Open in a few weeks as well. Loads of really, really good action coming your way over the course of the next month. Caught that red a little thinner than I think she wanted to. Becky yet to get going in this match, in every sense really, both on the scoreboard and in play. Tries to get the loss of turn, doesn't get the loss of turn. Tough to say from here whether Emma feels like she can go. Couple of balls that she can see and potentially pot are very thin from where the cue ball's been left. And biding her time. Bit of a whack really from Becky there. Not too sure what she was trying to do. It's pretty bad safety, all things said. Emma is right where she wants to be. A chance to go 3-0 in front. Decent angle on this red to track up the table if she wants. She can probably just about hold if she wants to as well, and go up the right side of the table off the red to bottom right. And that's what she's going to do. And trying to hold. She hangs the pot. And now Becky Watkins has a brilliant chance to get herself on the scoreboard. And she should do from here. No excuses for not getting these from this position for Beckstar. Hello to everybody watching. A couple of comments coming in. I'm seeing Gurney's comments as not unlucky, it's a bad shot. If that's regarding the Emma one where she didn't land on a red, I think you can say it's probably both. I think you play in that area and 9 times out of 10 you're on your next ball with a great chance to clear. I think in the 1 out of 10 spot where you're sort of not really on any of the 3 balls in that area, I think you can count yourself a little bit unlucky. I take your point that maybe she might have wanted to control it a little bit better, but I think you can probably say she was a little unlucky as well. But I'll generally call it as I see it. Feel free to disagree. I'll say as a completely bang average pool player myself, I tend to have a lot more sympathy and empathy, maybe is the right word, for the ladies. This game is never as easy as some players make it look. Becky's gone about this finish nicely. She's got enough of a pocket here. It's not the whole pocket, but it's an 8 ball she'd expect to make. Is she cutting it? I think she's looking at playing it bottom right. She had options here. Bottom right was the choice. Oh, in off the red. That's a touch. No hand up, I noticed there from Beckstar as well. Maybe she felt it was a big pocket and that was on. So 2-1, Becky Watkins on the board here in the Pro Series quarter-final. And in response to yourself, Gurney, do not be doing that. This is all part of the conversation. It'd be incredibly boring if everybody had the same opinion. I would never profess to say my opinion's worth any more than yours. You've got a microphone, I've got a microphone, you've got a keyboard. We can have a conversation, it's all right. Becky Watkins breaking off then in frame number 4. It is 2-1 to Emma Parker. Scoreboard should update automatically once that has been updated. Becky swings her arms about, a dry break. And it will bring Emma to the table. So red's the ball then for Emma Parker. Work to do here. The bottom of the table's a little messy. I say red's the ball, yellow's the ball. And they still work. No doubt about that one. That's just a bad miss. And as a super player, I should be mortified to be missing that shot. These middles do play a little bit funny. I think players can be forgiven for thinking, because they play quite wide compared to the other cuts of sort of mainstream pool tables, that you can get away with a little bit more, especially with pace going into middle pockets. It's not always the case. You pump it in at pace and you catch any part of the jaw really, it's going to spit out just as it would on any other table. Need to be hitting the back of the pocket, anything else, and no good. If you are just joining us this Saturday afternoon, we are at the quarter-final stage of the Women's Pro Series. This is Becky Watkins against Emma Parker. We're already completed in the quarter-finals of the men's event. Our semi-finals are set. It's going to be Christophe Lambert against Stevie Dempsey. They came through against Ricky Jones and John Rowe, respectively. And Jaden Billingham taking on Dylan Leary, who got by Rob Warren and Dave Fernandez in that order. Women's quarterfinals currently look like this. Emma Parker 2-1 in front of Becky Watkins. Megan Proctor against Kerry Griffiths is another quarter-final. Amy Beecham taking on Leanne Cragg in the other. The fourth one, which is already concluded, it looks like Mary Talbot has sadly forfeited against Danielle Randall, which is a massive shame if so. That's what the live scoring's telling me. Mary looked like she was playing really well earlier against Casey Ranford-Norrie. So a real shame if Mary's had to forfeit. I saw her in the venue earlier on, so more than anything, just hope everything's okay with Mary Talbot. That's a lovely shot into the middle from Emma Parker, and she's actually played that almost on an identical line to the one that she missed at pace, and that's where you see the difference. You can drop it over the lip of the pocket on that line and it'll work. Pump it and it's gonna jaw. Those shots are bread and butter for Emma Parker. Very, very good potter. Coming from snooker to pool. A single ball potting is excellent. 2 clean shots away from a 3-1 lead. Heart of the pocket. Parker goes 3-1 in front in the quarter-final. Excellent start from Emma. So Emma to break off in frame number 4. Looking for this cut break that's been really successful for her in recent weeks and months. And that's why, look at that. You take that every day of the week. Reds look pretty here. If she can get to a first one, she can get to the one over left centre, that'll do her just fine. Good opportunity here for Emma Parker. She's got a means of potting the red she's closest to, just directly to the northwest of the cue ball. She'll also fancy getting rid of that because it's probably a problem ball. Looks like she may have to come back for that one. Stuns into the yellow, moves that out of the way. And look at these reds now. Excellent chance for Emma. She can look to drop on that problem red as I described, off the one in the middle. Or potentially play underneath it from this one if it goes clean. Options abound. Oh dear. Oh, tried to get it across early and she'd have been perfect on the red. It looked like she just, and this is very rare for Emma Parker, look like she just cued across that a fraction. Becky Watkins with a good chance. Confirm it's currently 3-1 to Emma Parker. We are working on getting the scoreboard updated. It also feeds from the scoring system out there on the table, so whether the official who's out there is having some issues with connection or something like that, I'm not too sure. But I can tell you it is absolutely 3-1 to Emma Parker. Scoreboard is indeed having a hydration break. Luke Watkins saying, "Come on, sis." I can only assume a relation. Nice to have you watching with us, Luke. Enjoyed watching your fellow Watkins' progress over the last year in particular. She's got a good chance here of getting herself back to 1 frame behind. Now, if that yellow went into the middle pocket, should be perfect, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. And this is now a problem. Oh, shouts out to Bukenya Asaman, watching live from Lusaka, Zambia. Good afternoon to you. Well, does this go into the middle? I didn't think it did. No, it goes long, and that was tough. Becky wasn't where she wanted to be there. And you can't keep making mistakes against a player as in form as Emma Parker. It will come back to bite her. But a good few of you in the chat watching this one, so do feel free to send in any comments, share the stream, ask me any questions. I'll try and answer them as best I can. And looks like Annie is uncool. Is trying to one-up Bukenya Asaman. Been watching from Canada since yesterday. I play in 2 leagues here. This has been a great tournament so far. I agree. Whereabouts in Canada are you from? Is what I would love to know. Great country. Only been there the once, but had a wonderful time. Emma potting that as close to the bottom of the jaw as she dared. Half a shot here, but this is really cash ball. And she's actually overcut it, and she was trying to hold it. So a clean miss for Emma. Toronto, lovely, lovely, lovely. Never been. My trip was over on the west coast, Vancouver, and then up to Prince George at the time. Experienced temperatures as low as -26, but I'm sure that's water off a duck's back for you. And he is uncool. Excellent pot from Becky. Doesn't want to be behind the reds, and she isn't. Played a pretty good shot there, to be honest. And a lovely shot for this 8 ball, which will make it 3-2. Tidy counter clearance from Becky Watkins. Emma's burned a chance there to try and separate. Difference between 3-2 and 4-1 in a race to 7 is pretty big. In goes the 8 ball, and we are now at 3-2. Ignore the scoreboard, I'll try and keep you abreast verbally at least. We've got, let's try and read that name. Believe that is the Ripper 1 PKT, watching from Lexington, SC, South Carolina. Apologies, my North American geography isn't brilliant. Who is your women's GOAT? I would say an English pool. I wasn't around for this, but I think anybody who was would say Sue Thompson, who was an absolute machine back in the 90s and early 2000s, won so many world titles and was widely considered at that point as good as plenty of the men. I'd never seen Sue play though, so it's tough for me to say that. Of all the English pool players, I'd probably have to plumb for the one and only Amy Beecham, as much as that makes me a little bit sore because I'd never tell champs that to her face. But to me, yeah, she's the English pool GOAT. I think it becomes a different conversation when you go into sort of overall pool. You talk about your American pools and your hay balls and that sort of thing. A couple of absolutely terrifying Chinese hay ball players who truly astonish, and you've got your likes of your Fishers and that sort of thing. So many wonderful players. But yeah, in this form of the game, ultimate pool terms, English pool, I would plumb for Amy Beecham. So Becky tucks up. It's 3-2 still to Emma Parker. Sent a few inquiring messages to see if we can get the scoreboard fixed for us. But either way, 3-2 to Emma. A few comments and questions coming in, which is what I love to see. Yes, Tom and Chris Melling will be on this style table. I don't think they're playing American. I think it will be English. Which is, I mean, that is an exciting game, isn't it? I think anybody who takes on either of those players is an incredibly brave man. But both of them back their own ability, as they should, to the hilt. I think the only winner that I can call is us who get to watch it, to be honest with you. Emma really wants to be on this yellow to bottom left. If she is, she'll really fancy getting out. She's convinced herself it goes. I'm not 100% sure it did, but how's your fluke? Look at that. You don't get many of those on a Rasson Apollo. The George shot used to be pretty ubiquitous in English pool. It's just the way these tables are set with the lower cushions. You don't really see it anymore. And Emma with a great chance to get out. Could be a turning point in the match, that. She'll certainly fancy it from here. Nice out this from Emma. Just needs to figure out her 8 ball. I think she'd have loved to have been straight on this. I think she's alright. Yeah, played that nicely. Good shot. This for 4-2. In goes the 8 ball, 4-2, Emma Parker. Excellent stuff from her. Okay, let's take a look into the comment section then. Proves how bad the standard is if Champs is the GOAT. I think that's not particularly nice, Timothy. I think ultimately you play what's in front of you, and Champs is an exceptional player who's won an awful lot of titles, and that is why I think she's the women's GOAT. Some chat about some league pool as well. I'd love to know if any of you currently in the States or in Canada, I don't think there's any leagues yet in Canada, but are playing some Ultimate Pool League. I'd love to know, depending on where you are. If you've got one local to you, that is the league you need to be playing in the US. But I do agree with you. I think Justin played Tom on English. I think the difference in the cue ball would be too big for Justin. He'd have to do a lot of work to adapt to that and find it natural. And the only reason why is because he's so good. His patterns and the way that he sees the cue ball and the patterns of 8 ball, it's an artist at work, really. I've got a huge amount of time for Justin Bergman, one of my favourite players to watch. And yeah, I think he could adapt because I think he's that good, but I think he would have to really commit to do some damage and be sort of anywhere near the level that Tom is at English. It's much harder to come from American to English than it is the other way around, which is why Tom's had the success he has at American. I don't think Justin would be able to have that sort of instant success were he to sort of go and substitute the other way. So I'm glad that match is in American balls and rule set and all that sort of thing. I think it's going to be an absolute banger. I would personally put Justin as slight favourite, but only slight, because I think it probably is going to come down to who gets the more chances, because they both don't really tend to make too many mistakes. Mike, you wanted to know if we'll see Mick Hill again. He keeps teasing it. I know he does. He's a naughty boy. I would love to see Mick Hill again. Got a lot of time for Mick. Always enjoyed our company together in his time with Ultimate Pool. And he's still absolutely categorically one of the best players in the world. So I would love to see him back. But he does enjoy teasing us, doesn't he? Has Emma had a nudge here? Goodness me, hasn't she just? That is some incredible form. We won't see Becky's face because of the camera angle. I can imagine it. That is as good a sort of fluke as you could possibly wish for, really. How these two have landed compared to where she was, and this for 5-2. Big opportunity here for Emma. Super out from Emma Parker. She goes 5-2 in front. We did have a question regarding the live scoring. I have finally got an answer. We are struggling on the live scoring thing. I think they've got an issue with the systems, so hopefully that gets fixed relatively soon. 5-2 currently though to Emma Parker. Are they using snooker cues with the flat spot on the butt? You would probably call that a snooker cue, but here in the UK it's established that any sort of pool cue, snooker cue, anything like that will sort of have that flat butt. Quite common, not ubiquitous, but pretty common. Snooker cues and pool cues don't tend to be far apart. In UK pool, 99.9% of players are going to use a form of wooden cue that's akin to a snooker cue, as you might see in snooker. One piece, handmade, all that sort of stuff. Just with smaller tips really for the smaller balls compared to snooker. Regarding Tom and Justin, I do believe they are playing on that Brunswick bar box. The lucky boys. It is a glorious bit of kit, that. Emma with a chance then here to go 6-2 in front and really break the back of the match. It would be an impressive win for her, were she to pull it off. Get this into the left centre. That's okay. It's okay. Was playing an area there, and anywhere in that sort of line was pretty good for it. She'd love to come on and off the side cushion here and just be able to get that red into the right centre. May opt to leave it till last. Oh, but another missed pot. She has missed some balls in this match, Emma Parker. Uncharacteristic balls as well. Becky's mood won't be improving as she's coming to the table once again with the second colour set. Yellows are not easy from here, and if she doesn't get out, reds are still in a very, very good position. That's a nice shot. Well, Annie Wyatt, if you're in Missouri, are you close to Kansas City? If you're close to there, it is sort of a thriving hub for Ultimate Pool Leagues. And yeah, you should take a look because there's a lot of players playing in that area. You're in a good place for Ultimate Pool Leagues. You want to check those out. Question is, how many current pros using maple cues? Haven't seen many about. Not too many, I don't think. I personally have a maple cue. Not that I'm particularly over happy about that. I tend to actually quite like the chevrons. As someone who struggles to cue a ball in a straight line, they sort of tend to help me a little bit. But it is a lovely bit of wood. My dad's old pool cue from back in the day, so it's seen some action in its time. Kindly donated it, handed it down. First shot he played in 30 years. I gave it to one Tom Cousins to have a bit of a practice with, just to review the condition of it. Pumped in a long ball and said there's nothing wrong with that. So apparently it is all user error when I miss. So this 8 ball for the hill for Emma Parker for 6-2. Very nice pot, in it goes, and Becky Watkins is on the brink. Not too sure about Predator Qs, not in English pool I don't believe. Can't think of a single pro who would have a Predator Q, but there's a lot of American pool played in the UK, and that's why you're going to see your Predator Qs a little bit more prevalent, I would imagine. Don't think there's any here on the Ultimate circuit, at least of players that I sort of have half an idea about what they're using. And as for what ferrule Emma's got on her Q, I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me if she had a carbon ferrule, because a lot of players who come from that sort of snooker side prefer to have a little bit less throw and keep things a little bit more straight in a line. Wouldn't surprise me, but also I don't know for sure. Great break from Emma. I was speaking to Amy Beecham at the end of the last event that the women had, which was the Women's Pro Cup a couple of weekends ago. Emma met her in the final. And Amy's verdict was that cut break needs to be banned. Now then, Annie Wyatt, you're in Springfield, Missouri. I can tell you that the Ultimate Pool League champions, who won $100,000 in Cherokee last year in November at the Grand Finals, are also from Springfield, Missouri. It could have been you. So I know for a fact there's a league right near you, and I would recommend checking it out. It is an awful lot of fun playing league pool with Ultimate Pool. Complete game changer. Complete game changer. And your comment, Ben, I do agree, but it's a very, very different sport, and Emma's starting to knock on the door a little bit now. She played really, really well in the last few events. Sort of feels like she's ready to win tournaments. Don't think she always had that belief. And I think a big part of that, as Mary Talbot also has experienced over the last couple of years, is pool is so much more than potting balls. Even if you're a really good snooker player, we saw it with the snooker players when they came over and played Ultimate a few years ago. Not many of them had much success. The ones that did had all played a lot of pool before. And that makes a huge difference to things. Becky back to the table and have a chance to get herself back in the game. She trails 6 frames to 2. Remember, we are having some issues with our scoreboard, but 6-2 is the scoreline. Your comment, RJ McCready. Chevron's not a big loss. Let me tell you, as someone who has queued in a straight line maybe 30% of all their shots in their career, chevrons are a big loss, mate. And it wouldn't surprise me really regarding Canada that Ultimate Pool aren't thinking of going north of the border in the US. I don't know that for a fact, so don't misquote me. But knowing the sort of the scale of the plans that they have over there, it would not surprise me one iota if they were looking into establishing a presence in Canada. And yeah, I agree, Ben. It's just all patterns. Pool is so much more than potting, as anybody who's ever got half decent at this game will tell you, especially at this top level. Emma, without doubt, will be one of the best potters on this particular circuit. But the ones who are at the top of the rankings are all excellent pool players, all about the patterns. Annie Wire, you are correct. Brass and titanium, definitely the norm. Do see the odd carbon one. I know Gareth Potts was experimenting with that a few years ago when he was playing with Ultimate Pool UK. All about the deflection and the throw and that sort of thing using side. All little tinkering that you can do. Emma misses the thin cut. This should be a frame on the board then for Becky Watkins, no doubt about it now. This should absolutely go to 6-3. So this 8-ball for Becky, not quite to get herself back in the game, but to keep herself alive, really. That goes to 6-3 now, race to 7. Number 1 on the brink here in the quarter-final. Big hello to Adrian Flitcroft-Hurst, one of my personal favourites. Sending you love too, Aid. Ben, I want to see Sophie win something, coming from Devon myself. Her Q action is immaculate. And I bashed her up at Interleague the other day. That's not very nice, but I will share your opinion, Ben. Sophie is one of my favourites as well, one of the good ones. And I would love nothing more than one day for her to lift a big title. Absolutely one of my favourite players on the circuit. So 6-3 the scoreline. And it's Becky who'll get first shot in frame number 10. Yeah, you've got some good players down in Devon. I'll put Greg Batten in the same bracket as Sophie Gibbs-Nichols. Would love Greg to take down an event one day. Yeah, one of the good guys. Nothing against any of the other players you mentioned, of course. Not ideal for Becky Watkins. Not ideal at all. So Emma here with a chance to go and win the match. It's not a particularly easy one, but it's one she can definitely have a good go at. That's a pretty good shot. That's a pretty good shot indeed. Currently 6-3, Emma on the hill on the scoreboard. We are having some issues at the moment with the live scoring and the live scoring system. They are working very hard to resolve it, I know. Oh, that's not a good flick. Needed to avoid that red. Three ball plant might be on. Might be all she's got on. Doesn't look like it's set at all. So looks to not make it difficult for herself if she comes back to the table. It is an if. She hands the table over to Becky Watkins, but Becky does have a pretty large problem. That red at the top of the table is a bit of a dead ball for her. Luke, I can tell you're not actually missing anything. We are on break currently on all the other stream tables, I believe. Certainly on the main table. I know we're back at 5 o'clock there. I believe tables 3 and 4 are also on a break. That red and yellow going together. Not ideal. So yeah, don't be too perturbed, Luke. I believe this table is the only one with action on it right now. So you're in a good spot. And back on the main table round about 5 o'clock once we've got the conclusion of all the women's quarterfinals, of which we're watching one right now. So Becky Watkins, cue ball in hand, what can you do? That's a very, very good shot. Very nicely played. So Becky not done just yet. Is to go 6-4 and keep herself alive. And she should from here. Winner of this match will be heading in straight onto table 1 at 5 o'clock to face Danielle Randall. At the minute, odds on favourite to do just that is Emma Parker. From where she could have been, this is not where Becky Watkins wanted to be. And that is about sums up her game, to be honest with you. She played a beautiful shot with cue ball in hand. And then the one after to land there on those two reds was not a good one. And the only saving grace of Becky really is this is what she's left, which isn't easy. Anywhere else on the table, and Emma would pretty much already be home and hosed by now. But this is a tricky little finish. I don't think she's got sight of the potting angle top left. If she does, she's okay. And it looks like she does. So this should be all over. Oh, miscue. Miscue. Oh, what a let-off. It is awkward queuing off the rail when you are tight to it. The rails are lower on a Rasson Apollo than any other English pool table for that very reason. But when you're tight to that bottom cush, it is never easy to cue dead straight, especially when you don't got a lot of room. All that being said, Emma is a fabulous cueist. She'll be mortified with that. Becky Watkins gets away with one. 6-4. Emma Parker still one from home. Becky Watkins needs all three of the remaining frames. But Emma beat Becky at this stage in the Women's Pro Cup as well. If she gets this win, maybe she just has her number. They met in the first Pro Series weekend of the year, one that Becky Watkins got the win in. Becky won via 6-red shootout in the British Open, and Emma got the win in the Pro Cup, and here she is on the hill in the second series weekend. Don't forget, semi-finals coming up of both big events here this evening. We've got the women's semi-finals first. They'll start at about 5 o'clock. Emma will be straight on if she wins, and she's got a good chance here against Danielle Randall on table number 1. On table 1 will then follow with Christophe Lambert and Stevie Dempsey and Jaden Billingham and Dylan Leary for the right to go to the final. And then we'll have 2 finals all on table 1. You can watch them all with the Ultimate Live membership. Anyway, you're a little bit off, but I will forgive you. It's very, very difficult, I know, because I've gone the other way when I'm in America. So, yeah, screw does equal draw. Cannon does not equal bank. Bank is a double in this neck of the woods. So these yellows for Emma Parker to go to the semi-final and knock out the number 1. She'll take that. Not quite cash ball in the frame just yet, but she gets this, it'll be a long way towards it. Flies it in. Confident shot. And to help our North American listeners, Emma in the kitchen with these yellows. A little drawback, could avoid that one, and that's perfect. Didn't know she'd be able to, but she could. And she can track the line here towards the bottom yellow, and her work will be done, and she'll be into the final 4 of the Women's Pro Series. Got into that a fraction. She's alright. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. Make this yellow. And the 8 ball's waiting. Nothing for short here, so can play this with a little bit of purpose. If she's long on it, the 8 ball will be waiting to bottom right or even bottom left if she's really long. In it goes. And there is the 8 ball waiting. A little fortunate with the rub on the red. But this 8 ball for the semi-final for Emma Parker. There you have it. Emma Parker does for Becky Watkins in the second straight event. She goes to the semi-final where she'll face off against Danielle Randall. That match will be coming up for you very shortly on table number 1 with the Ultimate Live membership. We're really looking forward to that one, and I can't wait to see who goes to the Women's Pro Series final. Big opportunity for both Emma and Danielle to get themselves to the big dance. Becky Watkins drops out the quarter-final stage. She'll be going again in event 2 here this weekend. Her race, though, is run. Do stay with us. We're going to have the other semi-final from the women's competition on this table shortly. We do have a little bit of an issue with the timing and the scoring system at the moment, so just bear with us and be patient. There's no matches currently on the other stream tables as it stands, so don't panic. So stick with us. Action coming up soon, and you'll see it as soon as it does. Thank you so much for your comments and all your feedback in the stream. It's been a pleasure having your company. Stick with us. I reckon 5-10 minutes we'll have a match for you again. Go pop the kettle on.
Good evening, everybody. I've got an update, but it's not good news. We're having a few technical difficulties with the scoring update system on table 2, 3 and 4. We will be back with you as soon as we know a little bit more. Do bear with us. Thank you very much.
Emma Park, get to the arena table, please. Emma Park, arena table. Thank you. main arena here at Bolton Wanderers FC. We are almost ready to roll with our semi-finals, our two programs here to preview these big matches coming up this evening. We've got only big hits this evening on Super Saturday. We'll see first our first one in semi-final, which we end up with Daniel Randall, followed by the two men's semi-final, and then two big finals. Two trophies on offer tonight. Let's start by previewing the men's semi before we get to the match that we're about to see. Four players who are in great form, and the way that they all play to get to the stage has been, in their own way, quite impressive. There's a couple of names that sort of we don't know which one is so you see the likes of Steve Dempster and Jay Curling at the stage. Well, that's just what they do. But a couple of performances that have really jumped on the page.
Yeah, I think Crystal Manuel in particular, beating John Cousins up to the stadium the weekend. John was the second time, so tough weekend for him. Crystal was really good against Charlton, he was really good again this morning. It feels like he's won two Oscar titles, but it's one of those names that you're never surprised to see here. It's not always the first one you predict. I think everyone's kind of happy to see plays the game the right way and get the value the right way. Everyone's happy to see it at the stadium.
Well, I loved his comment earlier about the mindset. He said, I love playing in the summer, I'm a piece something here, healthy, sat in my chair and things aren't going well, and watching myself in the swimming pool. I mean, when you're talking about that, so, I mean, talk about the French being kinetic like that, but the way that he's sort of approaching it, and you can see he's confident and peace, and he's a dangerous player when you're as good as he is.
He provides a very unusual thing. He's systemically very good. He has a really sort of solid mindset. The bigger, really good potter. Like sometimes you get very good attacking players that are a bit flaky, but he's got that rock solid mindset and is very curious. When you watch him play something like this, you're like, how does that ever do? You obviously, you know the answer. There's so many great players, but he's definitely going to be one to watch.
Yeah, he's got a great semi-final like this. Steve Dempsey as well, came through. A real battle with John Roshi, on tape a couple of times this weekend. It's really, really sharp. As for the second semi-final, journeying back to this stage again, I'm sure he's at this stage in Bolton this time last year as well. He seems to like this venue. We've been talking about 4 years. It's one of those next comes on the road. When he finally goes over the line, pretty big third of the really sharp.
Yeah, he has. I mean, Dylan, you're never surprised to see him here. He's not at 20th, which is perhaps higher than people would expect based on the fact that he hasn't regularly won events. What that actually says is how unbelievably consistent he is. Because if you're not getting around the court to winning events, what it means is you're always there or thereabouts. He looked good in his fourth final. I think he's going to be up to it. But Joe Berry, I think what we say is he's had some really tough matches. We've seen him out on this table a couple of times. Some Jones last night. There's never a head, just hung around, and won the decider. And this morning, actually, it was kind of similar. Like, what was a head, which they get there, or what you can get. And Jones just got ahead at the right moment and ran the match out. So
Yeah, I can see some people on the chat. Just to let you know that we are still here. We are waiting as you are as well. The main table on ultimatepool.com, unfortunately, do need a subscription, but it is very cheap, is available. Danielle Randall over there against Emma Parker in the semi-final. Tables 2, 3 and 4, we have quite a major issue with the live scoring, so we are just awaiting an update. We are still here though, so do keep us on in the background. We'll be back when we have another update. Yeah, hello everybody. Just another little update. Try and keep you up to date with what I know. We're still here, but still waiting for an update. I do believe that the referees are just running around the arena and they have to restart every tablet in the building. So hopefully after that's been done, we should be ready to restart. Do stick with us.
It's every 10 seconds now.
say so. I mean, you said to me off there, you didn't want to say anything, you're shaking like a leaf still out when you're taking those pictures out, which was shocking to me because I'm watching that, you know, you're shooting on the hill, you're so calm and composed. Is that not what's happening underneath the surface? It looks from the results side of it, you know, you had a couple of good runs before you was very hard to find. Looks like the results side of things, just starting to make a little bit of a breakthrough, but then got over a little bit of a barrier, like everyone did. Is that how it feels like you at the moment as well? Into a women's pro series. Congratulations to Federation's down over and surely back up, I'm sure. We've got a men's pro series semi-finals coming up for you, and immediately now, right here on the big stage. The first of which should be an absolute cracker. So currently, Dylan Leary and Jalen Billiam take to the table next.
Going to be a one-frame shootout for a place in tonight's final. So, Jaden Billingham's break in what seems likely to be the deciding frame in this match. Can he find a ball? Ball's rattling and a yellow drops. It's a messy layout though. You could clear up, but it's not a certain position from here. Reds, you'd feel, will be the choice.
Gets this bad one out now. Nudged it out and he's on another red. No point in looking up at the clock now then, Jaden. This is for the match.
Yeah, the clock no longer relevant. They'll still have to play to the 15-second shot clock, but even if it gets to 0, they'll be allowed to finish this frame.
He's going to play safety here, not one out to the open. Looking for ball in hand. Don't know if he's going to get it from Dylan here. Sure, extension will be called in a second. And, yeah, that's that. Well, that's that used up from both of them in this last rack. He could get through the gap. Jaden's got to take a chance here.
So go positive, play the plan.
We still get the match clock countdown go, but that one, it's all irrelevant now. It's now on to this is now definitely the last frame of pool in this match. Whoever comes out on top here will be in tonight's final.
So both extensions used. The match will be played to a 15-second shot clock. So whoever clears up first.
Yep, played a good safety there, so Dylan Leary has to come out, has to hit a cushion after contact as well. So he might see his arm go at this one a bit. Needs a fluke really.
Doesn't want to open a blackout.
Oh, he's going to get ball up. No, he's not. That's going to hit the rail, but he's. Oh, it is ball in hand.
Let's hit the red first.
Yeah, clipped it. So ball in hand for Jaden Billingham. The red's in the open, and that should be that. Gets rid of that awkward one at the bottom that was guarded by all those yellows.
I'm not sure the black pots into either middle, so he may have to nudge into it.
I think it goes.
You think it goes to the left middle?
Yeah, I don't think he'd be taking this one else. See,
yeah, no,
told you it goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you needed the touch on it. He's played that well, but he's now thin on this ball. So one last shot, he's just got to control this pot.
Cue ball.
Has he found the gap?
Is he gonna? Oh, look at that! What a shot there from Jaden Billingham, and he's going to get over the line.
Wow, what a dramatic end to this match. Jaden Billingham comes around the table. This black ball for a place in the final. And it's there, and for the third successive Pro Series weekend, Jaden Billingham reaches at least one final. Dylan Leary querying something with the referee and looks quite exercised about this. Not sure what he's saying. He's making clear that he's not trying to challenge the outcome of the match, but he's querying something, some refereeing decision earlier on. Conversation carries on. Not something you often see at the end of the match. Don't think it's going to change anything, but they are having a pretty spirited debate about it. Well, we'll see if we can get some more information later on as to what this is about. I think just a bit of post-match analysis. As far as we're aware, and subject to any further update, we will assume for now that Jaden Billingham takes the win. We'll go out to a break. When we come back, we'll bring you an update on what this situation involved.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorized Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
And Jaden Billingham joins us now. Well done. You're into another Ultimate Pool Pro Series final. You're making quite the habit of this, I will say. Thoughts on the match, first of all? It was a right battle from start to finish. How pleased to get over the line?
Yeah, I think it was a good standard match, to be honest. I think there was only one or two, probably missed balls from both of us, but yeah, he kept me under it, to be fair. When I started running off at the start, I thought, oh, this is your time to power through now. But you know, he kept me under it all game, so fair play to him.
Yeah, he certainly did, and we've seen you a lot on this table over the last few days, mainly because you keep drawing absolute machines on your run through to this final. Does it almost make it even sweeter, the fact that you're still in the tournament batting with the players that you've had to beat so far?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, there's no tough draw, well, no easy draw, sorry. I mean, just got got to take it match by match, ball by ball, and just see how you get on. Which obviously it's working at the minute for me. So
Yeah, so far. How good is this to play in front of a crowd like this? How much do you buzz off this?
yeah, well, this is what tournaments should be like. I mean, you've got probably 200-300 people here watching. It's just adrenaline obviously goes through you and stuff, but it's great to watch. It's everyone's here, so no, fair play to it.
And in terms of adrenaline, you held yourself together in that last frame, that decider, because it can't have been easy. You've got the bongs going off to announce that 0 on the clock's hit, but obviously you're still at the table with a job to do. How difficult was it to sort of hold it together, keep that cue ball roughly under control and make the finish?
To be honest, my head was spinning with the 15 seconds. I mean, I missed a butcher's an absolute tap into the 7-5, I think, which Dylan obviously cleared and then put me back under it. And in the decider, I mean, to be honest, my white ball was everywhere. I'm just like, just pop the balls, just see how far you go.
It was a fantastic performance, mate, and you're into another final. We're going to let you go and prepare. Jaden Billingham, everyone, into another Ultimate Pool Pro Series final. That is now 3 straight weekends that Jaden Billingham has reached a Pro Series final. He is a superstar. All right, it's now time to find out who will be joining him. Will it be Christophe Lambert? Will it be Stevie Dempsey? All 3 players still in the tournament are multiple-time Ultimate Pool champions. This should be special. Second semi-final coming up next.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorized Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Well, and welcome back to our second semi-final in the Pro Series Event 3. Christophe Lambert just about to break off against Ireland's Stevie Dempsey. We've just seen Jaden Billingham book his place in tonight's final. So who is about to join him? We're about to find out. An incredible break there from Christophe. Tony Holgate and Mark Shepherd here for this match.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. Feels like both of these players have certainly earned their right to be in this semi-final. Christophe Lambert beat Tom Cousins yesterday. That's the reason we've had this narrative of it being a very open tournament. Number 1 seed out, number 2 seed also out, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, it's been, the seeded players haven't fared very well in the later stages. But then Stevie Dempsey, who's currently ranked something like 14th, that's not really the right ranking, is it? We know he was number 2 for a long time.
He missed a couple of tournaments. I think he's missed one this season. I think he missed a couple last season just for, it might be some family events or something. I don't actually know, but he wasn't able to attend, so that cost him a few extra points here and there, which contributed in him falling down the rankings. But we know he's not. You know, that's a false position for Stevie.
Well, exactly, and I think in some ways that makes him the favourite for out of the players that were left in terms of the number of events he's won. Christophe Lambert, though, twice an Ultimate Pool champion. He's won a Pro Series, he's won the Masters, and now we know that their opponent in the final, whoever comes through this match, will be Jaden Billingham. He's been to a Pro Series final in the last 3 Pro Series weekends. So
and also, we know, Mark, we are not going to get somebody that's going to have their maiden tour victory. They've all won at least one. It was June 2023 when Christophe Lambert last won a tour event. Like you just said there, he has won the Masters last season.
yeah, the last man standing that could have won his maiden title in the Pro Series would have been Dylan Leary, who just got edged out in that last match. Just to update those that were watching the end of the last match, saw the lengthy conversation between Dylan and the referee. Just been chatting with one of the other referees about that. The issue was that some time was taken when Dylan was snookered at the end of that match. The referee went over to see if it was a touching ball, spent a little bit of time making that assessment, and the question was whether it was touching his opponent's ball, so it didn't really change the shot. And the time doesn't stop running, so Dylan felt that when he then came to the table, he didn't have his full allocation of 15 seconds and ended up rushing the escape, which he fouled from, and then ended up losing the match off the back of that. It was a good-natured conversation. Dylan wasn't challenging the result of the match, and he wasn't blaming anybody for it, but I think he just a little bit frustrated by the way that played out.
Putting his point across.
Yeah, and I mean, understandably so. It feels a bit odd that that's not a timeout. The referee's decision was correct, I understand, that that was the rules, but it feels a little bit odd that it plays like that.
Yeah, it feels like you've been cheated out of a few seconds there when it's not your fault.
I mean, it's an odd point. It doesn't come up very often, and it happened to be at a particularly costly moment. There wasn't an extension. It was in the 15-second portion. Either way, though, good performance from Dylan, and an even better one from Jaden Billingham. We've seen a fair bit of Christophe on the main arena table the last couple of days. He's played well in the matches we've seen.
Well, he's the man responsible for getting rid of Top Cat last night. 8-3 in a very good win for the Frenchman. And this is the second bite of the cherry in this frame for Christophe.
I wouldn't exactly say these two are sort of similar, but they both have some similar characteristics, and they're both very tenacious. Like, nobody's giving up easily on this match. It's going to be played to the final ball. I suppose the other thing that they're similar on, they're both very good pool players, which is likely to make for a good quality match. Both of these guys have been around for a while, so their young opponent, Jaden Billingham, waiting in the final. We know that he's going to be the younger of the finalists.
Before Dylan was snookered, he had a golden opportunity to win that match, though. He really did. Anyway, black ball goes in, and it is Christophe Lambert that wins the opening frame.
Stevie obviously able to see one red, but not so concerned about the one near the cue ball. He's concerned where he's going after this.
Stevie looking to see, you can go off that yellow in the middle. Went straight in, just nudged us, the red and the black apart. Got a tricky little shot down into this bottom right corner because the red's available, it's that yellow that's stuck on the rail. He's got to navigate round there. Well, that couldn't have worked out any better for Stevie Dempsey. Handy knocking that yellow in the middle as well. Gives him a lot more options going forward with these last three reds. Perfect.
Yeah, sometimes when a player stays down on the shot, they're worried they've lost the cue ball, but actually that couldn't have been much better.
No, he was concerned he was going to drop a tad short there and have to play a thinner cut, but he can just run this in now. So take your pick, Stevie. I think it's just a gentle roll into the corner and black in the middle. Judging by the way, just walk round to the side of the table there. This for one each. In goes the black ball. Lambert and Dempsey locked together at one piece. Looking out into the arena there, I can see Shane Thompson. That top right hand corner, he's on the left hand table even. Rob Warren is next door to him, to the right. You can see the whacker galloping around the table. He was very unlucky earlier today in event 3. He's playing event 4 out there. So potting a yellow into the middle. He's had to go back, dust himself down and regroup.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed with the match against Jaden, although I think when he reflects on it, he actually played fine. He missed a couple of balls, but I don't think you can dwell too much. His opponent played very well as well. It was going to be a close match one way or another. Daryl Hibbard looking on as Christophe Lambert gets down to break. For a moment it looked like nothing was going in, then suddenly a burst of activity and a few balls have gone down.
That's a big break. Just that cluster at the top of the table. Red, yellow, black. That's going to decide the fate of this frame. And it's Christophe that's going to get first dibs. Reds for me. Easier starter, obviously. I still think they're the better ball as well.
Different ways. Both of these players are going to be looking at this tournament thinking this is set nicely for them. For Christophe Lambert, he's a player that wins the occasional tournament. He's a proven tournament winner. He'd be thinking, a few of the big guns out, this is one of the kind of tournaments that I would fancy winning. For Stevie Dempsey, he's thinking, I haven't won one for a while. It's a good chance to get back in the winner's circle.
How do you like that shot from Lambert? That was brilliant.
I like it a lot, and he likes it a lot. He's slightly overdone that one. He's so excited about the previous one.
I think there would have been there's a tiny bit of adrenaline in his arm there.
Well, I don't know if I'd have played that as a double.
I don't know if I'd have played a double either.
I mean, he could have just run off two cushions and back round. I find that a very surprising choice.
That's incredible.
He had more angle than he wanted, but I only really meant by that if you're going to have to play a more difficult positional shot. I didn't think for a moment that he'd turn down the straight pot to the, or the direct pot I should say, to the right centre. So Stevie Dempsey's coming with a loss of turn here.
Oh, he's hung
it. He's forgotten the potting of the red.
Well, you can see the thin edge of that red at the bottom.
Wow. From Christophe's point of view, if he could get this red in or over the bottom right corner, I mean, I suppose over would be better, then it makes it harder to then play the loss of turn.
Well, he's potted it. I'll tell you what, and he's landed in that little gap. Well, drama already. He's hit the yellow first.
That's a foul, isn't it?
That looked yellow first to me all day long. Yeah, it had to be. Had to be yellow first.
I think you can see from his body language before he even made contact, he felt like he'd mishit it.
When he's played this, he's hit the yellow first, I'm telling you now. That scraped the yellow, definitely. Scraped the yellow and pushed the red in. I mean, he wouldn't fancy his next shot anyway. Yeah, it is ball in hand. And what's going on in this frame of pool, Mark? Can you believe what we're seeing here? In frame, it's only frame 3.
Yeah, there's a lot of drama already, isn't there? Was it feasible to play it at that pace? You sort of felt you might have to play it a bit harder, just try and get the white back out.
Again, I'm going to agree with you. I have to agree with you, because if you play it so slowly, you're also going to potentially land in a draw with a pocket and not be able to see the black. Surely the Stevie can't trip over as well again.
Well, he still played a great first shot with ball in hand, you'd have to say. We didn't really need to play it as a plant.
Not too much pressure on us, because even if he was to miss this, he wouldn't leave an easy black. But what's been going on in this frame, it's nobody's business. But Stevie Dempsey this time is going to tidy up.
Well, Christophe Lambert is not a man you'd normally accuse of poor shot selection, but he played two in that last frame that I'm not sure we'd agree with. Anyway, the net result, Stevie Dempsey doesn't make a mistake. 2-1 to the Irishman.
Yeah, and what a stunning frame of pool. Bizarre. That man there, one really good chance, and the second one was a really, really good chance. Both scuppered.
We played such a great shot and found that amazing gap.
He's seething right there, is Christophe. He is seething.
I mean, let's have a look at this shot. He plays such a good shot here. I mean, I suppose without the cannon on the ball in the middle, he's actually overhit that, but it turns out okay. I think the only way with that shot is just to play it firmly, just try and get the white back out. Anyway, Stevie Dempsey to break in frame 4. Finds 1, 2 yellows.
2 yellows have gone right over pockets. If he sat on the gap where he could pop that yellow beneath the black ball, he's had a right result. But even better, gone in that way. Play the plant now, screw the cue up just slightly, then play that one that's just beneath the black. 2-1 could become 3-1 in a matter of seconds. So a double whammy for Christophe, potentially. Not kicked in the guts once, but twice. That's perfect.
Yeah, that was the only thing that could go wrong, just getting the wrong weight on that shot, but he's played it nicely.
Yeah, you might just rub into the black as you screw that yellow into the corner, but you'd be able to pull it the cue ball past the black. It will pick up speed. Still clean. So the whole middle of the table to land in here, great big area. And that's a nice weight. Just making sure he didn't hit it too thin and come all the way down the table, Dempsey. Just making sure leaves a clear path and view to this black ball for the bottom right hand corner. This is for 3-1, and this will hurt Christophe badly. In it goes. Dempsey pulls 2 away.
And a much more conventional frame, that one, to the theatrics of the previous frame.
Look at the crowd there, all the way down the bottom of the... Wow.
So some matches now in play on the outside tables, still trying to resolve the issues with the live scoring. These are the next gen matches that you can see some of our younger competitors in action in the front of screen. Top right of screen, the men's pro matches.
See the spud gun down there, right at the bottom of the screen. About to break off.
Also about to break off, our French semi-finalist, Christophe Lambert. Always the same approach as he gets down. Lowers himself into position. Almost goes in off.
Red's going to get there, is it? No.
couple of seasons ago when he was reaching the latter stages of so many tournaments and vying for the #1 spot. Stevie was just relentless in these kind of positions. Feeling like shades of that coming back now. It's where he feels like he belongs. Semi-final of a major event. Great chance for the final.
There's two reds on the bolt line. They both go into that top left corner. I think you might have to go for the higher one first. Problem with the one next to the rail, but if you can get up to those two up there, probably get himself onto a double. Cut into the middle looks a bit cute. So up he goes, friendly bump off the jaw of the middle. Just get him away from that cushion.
Yeah, it makes a big difference actually, that bump. Much easier shot to play with, hand on table. Bit of space for the cue.
Double next. If he can weave the cue ball into those yellows just above him, he can sit on that red into the middle. So there's stuff that can go wrong here for Dempsey, but I feel he has to roll the dice with this double. He cannot leave that ball there till later. He'll have no shot at all on it. So he's going to be trusting to a little bit of fortune with this shot. He's got the double and he's landed lovely. Kissed off the yellow and he has landed on the red in the middle. He'll just want to stop the cue ball. Oh, misses the red into the middle.
Well, I didn't see that happening.
No.
I didn't necessarily see him play it at that pace. I thought he might just slow roll it.
Yeah, I'd probably prefer to play it with a bit of pace. I don't think he trusted himself to hit its dead weight to stay holding on that other red, but I mean, really that is like, if he'd have won that frame as well on the back of Christoph's miss, it'd be almost like drawing a chalk mark around him in the arena. Over.
Yeah, this could be a
But
big
it's back.
difference. 4-1 or 3-2. It's also just a sign of fallibility, which I hadn't really seen much of previously from Stevie. Still only need 2 shots. The two at the top of the table are fine. He's going to have to leave himself then the ball down the left-hand rail and the ball below the 8 ball last. Distance. There's the chance of a miss. Couldn't get any closer than that. So just commit himself to this one good shot. Some element of safety, I suppose, if he runs the cue ball through slightly. Controls it really well. Very nicely struck shot. And this is maximum punishment for Stevie Dempsey. Silly miss, having done so much of the hard work, and Christophe Lambert gratefully accepts.
Down it goes. Lambert back at 3-2. Dempsey misses a gilt-edged chance to go 4-1.
Better when you're ahead than behind, but still 4-1 would have been a nice little lead.
Down over at the pro tables there, you can see Carl Morris. It's over there. Then Shane Thompson. Dempsey breaking off frame number 6. I can also tell you the second women's semi-final has been completed, and Amy Beecham has beaten Kerry Griffiths 7 frames to 1 and will join Emma Parker in tonight's women's final, which will be after this. So a repeat of the Women's Pro Cup final from a couple of weeks ago, where Amy beat Emma 9-5 there. Emma's going to get her chance to get her own back against the great Amy Beecham. Not to be missed, that will be after this match, the women's final. So Stevie Dempsey on the Reds. Made a bit of a hash of the last one. Let Christophe Lambert back into this match. Work to do there for Stevie, and he's not that happy where he's landed. It's that red that's on the right there, just guarded by the 3 yellows. That's a major problem for him at this moment in time. He's looking at cushion first and going into it. Well, big shot here. It's glanced off the yellow and gone in, and what a shot from Stevie Dempsey. The main problem ball on the table, you expected him to use another ball to move out well. He came up with a master plan for that. And now the Reds are all there. But they were all there in the last frame as well. He came up with a problem into that middle pocket on the left, and he's going to have to go there again. Maybe not with quite the same sort of shot. Desperate to get his 2-frame cushion back. Lovely control again from Dempsey. Shows steely determination to come back after a bad miss to pick off this finish. In goes a black. Dempsey 4-2. Now he leads.
He really is a quality competitor, isn't he? So tenacious. Just puts those kind of mistakes out of his mind. Presses on. Christophe Lambert, a little bit to reflect on in the early going in this match. There's been some good things and some things that have just slipped away.
I've known Christophe for many, many years. When he first appeared as a young professional over the sea from France, and quality player. And I know just by seeing there, he's looking at me, he's fuming still. Or let's just say simmering underneath the surface there. So, Christophe Lambert going through his meticulous approach to every break-off, trailing 4-2. Another very good break, generates a lot of power. Made a yellow ball. packed crowds out there in the arena here at Bolton Wanderers Football Club. Christoph takes the Reds.
This is the key frame for Christoph. Can't really afford to slip 3 frames behind his opponent. He's looking pretty good. Christoph's looking pretty good as well. He's just going to feel like he's let slip a couple.
It was all in the same frame, Mark. He had 2 absolute peach of chances and threw them both away. And then Stevie Dempsey broken dish, I think, on the back of that as well on top, and he was basically completely folded up on the floor. Got the next one back. Dempsey's then cleared up again. So he's just got to keep himself going, because he is simmering under the surface there, and it's still, you know, firmly planted in his memory banks. Because he is a perfectionist, there's no doubt.
Yeah, sometimes that's almost an issue for better players, because they're so used to playing well. If they fall short of their own high standards, they find it hard to deal with.
He's come a bit far. Might have to play this one that's next to the black, but there's a danger to this shot, because he's cutting the red into the bottom left, but the cue ball could sail into that black ball, cut it into that corner. But I think you've got to play it.
Yeah, I mean, the black's going to sort of guide the cue ball to the left-hand side of the table. If you can play it at a medium pace, you'd be a bit unlucky not to be on ball in the middle of the table.
For me is just looking at the angle of the cut with the red. It's the cue ball sort of cuts the black in the same spot, but on the other side. In fact, he's flicked it back into no man's land over there, so that's not really worked out very well.
I think he's going to have to float the red in that's in the centre of the table, and then drop in where he's pointing with his cue now to play the remaining red bottom left and try and knock the black out. He's just slightly overdone that. It's
one shot here only, I think. I'm not sure it's perfect, to be honest. But red onto the yellow. Red goes towards the bottom left-hand corner and kick the black out. He's going for the thin cut.
Well, at least he'll have plenty of movement on the cue ball to free the black up. Tricky shot on the red there.
Yeah, and I think the red was heading towards that middle until the black came round and stopped it as well. So Dempsey now at the table. Great big area he can land behind there. He's got a shot to nothing. He wants to take the long yellow into the top corner. Because even if he misses it, if he gets the pace right, the cue ball should be hidden behind that cluster of balls up towards the bolt line. The danger is if you catch it thin and it comes around the back and leaves Christoph on the red into the corner. Well, he's taken all of that out of the equation by potting the yellow. Again, a funny shot into the middle here with this other yellow. Might dig the cue ball here, because there is a danger of that other middle pocket coming into play. No, it wasn't. It didn't have that angle. A bit deceiving from looking from our position. But now he's in perfect shape on these yellows.
And he's got to be sensing the opportunity here.
Yeah.
5-2.
Breakaway time. Middle ball here, number 3 in the line. A tap in black ball now just left for Stevie Dempsey for 5-2. In it goes, and Dempsey gets 3 clear, heading to try and join Jaden Billingham in tonight's final. A reminder, straight after this, it's the Women's Pro Series Event 3 final. Young Emma Parker taking on Amy Beecham for the 2nd time in 2 weeks. Can she get her revenge from the Women's Pro Cup final not very long ago in Leicester, where she was beaten 9-5 by Amy in a very good final, high quality. And Amy had to produce her very, very best to get over the line. Emma Parker playing fantastically well for probably the whole last couple of months, and it's now showing in her results. But Amy is such a good player with bags of experience, multiple titles under her belt. But she's going to be up for it. Will Emma Parker? That's going to be a great match. That'll be straight after this.
There's for sure a time where you say that most of the other competitors just didn't have quite the same firepower as Amy, and that over a longer race, more often than not, she'd run away with it. But anybody that watched Emma Parker's semi-final this afternoon against Danielle Randall, Emma Parker played some clearances for the ages, played some great stuff. Whether she can replicate that frame after frame, I guess, will be the test tonight, but she certainly seems to be in good form.
Well, if you're going to beat Amy Beecham, that's what you're going to have to do. Anyway, Christophe Lambert looking at these yellows. No doubt he's going to take them, because the 3 reds at the bottom are just, well, not even negotiable to take those.
And now this is an absolute must-win frame for Christophe. 3 frames behind is already a problem. Got to stop the rot. Noticeably playing quicker. We're still playing in the 30-second shot clock portion of the match. Christophe's really getting on with it.
Yeah, he does this when he's behind in matches. It's like almost like a G-along that he gets into. Right, I'm gonna quicken up. Doesn't want to be leaving that large yellow at the bottom with very much of a thin cut, because he'll slide off that red and he can go behind the other 2. So he wants to be a little bit flatter on it. So even in the worst case scenario, he could just drop it and have a black into the middle. Perfect case scenario is to land dead straight on it, to get the cue ball down the table. But what you're doing by trying to get close to it is you're bringing in all these reds into play that can become an obstacle.
Does he feel he have to play yellow off yellow here?
Oh, he has played that. Oh, that's come out really well. Great shot there. Good spot mark. First one this year. Just slightly awkward cueing. So much pressure on this pot though. Gets it. He's on the black. It's going to be 5-3. Never say die. Christophe Lambert. In it goes. He keeps Stevie Dempsey just in his sights at 2 behind.
Yeah, that was good. Semi-finalists we've seen that they've all really fancied the job. I think that's always a characteristic when you get to a semi-final, but I do think the fact that there's no really big gun like Tom Cousins lying in wait in the final just makes everyone feel that as long as they can just get through to that final, they've got a decent chance. So Christophe's still 2 frames behind, but it is his break, so chance to cut that to 1.
Nice break again. Cue ball's very good as well here.
Well, that's the advantage of his break. He's sort of playing deliberately off the right-hand side cushion as we look at it to get the cue ball back in the middle. It's very rare to find professionals play the break like that, but it does seem to work for him.
We feel Reds would be the call here, purely because it's going to be easier to get to the black ball. Early doors, he needs to get rid of that red that's below the black near that right hand cushion. That's the ball he wants shot of. The blocker. Not try and just pop this in the middle and land in that gap. He could be a bit braver and take on the cut into the middle with the ball that's near the black and then kick into it. Not sure about that. Really not sure about that shot at all. If that red goes past the yellow into the bottom left, he's okay. Yeah. Oh, well, thankfully he's landed on the red at the bottom.
Yeah, it's going to be a relief that he has, because that wouldn't have been a good outcome. As it is, if he's landed nicely on it, this is actually better than having to play the ball bottom right.
Yeah, I think he intended to be there, to be fair. It's just when I saw that second red go in, I thought, oh, what have we done? But he's okay. Having said that, wanted to be straight on the one in the middle, so has to play up the top corner now, surely. Can't risk playing the one in the middle and going towards those three yellows.
Yeah, if he played the one in the middle, he'd find a gap, and that's very awkward from that angle.
He's playing the one in the middle.
He's going to have to either find the gap of the yellows or swing wide of all of them.
If you want to swing wide, he's played that well. That's a brave shot, because I wouldn't have liked that, because you dig that slightly deep and you'll screw the cue ball into the corner. He's actually landed very, very well indeed.
Yeah, and you saw how far he had to get his cue through that.
Yeah,
through
he got his arm up, yeah, he had a bit of an arm swing at that one.
Well, it was because he had to get such an exaggerated amount of spin on to make that angle. Another arm swing there as he loads up with check side. Well, I must say, the last two frames have been excellent from Christoph. Under a lot of pressure, having watched his opponent dish up a couple of times.
Yeah, the old knees went a bit there.
Yeah, there's a lot of body movement with all of this right now. But there's always a lot of body movement with Christoph, but I guess he's just very adept at playing with that.
He controls the nerves and with his body and incredibly well, because a lot of players wouldn't be able to do that, and Christoph has managed to perfect a way that if he does move a bit, he still gets the ball to the pocket.
Yeah, normally watching the player's body language is a good way of telling whether the ball's going to go in. Often if they've moved too much, it's not. Plenty of power on that break, desperate to make a ball. So yellow just the choice for Stevie. Oh, that's not the colour he wanted. Just trying to skim past that yellow.
That's a really unwanted flick there.
There's a bit to be done even with the yellow where it was, but now disconnected from the other balls at the top of the table. Just reminding himself the time is running out. So he feels that the yellow goes, yeah, he has got a clear pocket for that ball at least. You have to play the double now. If he gets this, he can be kind of back on track, although he's got to think about the cue ball as well. It's not like he can just roll this yellow in. He's going to have to screw back for position. Well, no, it's going up the table, so he's going to have to come back. Yellow looks like it pots bottom left, so could opt just to drop in behind it.
That's the angle he wants, so he can pop that in the yellow into the corner, steer the cue ball down just the right side of the yellow and the black. So he wants to land, well, just above that red that's on the right hand rail.
It's tricky because you're targeting a spot just on the cushion just below the middle pocket, and if you miss hit, you're playing directly towards the middle pocket.
Yep, this is a really tough positional shot. The angle looks good, but it's the pace a bit naughty. Well, he has a shot, but just came a tad heavy. Very, very difficult to judge the pace of that shot he played, but he had no other option.
I'm try and play yellow off black. I don't think that shot's on, is it?
Maybe you can double. Can we get past? It's close. It's not in though. Christophe Lambert. Massive chance to draw this match level. First little shake of the head there from Stevie Dempsey. You could watch this match.
Yeah, it has. There's been a sort of underlying drama. Both players coming out with big shots, but also a couple of occasions they've both fallen short. It's been very entertaining.
Still plenty to go as well.
Play the ball up the table from where he is. He's going to have to take the two at the bottom of the table, playing that one last. The only ball he can miss is the one that he's just bridging over. That's a good angle. He's got space to get nice and close to that red, make it close to unmissable. Would like to finish just off straight so he can get the cue ball back out, not be playing the black from tight against the rail.
Nothing's unmissable at this stage.
No, and he's ended up just a roll or two straighter than he wants. He's going to get good position on the black. He's going to have to play a bit of pace on this.
This black is it's a horror. 5-4 down and you're playing this.
Yeah, he's normally so good. It's a really clutch shot this. He's got to make this. We're going to see some body movement, but are we going to see the black go down? Yes, we are.
Well played, Christophe Lambert. That's a really good black. It's very easy to hit that two straight into the knuckle. We've seen a lot of those if you're really under the pressure. But under the pressure, Christophe Lambert has just delivered.
His single ball potting is really good. He plays snooker as well to a high standard. He's just a very good all-round cueist.
Looking out at the pro arena, that's Eddie Barker over there walking around. Come back to Christophe. Packed crowd in tonight. And they've got two finals coming up after this as well. Women's finals up next. Emma Parker versus Amy Beecham. And that'll be followed by the men's pro final. We already know Jaden Billingham's there. one of these two guys is going to join him.
Yeah, for me, this is always the highlight of these weekends. Saturday night, you're always guaranteed a capacity crowd. It's always a great atmosphere. A lot at stake for all the players involved. 2 showpiece finals to come. Bit of life left in the semi-final first, though.
Yeah, we're heading for the 15-second shot clock very shortly.
That spin that yellow still got on it.
There you hear the chime. It's 15 seconds a shot now for these two gentlemen. Stevie Dempsey gets first look at the table.
Both of these players very experienced with the 15-second shot clock, but no matter how much experience you've had, it's still a tough condition to play under.
Yeah, especially when you get it's like 5 each. So neck and neck.
It's so nice to be the first person that takes the lead. It just takes the pressure off a bit.
Takes the pressure off a lot.
Stevie's just going to have first crack at it. He's going to cannon this red. Well, he's either going to have to screw back. He may just be able to miss the red if he screws back, or else commit to pushing past. He hasn't managed to get past. So one more shot to be played. Ball down to the bottom right. Just be careful of the cue ball. He's either got to find the gap below or above the red. I think above would be the preferred option. Has he come far enough?
I think he has just. This for 6-5.
Very solid cueing from the Irishman. He goes ahead again by the single frame. 6-5 as we go into the last 8 minutes of the match. Christophe Lambert, time and time again though, has got himself back into this match. You'd obviously rather be the one ahead, but sometimes psychologically the chase is easier than holding on to the lead. Both of these guys such fierce competitors. Both been to Pro Series finals. Both fancy making another one. It's going to be a different sort of final. A young opponent in the final. Short on years playing, but big on big match experience already. Stevie Dempsey, one frame ahead. Breaks off in frame 12.
What a break this looks to be. Oh, what a split.
Well, this isn't going to take long.
No, and I mean, just at this time for Stevie Dempsey to hit that break. Gets on the reds, that was the main thing to achieve. Couldn't fail to be on the one at the bottom, so now it's pick your route. A stretch across the table here. Red into the top right, the centre one. If it goes past those two yellows, could be home and hosed. Along the hill. He's not. He's going to play this one into the middle gently. Gets it. So he can cut this one into the middle. He just wants to land. He's come off the top rail slide. He's put a bit of right hand side here just to make sure he doesn't drop behind those yellows. And there you see he's played that perfectly. Dempsey gone into overdrive right at the right time. This will put him on the hill. But what a split from that break.
What a moment to find a break like that.
He manages a bit of clock. (7-5) to Stevie Dempsey. But it was still, I mean, the clock management's neither here nor there with over 6 minutes. That's plenty to get 2 frames to pull, which is the minimum required now for Christophe Lambert. Has to get the next 2, else it will be Christophe coming up short in the semis. And it will be Ireland, Stevie Dempsey. He will go into tonight's final head-to-head with Jaden Billingham.
What a professional performance once again. Shouts of "Go Stevie" from the crowd. He's telling them to just wait a moment. He just wants to get this match done. This is no time for celebrating yet.
Yeah, it's 1 or 2 Irish here, playing and spectating.
So Christophe Lambert, 2 frames down. He's got to win all 3 of the remaining frames in this match if he's going through to tonight's final. 2 of the 3 will be his break. He'll have to fade 1 Dempsey break, even if he achieves that perfection.
Good break from Christophe. These 2 players are both their country's poster boys, if you like, as well.
Yes, they've carried a lot of hopes for a lot of years. They're both prolific winners. They've both done well on the international circuit as well as in individual tournaments. They're both looked up to by a lot of people in France and Ireland respectively.
Christophe, again, like I said, he's got plenty of time on the match clock anyway, not at the table because you've only got 15 seconds, but he's done this before with the buzzer beaters. He's got form.
Yeah, he's funny because he's a player that you sort of wouldn't think would be the best quick player when you watch him not on a clock, but actually he's very good in this format.
He's got form, I'm telling you. He's going to take it to 7-6 here, Christophe.
This is excellent.
But it will be Dempsey's break. Brilliant from Christophe Lambert. Match goes to 7-6. And like I say, France's poster boy fires back once again. Never say die. Christophe Lambert is throwing everything, including the kitchen sink now, at Stevie Dempsey to try and get back in this match.
It's been a masterclass in tenacity, and it's been some quality potting as well. It's not just a case of holding yourself together in the match. You've still got to pull the shots out, and he's played some great clearances there to get himself back into it. So he's going to have to fade this break from Stevie Dempsey. This is going to be Stevie's last break of the match, whatever happens. He'd love to make a ball and get this match won. Does not want to get himself involved in an unnecessary deciding frame.
And we have to say it's been a brilliant semi-final, whatever the outcome. These 2 have really given us a treat. Dempsey to break off. Plenty of time on the clock. An almighty belt from the hammer. And you can hear by the crowd there that they know that Dempsey has a chance to wrap it up here.
And look at this split. These balls are all here for Stevie. Red's the choice, you imagine. Hard to see a problem, really.
No, it has to be Reds. Gets this in the middle. In it goes, and now the balls are there for Stevie Dempsey to finish off the job and line up a final with Jaden Billingham. Nothing Christophe Lambert can do but watch, hope, pray. But it is nervy. There's a heck of a lot at stake. How's the land? Doesn't want to be right tight to that rail, and he's fairly close to it. He'd have loved to have been just straight behind that ball.
All very hurried now. Whenever you've got something to think about, these 15 seconds go so quickly. Oh, and he's hung the ball.
He's hung it. Christoph gets one final throw of the dice. 3 minutes 10, that's plenty of time, so he doesn't have to force the issue. He can maybe play a safety, has time to do it. Knocks that yellow in.
What's he going to do with the balls on the right hand side?
He has an angle here. I mean, it's not that much. If you had a bit more angle, it wouldn't be that difficult to nudge them apart.
You get the sense he wants to go for it.
Now he's going to roll in and try. I think it's a loss of turn here. Well, there's all sorts of permutations at the table here, and
well, he's got an extension, and he'll be glad he has, because he's not long to think about what he's doing. Is he going loss of turn? It is. Has he got the cue ball safe?
Oh,
almost.
Can Stevie see it up into the top corner?
I think he can. He can't sit into the middle, I don't think. He can certainly see the edge of it. Has he got enough to pot this ball effectively for the match? Oh, magnificent.
It's in. Stevie Dempsey now just with this black ball. Christophe Lambert taps his leg in acknowledgement of such a good pressure shot. This for a place in the final for Stevie Dempsey.
And how good was that from Stevie Dempsey? This is a game of small margins. Christophe Lambert so close to playing a perfect loss of turn. Stevie Dempsey with a magnificent pot when he needed it most. He did not want this match going to a deciding frame. He is delighted as he sinks to his knees before he shakes hands with Christophe. You can see the relief etched all over his face. He celebrates with the crowd. When we come back, we'll grab a word with Stevie and we'll see him later on in tonight's final.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorized Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done. Welcome back, everybody. Stevie Dempsey is an Ultimate Pool Pro Series finalist once again after an epic match between himself and Christophe Lambert. I asked you a moment ago before we came on air, it's difficult when you're in the midst of it all, but were you aware of how good a match that was?
Yeah, it was a brilliant match. Like, it's sort of, they're the type of matches you want to be involved in, where both players are playing well, breaking well. Like, I don't think there was one in off the break. We were all taking our own finish. There was very few reverse dishes. Just happy to get a chance again at the end. I got lucky when I broke down. I was a little bit unlucky when I played my yellow, because I landed in between balls, half an inch either side. I was perfect. It was game over. But then I've missed that one, obviously. But what's won me is when I pushed his yellow safe. It's left it very awkward for him, and he's been unlucky to sort of leave me a shot at it. But to be fair, I took out a good red to win the match. So
I was going to say he could probably feel a little sore to leave you that shot, but I'm proud of that execution, because that is a bottle ball if ever there was one.
Yeah, you're just trying to, like, I suppose, just get down. Like, the 15 seconds shot clock's probably in your favour in that situation, because you don't have time to think about the situation. Right, you just, like, get down, hit it. Luckily, I cued it well. Yeah.
It looked like it meant a lot. We saw a bit of a reaction. Obviously, you've got plenty of people supporting you, as you always do, wherever you'll go. How much does it mean to be in a Pro Series final again?
Yeah, it's been a while. I think I got to the final. I won the first one at the start of last year, but since then my form hasn't. I haven't really been getting the results. But the big thing this weekend is I'm getting balls off the break, and sort of expecting to get balls every time I go into the table. So it's a nice sort of feeling to be in. But yeah, hopefully one more push and get over the line in the final. But obviously it's going to be tough. So.
Yeah, a familiar face in the final awaits you as well in Jaden Billingham. I know you guys have had your run-ins over the last couple of years. A brilliant player. From a neutral perspective, I'm just hoping for a great match, but the way you guys are playing, I'm sort of expecting a great match. Is that what you're thinking as well?
Look, every game of pool is different. Like, you know, we could go into the next match and it could be a slogfest, who knows. We'll just have to see what way the balls come out.
Best luck for it, Steve. We'll let you go off and prepare. Let's hear it for Stevie Dempsey, everyone. Your second Pro Series finalist. He will meet Jaden Billingham in the final a little bit later on. We're going to take a very, very quick break. When we come back in just a moment, we'll be introducing the players for the Women's Pro Series final. Stick by.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorized Dynaspheres retailer.
Hey, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Welcome back, everybody, to Bolton here at the Bolton Wanderers Stadium. For the first time this Ultimate Pool Series weekend, it's trophy time. First up is the Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Series final. It's a repeat. We saw this one a couple of weekends ago at the Pro Cup, and what a match it was as well. If we get that once again, we're in for a treat, whoever ends up on top. Let's meet our players though, introducing first player looking to raise her first Ultimate Pool title, a player bang in form. Please welcome Emma Parker. And her opponent, a multiple-time Ultimate Pool champion and former #1. She is the one and only champs, Amy Beecham. Cannot wait for this one. We'll throw it over to Dave Hine on commentary.
Thank you very much, JMO. Looking forward to this one. As you can see in them pictures, over 1,000 players are at the Bolton Wanderers Stadium. 32 of them with the world's very best women's players. And the one to beat, in my opinion, is sat in that chair right there. Both players had extremely tough semi-finals. And it's set, as JMO just reminded us, a repeat of the Pro Cup a short time ago. Should be a very, very high quality encounter indeed. Emma Parker, I've not seen too much of her, however the performance against Danielle Randall was very impressive. But Amy Beecham, for the long-term viewer, is definitely the lady to beat. Straight off with the lag. It looks like a very, very close one. Just nips it though. First to 8, I believe, in the final. Under the usual match clock and 30-second shot clock. I'm sure she's nervous out there, Emma. Chasing down first title. A nervous laugh, maybe. Amy, I'm sure, will be relaxed as ever. Lots and lots of experience out in that arena is Amy Beecham, and history and pedigree throughout the Q Sports world kind of speaks for itself. Very much the challenger versus the established professional. Although Emma has got a few titles herself, I believe. National singles, I've been told just shortly before coming on. But it is Amy that's going to get us underway. Table, as it has done all weekend so far, impeccably fast. Has made for a nice open game in most matches in the main arena. But you just saw there, disappointment instantly across her face as the first chance is going to be left to Miss Parker. No real problems here for Emma. A nice open layout as I'm joined by our host for the weekend, Stephen Jameson.
Very good evening, Mr. Hine.
Can you remind me of some of Emma's titles? I was just, wow. Wow. Oh,
it's just going to go in that.
In off the post.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we were talking about the pedigree of Amy. And definitely the challenge from Emma Parker. She was very impressive in the semi-final and has got titles herself. I think one in national singles, is that right?
Yeah, she was a national singles winner last year at EPA Nationals, which from memory was about October, November sort of time. But I think the story here is that in terms of titles, Amy Beecham probably has more than she can actually physically count. Emma, on the other hand, in terms of major hits, that's it. It was the EPA National Singles, and I say that's it, not in any derogatory way. She's been playing this game a lot less time than Amy Beecham. this would be her first major Ultimate Pool title. It's been something that feels like it's been actually accessible for her for only about the last 3 months, I'd say, where she's noticeably stepped up a level. I think the confidence she took from the national singles win was massive, just as it would be winning any event. I mean, that wasn't an Ultimate Pool event, but it had a lot of the best Ultimate Pool players in it, and many more. You've got to go through a lot of rounds at those tournaments. So I think you take a huge amount of confidence from that, but it looks like she always had a lot of talent, but now she didn't want that to go in mind. I think she's just about okay to get to the 8 ball. If she had that over the pocket, this would be a gimme, but she's combined that talent now with a genuine belief that I think she can really win, and that's the bit that's leveled up in the last few tournaments for Emma.
Yeah, I mean, out of the 2 players walking out as expected, Amy looked a little bit more comfortable, so I think this opening chance for Emma will work massively in her favour if she can take it. Has she got a gap? I don't think so. Got to be tempted here by, well, I was going to say one cushion, but it's clearly not on, is it? So difficult to try and find a path. One cushion off the side possibly might be on, but we're only looking at maybe a half a ball's width with the red being so close to the 8.
Yeah, there's a potential she could lose the frame off this shot as well as win it. And just goes wide with it. So Amy Beecham will come to the table. It was a bit of a theme actually in some of Emma's visits at the Pro Cup a couple of weekends ago. She looked so good for so much of her play at the table. What sometimes let her down was just that final finishing touch, if you like. Sort of the equivalent of a really exciting winger in football. They do all the good stuff, they look so good, they just lack that little bit of end product. That was a little bit like what Emma was a bit at points during that weekend. She still played beautifully, got to a final, didn't go away, but Amy did play brilliantly in that final.
I think what we saw from her performance against Danielle in the semi-final was
so impressive.
More than capable. The ability is all there, but it's just getting used to the environment. Now, already having that semi-final experience out in the arena should stand her in good stead, but this is a final. This is where the trophy gets her.
I think if it was the other way around, Dave, and it had been Amy who had the one semi-final on the main arena, and this was Emma's first match out here, I'd make Amy a pretty handy favourite. But the fact Emma's already been out here a couple of hours ago playing in her semi-final, played brilliantly as well that. She can take a lot of confidence into this, and it's a more even game. You have to make Amy favourite just because not only the experience factor, but she's also a brilliant player, also playing really well. Emma's going to have to play really well to win this.
Yeah, and more so the fact that Amy's sort of going full-time now, isn't she? Looking to play Q Sports full-time. Fantastic to see in the ladies' game. I never thought I'd see the like that we would see so many of these guys and girls going full-time and making a living out of this game.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's a big opportunity for Champ. She's spoken a lot in recent years. She's been working full-time. She was very lucky, she'll always say, with a very friendly manager who was able to grant her a lot of time and hours to work odd weekends and that here and there around what she wanted to do on a pool table. But the ability to go full-time for her is a massive opportunity for any pool player, and she's travelling the world, she's doing her thing and doing it very, very well as well.
Not a surprise to see her turn down that red down the rail. Would have preferred a hand on the table, but now she's stuck with this, which is awkward.
Yeah, to say the least. I'm almost certain she wanted to leave the cue ball exactly where the red was, just got the line ever so slightly wrong, and that's enough just to track it a few centimetres into the path of the 8. I mean, how would you like these? I mean, that is a tightrope walk, because you know as soon as you miss it, the frame is over, and Emma Parker is not going to get punished for her first mistake. Amy Beecham is, and it's 1-0 to the Pretender.
I don't have any favourites in this ladies' final, JMO, but with Amy being the heavy favourite, it's nice to see Emma get off to a perfect start. Well, not quite perfect, did need the 2 chances, but she has got the opening frame, and any sort of early nerves that were there should begin to settle.
Yeah, what has been noticeable to me, at least in the last couple of tournaments, is there's a real confidence around Emma. That isn't to say she's nailed on going to win this, because there's far too much at play. But what I can say is she's ready to win, and that's a big thing.
That's a big thing mentality-wise. You see it in certainly in the Next Gen series. There's certain young uns, and they just have that aura about them where they're just confident and, like you said, ready to win. It's a massive milestone being there in your mind instead of just hoping for the best when you get there.
100%, and it's a big difference. We talk about it in the men's. We've talked about it in the men's game for years. You know, players, you know, who aren't in that absolute top echelon. It's okay. You aren't winning right now, but are you ready to? When the opportunity comes, are you good enough to take it? Do you believe that you can win? And some players think they can, but don't necessarily believe they can. And I think that's been the position that Emma's been in for a while, except now that's transitioned from sort of wishful thinking to genuine belief that she's good enough to win a title. And it's such a big change in mentality. And you mentioned the Next Gen there, Dave. Here they are, all battling it out. I mean, the crowd out there, I can say very nicely, is a zoo. There are so many people watching, so many tables here. The main arena's got a lot of attention. I do think we've got a delay on the arena currently with a little bit of issue with the timing, which is just getting sorted. So both ladies have just been told to settle in their chairs and get comfortable just for a couple of minutes while that's ironed out.
Yeah, it takes a good sort of 10-15 minutes at its worst to get from one end to the other at the moment.
Yeah.
It is a fantastic place to be, and this is only the ground floor. There's another level above.
I know. It's sort of like what I imagine a salmon swimming upstream is like, trying to get from here to the bar. For context, we're right at the bottom right, behind a door and a couple of curtains into our little production room. So if we wanted to go all the way to the exit, it will take us a sweet minute. Put it that way.
You do need it, though. It's a fantastic. So, I mean, it's been a while since I've been in this position and commentary, and I've never been up to Bolton and seen the arena, and I'm so impressed from where it started.
What a setup, isn't it?
So where it is.
Yeah.
I mean, we were just talking before off air about the places that we have commentated in the past. For example, a van was one of them, and now the setup is incredible.
Yeah.
It's great to see Poole moving forward.
Yeah, agreed. And the one thing I would say is that we know from speaking to a few people in the sort of timing and scoring and the tournament directors, essentially, that there is a little bit of a delay running tournament wide at the moment. It's why there's no streams other than this one currently available here on the Ultimate Pool YouTube channel. It's where you get in Table 1. But everyone... what I've been quite impressed by is everyone has taken it with relatively good grace. Everyone's obviously a bit frustrated, and they know they're probably going to be staying a couple of hours later than they probably wish to tonight. But everyone's taken it in relatively good spirits, and we'll say our tournament director team, Lee and Kate and Andy and Mark and all those guys are working overtime to get everything through, which is a real credit to all of them.
It's currently the worst job in the building, being a tournament director, I should imagine.
Oh, goodness me,
When things get delayed, there's just a crowd of people outside the front desk.
Yeah, agreed. Sounding like we're not too far away from having a fix, which is lovely. We'll get back to the action. A reminder, this is on a match clock. A race to 8. I believe 50 minutes was put on the match clock. It was. We are currently at 41:59, so good way through already, with Emma Parker 1-0 in front. I mentioned this when they played in the Women's Pro Cup final, David. It was a similar sort of vibe. Emma the pretender, Amy the established champion. The narrative is very easy to form in that sense, and we've seen so many of those battles down the years, whether it be from the Women's Pro Series or the Challengers or the Men's Pro Series, whatever it might be. You always feel for the challenger, which Emma is. A good start feels so massive. Bigger for Amy.
That's why I was, even though I'm completely neutral, quite happy to see Emma get the second chance and get off to a start. That said, she has mishit the cut break there, losing the cue ball, and is going to pay the price, I think, by turning the table over.
Well, Amy's interpretation of Emma's cut break from when they played a couple of weekends ago was that break needs to be banned. That is how well Emma broke in that final. Amy will be delighted to see that one not quite going Emma's way. She'll say that is overdue.
Yeah, just catching the front ball, you feel. I mean, the good news is she has kept the white ball on the table. And even better news is Amy has missed her opening colour. So Emma...
These aren't bad.
Yeah, straight back in the mix.
These really aren't bad. She'd love to have an opening red. I don't think she's got an easy one.
May just be tempted to snip the one in the left centre. Hasn't come round and had a good look yet. It is on and can go up and down. Not guaranteed position. Has got a couple of less appetising options.
She's considering yellows. I don't think that will be what she plums for in the end. No, it is. She's going for yellows. These are the tougher set.
Yeah, just simply because didn't fancy one of the opening reds.
The yellows aren't ungettable, we should say, and I just think most players would turn down the yellows based on the two above the right centre pocket. But pots like that don't tend to phase Emma Parker.
No, a very straight cue action is the first thing I noticed in the semi-final against Danielle. I think this finish, as we see the rest come out, not something you see too often on a pool table. When we flip back to the normal camera, the two balls that are near the right centre, it'll just depend if the one nearest the pocket drops in, and that view shows us I think it does. So this means Emma's got to
play for it now if she wanted.
Yeah, she's got quite a big area to play into.
She's very acute with the rest, very handy with it. A former snooker player who's
at the top of our screens.
Yeah, not a simple finish from here for Emma Parker. Not simple at all.
Big shot so far. Got to use the red. Hasn't done. And unfortunately, the pot has missed as well. So, Amy up for the counter clearance. I think she will be choosing to attack, especially if the one she's nearest to passes up into the top left. It's a good opening ball for Amy. Doesn't have to do too much with the cue ball. The one towards the right centre obviously links up with the one on the far right hand side. And it'll just be a case of landing on the red near the two yellows. Plenty of options to land on that within this finish though.
Yeah, she's a little bit sort of in between in the sense of she'd love to use that red that's straight into that centre pocket as a connector for both of those reds on the right. She can only choose one.
Yeah, just wants to get that one out of the way. Won't be taking it now, just gone a little bit too far. Can play this to the bottom left and get nice and straight on it. Make the finish, sorry, as simple as possible.
Yeah, knowing Amy as I do, she likes to play areas, gives herself margin of error. Plays good lines, good patterns, which enable her to do that. This is the angle she was maybe looking for as a plan A, but plan B worked fine.
Yeah, it's just enough. I think she may just catch the yellow on the screw back, and that's why she's just changing her mind. Want it to be a little bit straight. I think she's okay if she just choose to take this red. She should just graze off the yellow. Just nip that cue ball. Wow. Little bit quick down on the shot by Amy Beecham. Not something we're used to seeing. But nerves, if they are coming into play, do affect even the very most experienced players. It's a cauldron out there. There are probably a good 100 people watching, you can see behind.
Easily. There's a big, massive screen in the venue as well, so there's even more watching on that.
Oh, this is horrendous.
What a shot. Wants a bounce. How's your luck, Dave?
That's just so unfortunate.
How's your luck?
I mean, as shots go, that's just horrific. Bridging over, cut down the rail, and to not get the extra couple of inches, brutal. Needs another one then. Not quite. So a couple of mistakes in frame number 2. One from each player. You feel neither player has quite settled into this final yet.
Yeah, this is a big stage in which to play.
I mean, both of these players, from what we've seen in previous rounds, once they get into a rhythm, they certainly speed up and look a lot more emphatic.
Part of this is why, if it gets a little bit nitty-gritty, it's why you really sort of fancy champs. And that experience, she's been there before. She knows how to handle when she's not playing well on big occasions. She's won tournaments not playing her best.
Yeah, having a B game certainly comes into play when the occasion is as big as this.
I watched Amy a couple of weekends ago at the Pro Cup, and she played very, very well generally over the course of that weekend. But she did have one match that she won, full credit to her, and she won comfortably on the scoreboard. And I've been watching Amy for years and years, like you have, and comfortably the worst game of pool I've ever seen her play. To the point where I had a little bit of a laugh and a joke about it. But she was able to bounce back and play brilliantly in the final. And she's going to need to summon a little bit of that here, because this has been an edgy start from champs.
Yeah, it's very scrappy up to now. Not what either of us expected. Just, you can only put it down to nerves. Mutual respect between both players will be there. So the scoreline will be helping Emma at the moment massively. She's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable while her opponent's on 0. And that's a pretty good effort. Okay, unfortunately, not completely hampered, but certainly hindered by this red. And because of that, we'll be reluctant to play with a touch aside, which would be needed. Incredibly tough shot coming up for Emma. Just overcut it. Okay, so chances been and gone for both players, but Amy Beecham will have one pot, either this or the next one, to level things up in this final. Race to 8. Already we've gone through just over 15 minutes.
Oh, she's not where she wanted to be there. That is an understatement. We should mention as well, Amy still yet to play on this table this weekend. This is the first time we've seen her on this stage. Every little bit of feedback we've heard from all the players out there is that they're when they first take to the table, it's like plunging in an ice bath. It shocks you pretty much to your core immediately. And then when you get used to it, you can get comfortable and you can do your thing.
Yeah,
I think Amy's not quite got her pace right yet. That was just a missed pot, but the shot before, it's the sort of shot Amy is very good at, getting where she wants to be on the table with loads of room. She's got
Eats
a line
them up usually.
Yeah,
eats them up. And I think obviously spent most of my weekend over on the YouTube table, which is table 2, and that's been ridiculously slidey. But that slidiness will increase when you add heat and lights
of the
arena, and there's a lot of people. So just a little bit of added speed on the table.
There's an excellent shot there, by the way, from Emma Parker. Got a difficult ball out and laid the snooker. Wants Amy to hit this, really.
There you go, a perfect example again of a sliding cushion. Just gone, probably, she's played that off 2 cushions, and it's slid that much she's missed it the other side by a good 6 to 8 inches.
I wouldn't get funny with it if I was Emma. I'd basically play the exact same shot again. Just you want Amy to move it for you. Risking moving it yourself is such a gamble. If you can get Amy to move it for you by either missing the snooker and hitting the yellow or getting the red out, you are more than okay. Amy can't make this red. Just keep on moving her into that position. Make it difficult, but not too difficult. You want her to hit this. Emma's laid too good a snooker. This isn't really much good to her.
No.
Because Amy can essentially, you know, she will try and play this properly, but there's no advantage really to Amy playing this properly unless she slow rolls it and lands sitting on the red, which she has, to her credit.
I think she's hit the yellow.
Tried to do, but that's what Emma Parker needed. Now she can go win the frame.
It would have been a good snooker if we were another 30 minutes down the match clock.
Yeah. My point, and fair play to Amy actually, she's played that at a pace which seemed pretty genuine. but I know there's a lot of players there who, you know, you're not allowed to deliberately foul, but you can certainly make it look like you're not.
Don't start them rumours.
Well, it's just a game, isn't it, Dave? You'd have just got close over and over again. You're like, I know what you want me to do. I'm not falling for your trap. I'll make it look like I'm trying, but you do your own work. You'd have been there for a while.
I can't believe you're calling it a game. I mean, some people think it's life and death, but it's much more important than that. So looking like a perfect start for Emma, however.
She's all right, that's okay. Yeah. Not exactly where she wanted to be, but she should make this.
These players do like dropping them into the centre pockets. And that one is there.
Yeah, heart of the pocket. Excellent shot from Emma Parker, and she goes 2-0 in front. She won't particularly care how. She really won't. Nor should she.
No, and in a way, I mean, she's probably not thinking this way, but the fact that Amy Beecham has had multiple chances actually works in her favour, because it will be making Amy Beecham...
She's putting her under pressure.
Exactly. The meta game, the game within the game, is heavily in Emma's favour at the moment. All the bad emotion will be on Amy Beecham's shoulders at the minute. Plenty of chances, and haven't taken them. Is about the worst position to be in as a professional pool player. Still can't get over that view, that camera view of the arena. It's fantastic, it really is.
It is a beauty.
Well,
Amy Beecham did win here last year in Bolton, beat Megan Proctor in the final. And by Amy's own admission, she didn't play particularly well in that final. It was a bit grubby. But I think here, she's going to have to level up if she wants to take this title down. I don't think Emma Parker is going to let her get away with anything.
Yeah, she's far too experienced to be in panic stations yet.
Yeah.
But needs to cut out them easy mistakes, the ones that we just don't expect her to be making.
You wouldn't be so churlish as to call a dry break a mistake, but you also, the way that Amy breaks it is with decent power. She does tend to leave good splits when she gets it right, but if she's dry, she leaves her opponent them, and these reds are very gettable. Emma will fancy these, and if she can just start to find a rhythm and start knocking in break finishes, which is what we saw in the semi-final. So a few brilliant finishes from Emma Parker. She can find that rhythm. All of a sudden, she's 3-4 frames in front, and she's going to be nearly impossible to stop.
Absolutely. And keeping your opponent on nil, just very, very important. Looks far more settled now than when you introduced her into the arena 10-20 minutes ago.
I do think there was a shade of sort of polite British embarrassment about that as well from both ladies, especially champs.
There was a nervous smile there from Emma, I noticed. So, stun across. Maybe back out as well. There we go. Unfortunately, the right hand side does kill the pace of the cue ball a little bit. It's still on this red at the bottom, but won't be guaranteed position.
I think she wants to take the red on the left to the centre, and I don't think she can fall in behind that now.
Being a right-hander helps with this shot. She's very steady on the cue. Wouldn't have minded the kiss on the yellow next to the 8. However, it does pass down into the bottom left. But what is the plan for the one on the far left?
Yeah, this is serious now, this finish. This is going to have to go coast to coast. I think she knocks the long straight one in, and then you've got to try and solve the two that are on polar ends of the table. Difficult. Very difficult. She's such a gifted cueist.
I tell you what, she doesn't look like missing anything when her hand's on the table.
Yeah.
It's very straight, indeed. Is she going to chance her arm at the double now? I think so.
That's a good call, that. I don't mind that. Well, gets her a bit of equity in the frame as well.
Guarantees a
I think
position.
she's cutting it, Dave. She's taking this on.
We'll need a nice cannon on one of the yellers. That's excellent.
What
excellent.
a pot. That's a stunning shot from Emma Parker.
Yeah,
that
beautiful.
is.
Beautiful.
And you couldn't be better on this red if you pick the cue ball up and put your hand down on the table. This is a very, very impressive out from Emma Parker.
And just to take that on, I think her opponent will know she's feeling good now.
Well, if you can't feel good after a finish like this, then when will you on a pool table?
Well, it's nice of her to repeat the performance that we saw in the semi-final. Amy Beecham is going to be well and truly up against it if Emma can just cut this 8-ball into the centre.
Belter. Cue ball is...
It's going to hold up, surely.
Safe. Very, very good. That is some out from Emma Parker. This shot is the shot of the match so far, and by a million miles.
Yeah, it wasn't just the pod itself, it's to judge the position. I mean, she could have easily gone behind one of them yellows, targeted the far yellow, did brush the first one, but not enough to cause her a problem with access to the last colour. Excellent. And looks settled, looks really calm, sat in her seat, as she should do.
100%. She holds all the cards right now. 3-0 in front. She's the one playing well. She's just got a fantastic finish under her belt. And all the pressure here is on her opponent. And the good news gets better for Emma. She's breaking next.
So, are we going to see a better cut break on the second attempt? We are. That is brutally unlucky.
Look at the split, Dave.
Perfectly off the side cushion, back into the pack. Finds a kiss. Oh, it's just not nice.
I mean, that is savage. But when you factor in what she's left, I mean, that's brutal. And this is the cut break that we spoke about, that Amy jokingly said in her interview after their Pro Cup final a couple of weekends ago. That needs banning. It's that good.
Well,
that's what Emma was doing.
A lot of the players that I've sat with over the weekend want it banning. I'm not one of them. However, I'm not a player. I think there's a skill in it, and I can see why people play it. And if Emma is that consistent with it, what happened just there will not happen very often.
Yeah, exactly that.
And that makes it a very appetising prospect for a professional player to start using it. Because just look at what she's left her opponent. Exactly what Amy Beecham needs to get back into this final and a first frame on the board. Always very, very impressive, Amy Beecham. Certainly cue action-wise. Had the pleasure of seeing her practice local to me on a few occasions, and yeah, the levels go up in practice. She can be a little bit of a machine. So cut this red back and round a couple of cushions.
And Amy can be a bit guilty at times of, like all players can, especially the very, very good ones. Like through a tournament, they can end up being victim to a bit of a virus. If their opponent's not playing well, it can be a bit catching and they get bogged down a little bit. Weirdly, and this will sound strange, but the fact Emma's just knocked to the break and finish, that will focus Amy like nothing else.
Yeah, sometimes you need your opponent to step up to sort of like have a word with yourself, and the best players do retaliate.
It will sharpen her concentration. It really will. She's got a shot to play here, mind.
Yeah.
I mean, this red must slide by. Must do.
Yeah, I'm guessing so. We wouldn't have expected her to take on this finish without checking earlier on, so no surprise to see she's left it till last if she's already checked it. That's okay. Not ideal. Oh, you can see there how tight it is. It's going to have to go off the bottom cushion. I'm really surprised that this didn't go. and she didn't check earlier, because yes, it's gettable, but it's not a guarantee. And when you're taking on a finish at 3-0 down, you'd prefer a guaranteed finish.
Oh, she didn't miss that by much.
There you have it. Emma probably was sat in her seat thinking, I can't believe my luck.
Well, Emma Parker is odds on to go 4-0 up in a Pro Series final against Amy Beecham. That is manna from heaven.
I mean, for players at this level, giving them 7 balls in the Open, and you've only got 1, will only usually result in another frame away. And like we've just mentioned, Emma looks settled, and this is just going to add more fuel to the fire. It is a race to 8, so still, and there's still 22 minutes on the clock, but things are going to have to change. We expect Emma to take these out, and at 4-0, heavy favourite for Emma to lift her first title. Look at the focus, the steely determination.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's the only thing that'll let her down in the finish like this, is just losing that concentration. She's got a couple of shots to play in this visit. That yellow obviously on the right side is a problem. I think it'll probably go now. Get rid of it when you can.
Yeah, she's taking it now because there's a little bit of safety in mind. If she does manage to miss it, she shouldn't leave the red.
Oh, she's pumping him in, Dave.
Well, I say that. It's a good job it did drop in.
She'll play safety next. It's okay. There's no prizes for winning a frame in one visit. She's flown the pot in. But I would likely suggest, to use another footballing cliche if I may, that she's almost hit that too well.
Too well.
She may take this on as a shot to nothing, but she doesn't, and I think that's a wise decision. Didn't want to leave Amy the full contact. She can have a bit of a swing at this, can Champs. Difficult to see where it can go into a pocket without a little bit of hit and hoping though.
Yeah, can't quite see enough of this red, to back double it, I don't think. So hard to see where the intended pocket is going to be. Or can she?
She could.
She could, because you...
What a shot, Champs.
Wow. Excellent.
What a moment for Amy Beecham in this final. Welcome to the party. It's 3-1, and that is a massive moment in this final.
Excellent. You know what, as well, the guide, the yellow was the guide, so it made it just that tad easier. It was basically a case of getting down, just missing the yellow, and the red was always going to go close. Excellent shot by Amy Beecham.
Yeah, and it's a really good line for the angle of that pocket, which essentially, when you're going in on that line, it makes the pocket play bigger because of the direction the pocket's cut. It's almost heading straight into it. The pocket wants to receive it when it's on that line. Yeah,
I've spoken to quite a lot of the male professionals over the last couple of days, and what they're saying is they're actually treating the table a little bit like a 9-ball table, like the American side of the game, because at an English 8-ball table you would always be aiming for the far jaw when they're close to the cushion. But what the players are actually doing is they're aiming for the near jaw because of the cut and how fast and slidey it is. They're just hitting the near jaw, and they're always guaranteed to go in off the far jaw, and that's exactly what we saw with that back double.
Weirdly, you're far more likely to miss it off the far jaw as well. That's when it can rattle.
Yeah, far jaw and pace is a recipe to miss.
Absolutely. Amy with the break then, looking to go 3-2. Huge swing moment in this final, potentially.
Yeah, the rot has stopped. Can Amy get herself into, well, I'd say only second gear at the moment. It's a good opportunity. It's a good layout. There will be no thoughts of safety as she eyes up this red into the centre pocket. Excellent opener. May just choose to leave that red there next to the yellow. Could be a good last ball for the 8. Everything else reasonably simple. May opt to play a plant, doesn't have to though. They do look quite set, even though there's quite a bit of distance between them.
She's locked in here, Amy. You can always tell she is because she's talking to herself.
Yeah,
I really like that.
I picked up on that this weekend.
You can see her process working through, and it's a really actively talking yourself through everything
Absolutely.
you're doing.
I mean, the last thing I'd want if I was playing is a commentator in my ear.
Yeah. Amy would concur with that, don't you worry. She's told me enough times. Ooh, wow.
Wow. An unexpected miss. She will be devastated not to take them out.
Yeah, that was cash ball. I mean, that goes in, the frame's over.
Is Emma going to be tempted here? Doesn't have to go straight away, but
I think you can have a go at the skill shot without having to worry too much, without leaving much. Yeah, wanted that to go in, but look at what she's left. You're pretty happy, aren't you?
Absolutely.
Had options either way.
Has she left an up and down attempt? Not much value in taking it on, you don't feel? Unsure whether she can see enough of this red to squeeze off the yellow. That's the one she's playing though.
It could have come out worse.
Giving it a good old clout for sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, hasn't messed up any of Emma's yellows.
Well, you say that. I think that cluster at the top left is a little fiddly. She's just having a look to see if she can land to play the middle one, almost to thread the needle between the two. If she can do that and get there, she's fine. But actually getting there, you've got to be really precise.
Yeah, you could be right.
You see the yellow that's just to the southwest of the cue ball right now, the one sort of closest to the middle of the table. I think if the cue ball's where that yellow is, that's bang in line to play the closest yellow to that corner pocket, and that's sort of where she needs to be. So I think her plan here, is to get straight enough on the yellow to left centre and just leave the cue ball there and then get to work. See what I mean? There's a path there to sort of like a railway track.
Just want to sail on into the path of the three yellows. I'm not sure. I think she may leave the plant and play it at pace and sort of open it up. However, she's close to the line you just spoken about now. Having a good look at it for sure. This looks tight.
It does.
But like we said, near jaw, and it will drop in.
Oh, she took the outer one and it was tough.
The pace, it was just pace that. However, I don't think there's been too much damage done. Yeah, that doesn't look like a happy Amy Beecham. So much so, she's just come across to have a look at the double. But oh my, is this thin. The cue ball will be going round a lot of cushions.
Yeah, tough.
That was incredibly high tariff shot, that.
I actually went back just had the stream up on my phone just to, because it's a few seconds behind, just to take a look at the shot Emma played. It was mighty tight, that yellow, to go in. So tight. That's why I felt like she had to get the middle one out of the way, because it felt like it was blocking the other two. And to play it at pace, that felt like a reach to get that in.
Yeah, you thought that, and I thought she was going to play the plant. And if it is so tight, it does raise a question mark why she played it with such pace. However, it could be all irrelevant because
it should be.
Mistakes are starting to creep in on Emma's side of the game.
Yeah, you don't often see a sort of clean missed pot from Emma Parker, but that was one. And she'll be mortified at that. Wasn't doing anything particular with the cue ball, that was just a case of making the ball.
There might be 15 minutes left, but you do feel the match clock is going to play a part in this final.
Oh, 100%. 100%.
I mean, in around 25 seconds, things will start to speed up.
It's common knowledge.
But will they speed up enough? I think that will help both players.
Oh, now then.
Outrageous.
Well, I was under the impression that 8 ball just went, and well, did it. I'm so surprised to see Emma back at the table. We'll see that back in a moment. Emma Parker with a big shot of her own here.
Thrown wide. I mean, you still expected it to drop after it hit the jaw.
This one. This looks clean. I'm really surprised to see this miss from Amy. That missed by a way.
Yeah, just catching the yellow on the way through.
Big tester. Oh, cue ball.
Unbelievable.
Oh, wow.
She's hit it so well as well. Did it go in cleaner off the yellow? The camera angle just changed. We're going to see it again. It wasn't jaw yellow pocket, was it? Oh, it was. Oh, that's brutal. Because Amy will have known.
You can't really control that.
That she had to play the 8 ball thin, hit the jaw to keep the cue ball out, and to hit the jaw, then contact the yellow and drop in is, I mean, it's just outrageous.
Yeah, that's you're talking millimetres.
And believe me, when the camera was on Emma just a few seconds ago, she will have been trying extremely hard not to smile, but she will be buzzing inside.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. In a big final, you've just got to take it.
Absolutely. 4-1 the lead for Emma Parker. Long way back once again for Amy Beecham. Not an impossible task, but an unlikely one at this stage. Emma Parker inching her way closer to her first Ultimate Pool title. 4-1 leads, 14 minutes to play, 15-second shot clock will come in this final with 10 minutes left. That cut break's something else, you know. There's a few of the very, very top boys who could learn from this.
It's clean. It's very, very clean. Interesting to see where she puts her hand there, right in the pocket of the table.
She worked on this a lot towards the back end of last year. She played in the mixed pairs with Sean Storey, who's fairly local to Emma Parker. They've spent a lot of time in sort of practice and all the rest of it, some practice sessions. And for a player like Emma, someone like Sean is a great person to practice with, because he's such a tinkerer and a thinker about the game. There's so much to learn from a player like that. And they talked breaks, and that's a very sort of Sean Storey-ish cut break.
Absolutely, I've seen Sean do that on occasion, and what they're doing is by putting the hand in the pocket, they're enabling the cue to be much flatter. What that means is if there's less elevation, you can hit the cut break harder with less risk of the cue ball coming off the table. It's very effective. Some of the best cut breakers in the world use that sort of method to get the cue as flat as possible. And yeah, no surprise that it was from Sean Storey, or if it is from Sean Storey. Yeah, the tinkerer.
He has so many tools in the shed when it comes to breaks. He's got the lot.
He's just a clever player. He'll quite happily spend sort of 5-6 hours trying to get 1 or 2% in his game. He was the first that sort of years ago mastered the shot clock, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He really was. She's underdone this. I don't think she's on anything.
I think she might be on the one to top right. I could be wrong, but I think she can thread that gap. Just. It's tight. It's very tight. She's just on it. She's perfect.
That is very fortunate.
Sometimes you need a little bit of run to go your way to take down your first title. Emma Parker's just got some.
Wow.
And she's ball in hand perfect to go 5-1 up.
We've got on a very interesting last 11 minutes if Emma's to take these 2 yellows out, because Amy is just going to throw all caution to the wind in this last 10 minutes. She's going to have to take every finish out. More than capable of doing so, but then mistakes that we've seen thus far in the final will have to be stopped instantly. This looks okay, not too much angle, but she powers it in. She'll be back out for the black, or can play it with a little bit less power and just drop the 8 up into the corner. Look how straight and how still she is on the shot. What a great shot. And does power it in. For the unmissable 8 ball. Emma Parker is going to go 4 clear in this final with only 11 minutes remaining.
It is a long road back at this stage for Amy Beecham. It is not quite mission impossible, but it certainly is mission improbable. 4 frames behind. She just needs to get those before the zeros hit. There's no 6-red shootout, remember. We have a deciding frame. So Amy essentially, and the reason why we're thinking about it is because she's away behind here with limited time left. She just needs to prioritise getting herself level before 0. Give herself a chance in a potential decider. I think if she loses another one, it might be all over.
Yeah, I think
the composure of Emma Parker, David, so impressive. Said to me in her interview after the semi-final that she was shaking like a leaf. Inside I think she is, but she doesn't show it externally, does she?
Things have gone her way, I have to say that. I have to be fair to Amy Beecham. She's not had an equal share of the run on the table. That said, the first frame was key. Certainly, she got a couple of chances, and then there was a few uncharacteristic mistakes by Amy, but it has to stop now. I think through all the commentary we've done, I used to think the average frame time was around 3.5 minutes. That's average. Obviously, as we enter the 15 seconds a shot, you could probably shave a good 45 seconds off that. That means Amy is going to have to take out probably 4 frames in around 6 visits maximum.
Yeah.
So the double and the breakout. Well, I mean, she's certainly going all out to get these, but hasn't got much margin to land on this yellow. This 14 is going to drop. Is she on this yellow? Can she see just the edge to cut this in? If she can, the reds will act as a blocker. She may have a shot on the 8. Oh, well, she couldn't be any better on the 8 if it does pass.
Oh, what a finish.
I'm not 100% this goes.
I think
yes, it does.
The cue ball smaller than the object ball means this goes. It did. It did.
Well,
but it hasn't.
However, has she left a pot for her opponent?
I think Emma's got to try and pop this.
I'll tell you one thing, I'll be using my extension.
Our 15-second shot clock has now kicked in as well, Dave. She's not got much time to think about it. I think she's going to try and snick this in, is she?
No, I don't think so. I think just a safety. And it's a good one.
It's a good line.
It's very, very good.
Pace control's excellent there as well.
She's going to get it, but what she has done is she's ran the clock down enough. So, wasted a little bit of time. However, 3 behind, just under 9 minutes remaining.
It's about what Amy needs, because if you factor in, you're probably going to need to make 7 or 8 pots to win a frame, and you sort of think 15-second shot clock, but cue ball moving around, call it 20. You're looking at, if you say 8 shots at 20 seconds, that's 2 minutes 40. Give it a little bit more, a little bit of flex, 3 minutes-ish. That's on a 15-second shot clock. How long have we got? We've got precisely 8 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, and Amy Beecham needs 3 frames.
Yeah, and you know what, Steve? You can see Emma sat in a seat there just looking up above the table, and what she's looking at is the match clock. She will be thinking along the same lines as you. Is there enough time? It's not a good mindset to have. Not at this stage. Maybe if there's 5 minutes remaining. Yeah, that cut break once again, but there's going to be no friends, I don't think.
Yeah, she's a little unlucky. She's a little unlucky.
Straight to the table. to try and get frame number 3.
Reds aren't bad here, Dave. Reds are not bad. I think the really awkward one by the middle pocket, I think she can get to, and it's a big pocket to the right centre.
Yeah, it's a small gap to aim to. Won't be on her mind quite yet. She will have had a look at it, but just won't have time to think. So, it will be this one, and then the one to the bottom right, and then land on the ball that you just mentioned. Maybe just cannon the yellow directly south of it. She's missed the red.
Oh, Champs, that's fortunate.
I thought she'd missed the red.
I think Champs thought she had.
I can't be the only one that thought she'd missed that, surely.
I mean, she's trying to pot it on the straight side, because you can see she ended up with an angle that she didn't want. So she tried to pot it straight, but even then, goodness me, she got lucky.
Well,
she's got a double. And that's it. Oh,
in off the yellow.
Yeah.
Needs a bit of fortune.
She's got it, has she?
No. Well, has she got the gap for the other one? Can she just miss the 8 ball?
I think you're right.
I mean, again.
She's on the one to top right. What's she playing here? Oh, she played the double. Well, Emma Parker, what an opportunity. 4 frames clear at this stage in the match. And I think you might come close to an Amy Beecham handshake.
Yeah, we're certainly going to be looking at under 6 minutes, possibly nearer just over 5. So she'll be taking her time on this finish. It's not a guarantee. She's got to work out the 2 yellows at the bottom. That's a nice kiss, though. Natural should drift her down here. I think she's got just enough angle just to come down the table. Wants to stay at the table as long as possible. It goes without saying. Run as much of that match clock down. That
is smelly.
Yes, awful. Just awful place to be. With Amy having a red at the top and the bottom of the table, a safety's high tariff. Well, is going to attempt one and has got it, I think. Excellent. Or has she?
Amy's kicking.
Well, she has. So 1 cushion. Doesn't want this in.
Pretty good shot, but a loss of turn might be able to come here for Emma.
Yeah, this is just doing too much damage to the match clock.
I have to say that in terms of winning your first title, it's very, very rarely easy.
Considering the inexperience at Ultimate Pool in the arena of Emma Parker, it's been really, really impressive in the latter stages of this match from her.
She's been a serial champion, a serial winner.
And just as we say that, she's played a little bit of a rash shot, but if you were ever in doubt if the pool gods were on one side or the other, they are firmly in the Parker camp.
Yeah, I think that's safe to say. That was very much if ever you needed it, if you're Amy Beecham, that was a sign that maybe it's not going to be your night.
Yeah.
There is still just about time. She can go here and she probably needs to get them. Don't think she can afford not to.
Well,
she's got a shot.
This is going to need it. Sorry, this needs some good cueing.
Oh, how'd you like that?
And I think that will be the end of that for the final, I'm afraid. Capitulation all over Amy's face. I think she'll realise that a chance in this final has been and gone. Yeah.
Amazing though. Absolutely amazing. I feel for Amy in the sense that I know she'll be really gutted not to win, but also she'll be annoyed at, I think, how she's played a little bit in this final. It's not been her level, but on the other hand, I'm so pleased for Emma Parker. It's so good to see a new player win their first title.
Absolutely. Because it's just so difficult to do.
And for the third event in 4, we are seeing a new winner of a ranking title for the women.
She's playing the double, I believe, here. Is she? Well, she's got it.
Never in doubt.
The sheer confidence of that shot, and the crowd have realised that should be the title heading Emma's way. Excellent.
She's trying not to smile too much almost. Wants to hold it in, but difficult not to with the support that she gets. I believe I heard one Vicky Lomax leading the Emma Parker fan club a moment ago, and well, I've never yet met a person that Vicky Lomax couldn't make smile.
Yeah, an incredible character, and you are 100% correct. The vocal cords of Vicky Lomax were definitely heard.
My radar just went off. Yes. Something beeped internally.
It's like a fire alarm through the arena. There she is. Well done to the cameraman. So Amy, ever the professional, is going to see this out. A lesser person would offer the hand. She's going to let Emma have a moment.
I think that's exactly it, to be honest. I think you've called that bang on, Dave. I think Amy's been in that scenario. She'll remember what it feels like to win titles. She may even, if she can rewind the clock back far enough to when she won her first big one, she'll remember how good that felt. And she wants to almost let Emma have her moment here. She's sort of departed the stage to play this one out and let Emma have the full effect.
Yeah, absolutely. Credit to her character. Really, really impressive. It'd be so easy for her to just sort of throw the towel in. All right, we are seeing a little bit more flamboyance with the cue.
You might see a couple of good finishes here now the pressure's fully off and she can just float around the table. You'll see Amy in flow state, which will be quite jarring because we've not seen this version of Amy Beecham for the final, but that's how pressure works. That's what this game is.
When it matters, and there is nobody more experienced than Amy Beecham at playing when it matters.
Yeah, and you'd watch this and you think, well, where was this? But it's never that easy.
It's not that easy.
Never, ever that easy. And you can still miss the difficult ones.
But even still there, she's missed. She could quite easily offer her hand. She wants Emma to be at the table, just to, like you said, get the full effect, have the moment. And it's great to see. An ultimate pool title does not come easily, and Emma has done stupendously well here. Impressive throughout the whole competition, deserved of a place in the final. And it'd be nice just to see her get rid of these remaining colours and the black.
Yeah, agreed. And I think there were plenty of folks when Emma first joined the ultimate pool circuit who sort of earmarked her as a potential future champion. You could see the cueing ability straight away. Such a very gifted cueist. It was just whether she could learn the game. It's very, very different to snooker. There's transferable skills, of course, that's obvious, but the game is very, very different. Megan Proctor in the house alongside Vicky Lomax. First time Vicky Lomax doesn't want to be seen. But in terms of Emma Parker, she's been on the radar for a little while.
And now the handshake
will come out. For the first time, Emma Parker is an ultimate pool champion. What a moment for her. And Dave, what a performance.
Yeah, it was excellent. Obviously, the little bit of luck needed to win a final did go her way. She was undoubtedly the best player. Congratulations to Emma. Amy Beecham, we will not have seen the last of lifting ultimate pool silverware, I'm sure. But this evening belongs to that lady there. Congratulations, Emma.
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorized Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Welcome back, everybody. It's presentation time as we distribute our very first Ultimate Pool Trophy of the weekend. A brilliant final, a brilliant tournament by both of these women. First of all, let's hear it though for your runner-up. She's Amy Beecham. Amy, well played on reaching another final. I know from knowing you well and also just from being a human that you won't be pleased with the result. But in terms of your run once again, how pleased to reach a final?
Well, I didn't win, so I really could have gone out first round. I'm in quite good form at the minute. Didn't necessarily show it there, but yeah, I played some good stuff today, so hopefully it just can carry it into tomorrow.
I got the sense when I spoke to you a couple of weekends ago when this final was played for its first time at the Pro Cup and you were on the right side of it, played brilliantly. I got the sense from speaking to you that you've sort of realised it wouldn't be the last time you'd play Emma in a big final, and at some point she was going to win one. Yeah,
Not happy it's quite so soon, but like she's won big tournaments away from UP now, and it was only a matter of time, and she puts a lot of work in, deserves all the success she gets.
Nice words, mate. You'll be back. Amy Beecham, everybody, the one and only. And one of my favourite things that we do here in the Ultimate Pool Arena, we crown a new champion. For the first time, Ultimate Pool champion. Give it up for Emma Parker. Oh, dude, I'm so pleased for you. I know you've been working so hard to get to this stage. If you can, tell us how good does it feel?
Yeah, it does feel good, but obviously I was 3-0 up again, and I thought a few weeks ago this all changed, so I'm glad it didn't.
It was an incredible performance from you today, not just the final, but we saw you in multiple matches, fantastic in the quarter-final, put a brilliant show on in the semi as well. How satisfying is it to do it with your first one winning, and you've beaten 3 Ultimate Pool champions back-to-back in Becky, Danielle and Amy? It feels like you've done it the hard way, which I think is how you'd want to do it.
Yeah, I think if you're going to win an event, you want to beat some of the best players on tour, and I've definitely done that. So didn't quite show it there, but earlier today I did. So.
And how special to do it with plenty of support in the stands behind you as well. I saw plenty of occasions, particularly towards the end, where you were trying to keep that laser focus, but not always easy, is it?
No, not with them two.
And for you, obviously the first title. We know you've won big titles, as Amy mentioned, away from UP, but I know this has been the one you've really wanted.
Yeah, I can't put it into words. I'm so happy just to get over the line. You don't want to keep getting to finals and then obviously being runner-up. So I'm glad I've done it now. It's my first one. So hopefully many more.
Hopefully many more. We're not going to keep you waiting any longer. Going to bring in Jordan Chavouche, the managing director, to make the presentation. Enjoy the moment, Emma. It's all yours. Your Ultimate Pool Women's Pro Series champion is Emma Parker!
Introducing the all-new Ultimate Pool Pro 15 pool balls powered by Dynaspheres. The official ball set for all Ultimate Pool tournaments. Unmatched consistency and precision with perfect roll technology. Developed with the best players in the world to elevate their game and your game. Available exclusively in the UK at ultimatepoolshop.com or from your authorized Dynaspheres retailer.
Hi, I'm at work right now, but I've just found out my heating's gone. Any chance you can come over and help?
Consider it done.
Alright then, folks, welcome back to the arena for our final match on this Super Saturday here at the Ultimate Pool Series against Bolton Wanderers Stadium. This one should be an absolute belter. Two world-class players playing at the very top of their game, battling for the Ultimate Pool prize. Introducing first, a player who at just 19 is already an Ultimate Pool champion and already a serial contender. For the third straight Pro Series weekend, he's in the big one. Bask in the glimmer of the jewel. Welcome, Jaden Billingham. As for his opponent, he too has been here plenty of times before. A multiple-time Ultimate Pool champion, climbing as high as number 2 in the rankings. Feel the power of the hammer. Welcome, Stevie Dempsey. Tony Holgate and Mark Shepley, it's over to you.
A very good evening. Welcome out into the arena for one final time tonight. 96 players started out. We are down to our 2 finalists, and what a final we've got. Stevie Dempsey, multiple Ultimate Pool winner, up to number 2 in the rankings a couple of years ago, knocking on the door of number 1, and he faces off against Jaden Billingham. Beginning of his second season as an Ultimate Pool Pro, already an Ultimate Pool Pro Series champion. He's reached the final the last 3 Ultimate Pool Pro Series weekends. He's getting better and better. But in his way tonight, Stevie Dempsey, a tough opponent. Both of these players have played so well to get to this point. Stevie Dempsey wasn't at his very best in his first match that we saw on this main arena table yesterday afternoon. But he steadied the ship when he needed to and got better and better. And then along the way, he's beaten some good players to get to this final. Jaden Billingham, it's been a consistent performance right from the off. He's been pushed all the way in several matches. The last match up last night against Tom Jones, it looked like it might be the end of the road. 7-all, Tom Jones broke. Good layout. It looked like Jayden was going home, but then when he was afforded his chance, he really took it. What are we going to see here? Stevie Dempsey gets us underway in frame 1. Race to 9, 50 minutes on the match clock. The final of Ultimate Pool Pro Series 3. And Stevie makes a ball. Tony, this has been a long weekend of pool up until this point. We started out at 11 o'clock on this table yesterday. We played 2 full days of it. The players have played a lot of matches to get to this point, but I think you'd struggle to say that these weren't 2 deserving finalists.
No, they've been brilliant all weekend, I have to say. Stevie Dempsey, for me, I'm going to make him a slight favourite, and it's just the way he played that semi-final was... It's the first time for a while I've seen that steely-eyed look about him, and for me, I think he might just have too much for Jayden Billingham.
Yeah, there's no question he wants it. He was perennially in finals a couple of seasons ago. Had a quiet 2025, relatively speaking. I mean, still, it was actually a very good season. Missed a couple of events for reasons of not being able to travel over a competing commitment. So it wasn't like he wasn't playing well, but he didn't win a title last year. He'd like to get back on the winner's circle.
He's still got a false position for me in the rankings.
Yeah, currently sitting at 14.
He's a top 10 player.
Yeah, that's
no
the
question.
reflection of where he is. I mean, he was, as we've said, number 2 and knocking on the door of number 1. I mean, let's not forget that weekend a couple of years ago in Blackpool. He got to back-to-back finals of the 2 Pro Series events, losing out to Tom Cousins in both finals. But no shame in that. He's played a good shot there.
Very good shot indeed. Acknowledged by Jayden. But this does promise to be an extremely good final. Another good shot there from Dempsey.
And this is important to get off to a good start. Jayden's been very, very efficient with the chances he's got. He hasn't been spurning many chances. Stevie wants to get ahead early doors, get Jayden under some pressure. And that's clinical from Stevie Dempsey. 1 break, 1 clearance, 1-0.
Yeah, great start. 2.5 minutes. That's all that's gone. He's 1 up.
He'll obviously have been relieved to see a couple of the big name players depart early on. I think that the key match probably for Stevie was beating Ian Alley in the last 16 last night. Got off to a good start in that match, and then I think it was something like 5-0 or 5-1 up. Ian Alley knocked off 4 in a row. Suddenly looking a bit dangerous, and Ian had been playing really well up until that point. We know he's the kind of player that can pull a result from anywhere. Stevie regrouped, closed that one out. Then it was a professional victory over John Rowe earlier on that we saw on this table. And then likewise in the semi-final against Christophe Lambert. Jayden has been cut breaking pretty much throughout. Goes to that cut break again. So cue ball over to the side of the table, aiming for the second ball down.
Yeah, Jayden's semi against Dylan. That was the one. Leary had such a great chance. He got away with a couple. Don't get me wrong, Billingham is the real deal for a 19-year-old. Incredible player. Won his first tour last year in his first season. There's no question this young man will win a lot of them as his career progresses.
He's almost impossible to put under any pressure. We've seen people play well against him and they've won some frames, but his standard has basically stayed the same whether he's been ahead or behind in all of the matches we've seen him in.
Yeah, he's no bottler. He's got incredible willpower at the table and he doesn't let anything distract him at all. And we've always said it, it's an old head on young shoulders. You feel like he's been around the pro game for like several years, not just one.
Yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. His speed to the top of the charts last season, winning that first event, was just incredible.
Yeah.
He's found a gap to the ball top left, which could have been difficult, so he's gone with that. So now just got to swing the cue ball back down the table. He's just pointing with his finger where he wants it. Can either go between red and black or around the red to the left of the black. He's gone through the gap of the balls and he's played it pretty well.
Yeah, lovely control once again from Jaden. He'd have liked to have been quite straight on this so he could just pull the cue ball straight back past that red, but he's got a tiny angle.
Yeah, the fact he's right on the cushion just brings that red to the right of the yellow into play in a way that it wouldn't be if he was dead straight. Should be fine, we've just got to make sure he cues this properly. He doesn't want to quit on the shot.
Played that really well. That is a great shot there from Jaden. Knocked it in like it wasn't there. This for 1-all. Never in doubt. The duel. Jaden Billingham levels things up in this final. And it's been a great start. But you'd expect it. These two have really battled well through the field.
Yeah, when you say never in doubt, that's exactly the thing. When he gets onto one of those finishes, you know, I'm saying he needs to cue this well, but you just know he's going to. He's not going to just quit on a shot because we haven't seen him quit on any shots this weekend. He's been relentless. And I think it's not just that he's dealing with the pressure. I think he's not feeling as much pressure as some of the players. I guess that's the advantage of youth. He's found it relatively easy to reach finals. I think, you know, if you compare and contrast it with, say, Dylan Leary, who he beat in the semi-final, like, Dylan had worked so hard to get to that final, it probably felt like a slightly bigger occasion for him, whereas for Jaden, he's been in quite a few semis lately, so it was almost like another day at the office. So we see the hammer break. Balls in both bottom corners.
Yeah, I saw him earlier just before the final when the women's final was on. Had a little chat with him. And he said his break's as good as it's ever been. And that's been the foundation of how well he's played. In case anybody didn't see the women's final before, Emma Parker has won her first tour series title, beating Amy Beecham. Many congratulations to her. I mean, she has played so well today. And even a couple of weeks ago, you can see the difference just in her game. She's joined the top now today for me.
Yeah, I was very pleased to see her win. Her match earlier against Danielle Randall, I thought was one of the most enjoyable matches we've seen all weekend.
Some of the finishes she's taken out today, ridiculous.
She's such a good cue.
Well, I was down there watching it because obviously we weren't on comms for that final, but I was down there watching it on the big screen with a lot of people around. And a couple of people commented and said, that young lady will be the #1 very shortly, even this season. It's hard to make a case against that, the way that she played.
Well, it really is. I mean, we've got some great cueists in the ladies' game. You think of players coming through like Mary Talbot, who've got a very pure technique, but I think Emma Parker is just really a cut above pretty much everyone. It's just a silky smooth cue action. And because it's so technically good, now she knows how to manipulate the tactics and play the right shots. You can't really imagine her missing many pots because she just hits the ball so well.
Yeah, she keeps very still on the cue. Like I say, Very pleased for her and many congratulations. So anyway, who is going to join her as an ultimate pool champion tonight? One of these two guys is going to do it, but which one? Well, a miss into the middle pocket there from the hammer.
Yeah, I find this quite a difficult match to call. I mean, I would agree with you that you probably would give the slight edge to Stevie Dempsey, just he's been at this level for so long. But
just because I saw just the way he's looked at the table, or when he's been sat in the seat, he's had a steely look about him. But then Jaden Billingham's got bags of talent, and you know, I say, yeah, I make Stevie the slight favourite, but you can't afford to miss too many of those.
No, and the thing that gives me pause for thought about putting Stevie as a favourite is just when you look at Jaden, it's very hard to see where the mistake's coming from. He may not get enough chances, and that's just going to be the nature of pool, but he's been so good at taking the chances he gets.
A lot of times he's not been the first one to go gain. He's been mopping up somebody else's mistakes, and he doesn't ever miss them. He's so clinical.
Yeah, I mean, we've had this discussion quite a few times in commentary. Like, you'd be a world beater if you can always make every counter clearance that's offered. You'd be a world beater. That's the bit people focus less on, though. They're more focused on the first visit clearances. This side of the game, clearing up from these positions where you should get them, but some people miss 5% of the time. He's got that number down to close to 0 the last few matches.
Well, the black's in, and it is Jaden Billingham now 2-1 up. Pouncing on that mistake there from Dempsey. And that will be stuck in Stevie's head, that one, because he's missed one in his semi-final in that same middle pocket from the other end. And that's one thing he mentioned to me when I was chatting to him, is I missed a stupid ball in the middle. Can't believe I missed it. And that was still in his mind after winning his semi-final. So whether that pocket is going to come back and haunt him again, I don't know.
Yes, I mean, he's a player that's very good at not letting that kind of thing distract him in a match. He's not somebody that lets his head drop, but he's clearly a perfectionist. He wants to play well. He knows he can play well. Even little things like that, he's thinking, how can I get better? But then that's why he's such a good champion, because he's not satisfied with a merely good performance. He wants perfection every time. The break's obviously going to be a major factor. I think Stevie's break is more kind of conventionally good in that he's giving it a real smash from the front, and maybe it's a little bit easier on the eye. But Jaden's break has been really, really effective, and you know, ultimately that's what you need.
Well, everything would be pretty hunky-dory here for Jaden Billingham on the reds if it wasn't for the fact I'm pretty sure that red doesn't go past the black ball at the top of the table. When he wants to put the one down the rail, use the cue ball to flick out the yellow that's above the other red. And that red in the middle of the table will help him try and develop the last one. He sits it a bit thin. It will pot that red, but I'm not sure if it will pot from where he is now. You might have to take the long red into the top corner.
Well, the saving grace of this is that he does have a shot which he's just lining up now to pot the ball top right, to swing the cue ball inside that yellow on the cushion and come into the red and black. He's not going to know for sure where the red's going, but he'd have a chance of landing on the ball at the bottom of the table. So he's got sort of 2 bites of the cherry at this. Oh, he's played that so well.
That is such a good shot. That really is a great shot from Jaden.
You could have envisaged him going in harder, which made it unpredictable where the red was going to end up, but what a controlled shot he's played.
He looks a bit different from the semi, I'm telling you now, he looks really on it. This shot here, brilliant.
Oh, that's a good shot as well.
This is another play from the semi. I'm telling you, he played well in the semi. He's played well all weekend. This is another level. But just the way he's cueing, he looks, I don't know. It's a blistering display from Jaden Billingham. It's almost like he saved his best till the last tonight in the final.
And it's the right kind of respect for his opponent, because I think he's playing so well because he knows he's playing such a good opponent. But instead of being frozen in the headlights like some players, he's channeling that to just play a higher quality game. Very good start from both of these players. Ultimately, it's going to come down to chances. It's very hard to see either of them missing too many chances when they get them. So, Stevie to break off in frame 5, needs a ball. Wow, he gives the table a good stare down. The problem is, because he's got such a good break, he's not very likely to leave the table dry and in a mess. He's likely, if he doesn't possible, to leave a layout, and that's exactly what he's done here. This kind of thing could be extremely costly. If he starts coming up dry, Jaden is just so good at making sure of these positions. Nothing really to do with the reds. The ball's on the left-hand side of the table. The lower of the two is blocking the higher one, so you've got to take them in the right order or play the other one along. But we're really grasping at straws if we're talking about problems with these clearance. It's really plain sailing for someone that's played as well as Jaden. He's quite an understated guy in the way he sort of conducts himself in interviews and off the table, but he's a real big occasion player. Some young players struggle with this kind of situation where all the eyes are on you, but actually he just seems to get better and better the more people that are watching. So they may just choose to put the lower of the two balls and play the other one along. Just making absolutely sure this is such a good chance to punish the dry break from Stevie.
Yeah, who said Stevie was favourite?
Oh, that's a good shot as well. Did just have the angle to get past the second ball. Just a slightly more guaranteed shot when you play it to the natural pocket rather than having to play it long. The fact Jaden's had a lot of time on this particular table as well, he's really adapted well to it. I think of all the players we've seen this weekend, his cue ball control and judgment on this table and the way it's playing has been the best.
A tad short. So does he try and guide the cue ball off that side rail and back behind the black ball? He's got a bit of traffic there and blockers with those yellows.
Yeah, if he's dead straight, this is a really easy shot to judge. That yellow is playing big if he tries to, the one on the black spot, if he tries to just force the cue ball forward. If he goes the other way, he's bringing a lot of traffic into play.
I'm wondering if he could just play this a lot of top and nudge into the yellow. Well, he's taking on a very thin cut.
Yeah, that's a very conservative shot, although you can't really fault him for that because you want to make sure you do have a shot.
Yeah, you play this with a load of left-hand side, because if you play it into the rail, the left-hand side will flick the black ball along the rail towards the pocket. So
yeah, there's a popular trick shot where you can do a more than 90-degree cut by that method. He doesn't quite need that, but that's good enough. Cue ball is safe. What a finish. It was a straightforward layout from the dry break from Stevie Dempsey, but ended up having to pull out a big black to punctuate the clearance.
Well, very quickly, Jaden Billingham is halfway to the title. And you've got to say, he's looked superb out there tonight.
Yeah, this has happened very quickly. Stevie got off to a decent enough start himself, but just been sat watching for the last few frames.
Nothing he can do, sat over there.
What is good about Stevie Dempsey, and we know this from experience in so many of these finals, is he's not going to give up just because he's 4-1 down. He may have to wait for his chance, but when he gets it, he'll mean business still. But then, if his opponents get a break like that...
Yeah, he'd have loved that red to fall in as well down in the bottom right. That would have been nice. It would have been a tap-in, but it's not. I think he'll look at reds now. And the strength of all that. Could play the one into the middle. Kicks the black out into the open as well. Going to have to go down and play the loss of turn, or try and get the red in behind that yellow to follow it in.
Oh, that's a very, very good shot.
The lad's on fire. The lad is on fire.
That shot, if the cue ball's a foot nearer, is fairly routine. From the position he played it, that was great cueing. You've got to be so straight. If you catch the ball ever so slightly off straight, the second ball stays on the table. Played obviously with some safety in mind. It could have been a loss of turn that would sort of have worked. Is that going far enough? Now, is there a gap between the yellow and the black to pot the red that he's finished nearest? It's tight, would make life much easier if he could. This has been relentless so far from Jaden. Right now, you're just wondering how Stevie's even going to get to the table.
Oh.
Well, only had...
Oh, so the first ball he's missed, he's fluked back into the other corner. Just look at Stevie Dempsey. Looks up to the sky.
That's a right look at the big screen. Decides he doesn't want to see that shot again.
That was a thanks God. You've not turned up in my side or in my corner tonight, have you?
I mean, Jaden's miss was understandable because he only had half a pocket to aim at, but the fluke was obviously very fortunate.
It's still not easy. He'd love to screw back softly into the black ball here. Ugh. In it goes. Black's gone maybe a little far, and where the angle is, he might have to just pot the red and take a double back into the middle. I don't think he's going to risk running the cue ball about. So I think Jaden plays the red into that top left, leaves the cross back double into the middle.
Well, especially given the conservative route he took to the black in the last frame. This is a very routine double from this kind of angle.
And you've got to feel a bit for Dempsey, because Jaden's had a massive slice of luck. And this is going to really hurt if he gets this black. And he's got it because he's already walked back to his chair before he even reached the pocket. Well, everything going the way of Jaden Billingham. 5-1 now. He leads 3 away from the title, and it's just been relentless. A Apologies, 4 away. It is first to 9 in the final. Two used to the race to 8.
Yeah, this is the one longer match of the weekend. I think it's still a match look of 50 minutes, but I don't think that's going to be troubling anybody right now. The pace that Jaden's going through this match. A good but dry break from Stevie Dempsey in his last attempt, which was pretty much the worst outcome. What can he do in this frame? Well, this time he has made a ball. And that's not a bad layout. It's not as good a layout as he left last time on the dry break, but it's still very makeable. Red's the choice. Has to be because of the position of the red over the bottom right. Scott Pope and Courtney Brixton looking on. Saw a bit of them teaming up in the Monday night mixed pairs a few months back.
No, and Scott, they looked up at the big screen, saw himself on there, thought that looks a lot like me there. Landed a tad awkward here, Dempsey. Still there, and you feel he's got to go game. There's nowhere to run and hide. And when you're 4 down, you do feel that you need to get a couple on the board really quickly.
He's someone that always plays the right shot, but I agree, he doesn't want to be thinking of anything other than clearing up in the one visit here. And he's got to, because he's 4 frames behind already. He's just not going to be able to feast off scraps. Oh goodness, he hasn't ended up behind the black, has he?
I don't know, he just looks like he stuck himself to it. I don't think so, I think it's okay.
He did not look happy for a moment.
No, he didn't.
He looks a bit happy now. He's come and looks from the other side. So screw back to the rail nearest his hand. Take this ball along the bottom rail. Just come out for the ball over the middle.
Looks a bit straight. If it is, he can screw straight back with a load of right-hand side and come off the rail, but I think he's just got a little bit he can get out from there. Oh, he's missed a part.
Oh, good grief.
Ouch.
Wow, Stevie covers his mouth. You don't often see much of an outburst of emotion from him, but that is a surprising miss to us as much as to him.
Yeah. Wow.
That is going to haunt him.
He's trying to borrow a bit of pocket there to just get that cue ball out so you can see the one in the middle. I think he might have been wiser to just play that screw shot and come out with the side. Where's Billingham gone with the cue ball? It's okay.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get too perfect there. I mean, I think he could really just have run it through and just left it any kind of shot.
Scott Anderson there. One half of the recent duo that won the Monday night pairs. That was a dramatic evening at the Q Club in Leicester.
How big a moment could that be? It wasn't great already. He was already 4 frames behind, but at least if he'd have cleared up there, he'd have been within touching distance. Now he's facing the very real prospect of slipping another frame behind. Yellow went cleanly, so Jaden didn't have to do anything with that. He can now just drop the ball in the left centre, cue ball on and off the cushion. Anywhere near where the yellow is now will be fine to pot the other ball.
Yeah, and it's going to be 6-1. Sean Sharkey, the Irish skipper, sat there supporting his buddy Stevie Dempsey. But at the moment, he's in a bit of dire straits. Is Stevie, as Jaden Billingham gets onto the black ball into this middle bag. This is for 6-1. Queuing over the top of that red. Didn't worry him at all. In goes the black. 6-1 now. Jaden Billingham is on the march towards the title.
Well, starting to look a bit one-sided now. How often can you say that about a match involving Stevie Dempsey? Right now, he's a bit of a passenger in this event. Starved of chances. Then when he finally gets a chance, he misses an unexpected ball.
Well, he might be a passenger at the moment, but if he has another miss like that, he'll definitely want to get off the Billingham bus.
So 2/3 of the way now. There now, race to 9, 6-1 to Jaden Billingham. His break has been good so far. He's potted off every break. And is this what Stevie needs? A dry break.
This one is dry.
Cue ball almost went in off. That was definitely what Stevie would have liked. It'd be easier with cue ball in hand than from the jaws of the corner pocket. But he's at the table, that's the key detail. And these red balls are in a presentable place for him. Well, the same might have been said in the last frame. Well, the last frame felt like a bit of a must-get. This feels like an absolute must-get. Got to get himself into this match. Won that frame early on. Looked great. We were saying perhaps a slight favourite for the match. He certainly isn't a slight favourite from this position.
Yeah, what do we know? We know nothing.
Played that well. To miss that yellow, which he's done. From a neutral perspective, nobody out there is wanting to see a completely one-sided final. Jaden Billingham supporters will be happy, of course, with the scoreline.
Come a bit far once again. Cornish contingent there. Jason Simmons on the left. Rob Sharman on the right. England international. And Gareth Irrison Ward in the middle. Oh. Let's get a bit desperate out there now for Stevie.
Yeah, we're saying a few things about him that you wouldn't expect. Like I said, he's a bit of a passenger in the match. He's now chasing this finish. This is going to be difficult. He can pot the red okay, but he's trying to play white onto yellow to push the yellow towards the red. This is quite a high tariff shot. He needs to bump the second red towards the right hand corner and potting the one towards the top left. How's his luck?
Not great.
Not great at all. Has he got a straight double into the big pocket bottom left?
It definitely goes. But if Stevie's thinking about the very thin cut into the corner, somebody's really happy that they're on the big screen. The poor lady there, sticking her head in her hands. Why me? Leave me alone. He's gone for the double. I do love that.
Well, second prize of sorts. Jaden Billingham pointing to a spot on the cushion that he's considering playing a snooker into. Going to be quite delicate with this. Played it well.
Well, you've got to play the swerve. There's no other shot because those 3 yellows are in the way of coming off any angles. Has to swerve around the yellow. The only other way is to go into the top rail right behind him, the lower side, but he's going for the swerve shot. Got to be careful coming near side of it.
Oh, never got into it.
No. Now, what does Jaden do here? Because it's not ideal with these yellows. Does he play a loss of turn and try and put the cue ball behind the yellow?
He really wants to develop the balls on the left-hand side, but hard to do that in a way. I mean, you can play those and play a snooker, but I think that's probably a bit too risky in terms of leaving too easy an escape. So the loss of turn is his choice.
Right, the only way he can come in here, he comes off side rail, bottom rail, and back up the back side of the black and try and pump it into that right-hand middle. That's his only shot. If it goes near side of that middle back, it might come in the bottom left-hand corner. That's his only other option. Well, he didn't even hit it.
Well, the wheels are up here. His last shot, he didn't manage to get any swerve on the shot he tried. That time he's missed the black. So the only problem really for Jaden in this clearance is the 2 balls on the left-hand side rail, which he's now coming to get position on the bottom one of them.
I mean, you can put the cue ball here in a way where you can pop this down the rail and screw the cue ball into the other one and knock it over the middle.
He's obviously, wow, he's changed his mind. I was going to say, he's obviously not planning to miss that if he goes for that shot, but it wouldn't even be leaving the black even if he did.
No, I think you should do. You should play the ball down into the bottom left, screw back, kick the other yellow over the middle.
I don't like this. I mean, he may well get it, but this, I mean, he could have achieved that shot by just rolling that ball down the rail.
Yeah.
I mean, it should still be fine. He can just leave the ball on the left rail, but we're talking about ways of perfecting it.
Yeah, well, you play the one that's right over the bottom right-hand corner now, leave yourself an angle on the ball that's over the left-hand corner, and then screw into the one on the rail. Nobody ducked that one there from the camera. Well, it's certainly got me guessing the way he's going around these.
Yeah, this is the most confused he's looked in a clearance the whole match, and in a way that's just because he's got too many options. This was such a simple clearance in many ways. It's just the one problem ball is still the one problem ball, and he's just taking the loose ones. I mean, it should still be fine. If he can get on the ball down the left rail while the one's still over the bottom left corner, it makes it a very easy positional shot. There's nothing to do afterwards, so it takes all the pressure off the pot. Ideally, he'd go upstairs first with a slight angle to stun over to the left-hand rail. He hasn't quite got that angle, but it's still fine. I mean, if he just leaves the cue ball where the yellow is, you'd think that would be fine.
He's made a right meal of these. Someone playing so well.
So one shot. This is the only shot that he's taken on so far in this visit that he could miss. You're not expecting him to miss, but this is the only one where there's a high enough degree of difficulty that it's a possibility. Absolutely nothing to do with the white though, just has to make sure of the pot. And of course it's in. Were we ever expecting anything else? So one more shot to play, just got to make a slight angle. He's off straight, but he's slightly off straight in an awkward way. If he plays with too much pace into the bottom cushion, he can end up just checking up off the cushion. So
you come around 2 angles here, you screw into the bottom rail, side rail, and come up. Now then, corner pocket comes into play up here. Now he's okay. Left himself. Well, if it was 5-all, you wouldn't like this shot, but 6-1 up, it has less pressure on it. He's going to double. No, he's not. When he queued up, I thought he was going for the double then, the way he dug down, but 7-1.
Well, he made a bit of a meal of it, but it ultimately, I mean, he would say he was in control the whole way through, which is true. He was never not on a shot. It just looked like he'd talked himself into a slightly more complicated route than he needed. All good though. 7-1. What a comfortable place to be in a major final.
All smiles.
Right now, Stevie Dempsey just struggling for any table time, and when he gets the table time, he's struggling to find the clearances. So 2 frames away from the winning post. That's the most animated we've seen him sat in his chair. It often looks fairly serious, but he's enjoying a laugh and a joke with a few supporters. Well, he's made a ball. That's the positive. The negative is this is not probably quite as easy a chance as he's looking for right now.
Nice shot there from Dempsey, kicking that yellow out. Perfect position once again. So really should be 7-2 from here.
Well, this is better from Stevie. These were all here, but it wasn't an easy clearance, particularly under the pressure of being 7-1 down. So back to within 5, although that's not a statement Stevie really wants to hear, because it's still quite a long way back. He just needs something. I mean, he needs Jaden really to miss a ball or two, both to give him a chance and also just to give the idea that Jaden might be capable of falling apart, which he's shown no sign of any fragility so far.
He'll point to the fluke. Good few frames to go now, because Dempsey would have probably mopped them up. I think that made it 4-1, didn't it? No, it didn't. It made it 5-1 instead of 4-2, something around there. But
yeah, I mean, it's one of those ones. Whilst it is only one shot, and you can say it was a long time ago, I mean, it can be true to say that it changes the course of the match afterwards. But obviously, you can only deal with what happens. That was what happened. You could really do with a dry break from Jaden, which hasn't materialised.
How's the split? Pretty good. Reds all day long for a start. That's an obvious choice.
Yeah, it's one of those ones, even if Jaden goes for the reds and misses, the yellows really aren't in a great spot. Priority here to secure the red balls.
Absolutely. Yeah, get on reds, worry about the rest later. So he's taking this one up into the top corner.
Just tied it up around the middle pocket. That's nice, that's tied it up there. You can put the ball bottom right next if he's not on the one to the left centre.
Yeah, you get rid of these two at the bottom now. Leave yourself perched happily in the middle of the table after that with the 3 reds and the black all easily accessible. That's in. The weight looks good for the cue ball. Perfect. Little angle now, just a screw in the gap through the red and the yellow in the middle of the table. Land himself there on the middle one. Just gives him so many more options. Absolutely bang on again. red in the middle, another red in the middle, red top left, black top right, 8-2. And on the hill.
Playing with such confidence, he's just playing these little flicks like they're nothing, just keeping himself in really prime position.
Cue ball on a sixpence. This for the hill for Jaden Billingham. In goes the black. He thinks he's won. So race to 9. Unlucky.
Well, funnily enough, both of the players that thought he'd won. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Neither of the players realised that we were playing a race to 9.
See, and you thought I was the only one. The players didn't even know.
Well, probably helped Jaden there. Well, he's got on the hill. Doesn't really make much difference. Well, the referees of the view it's 9, and we were of the view it was 9, hence the graphic. So
I thought it was 8 at the start, but I'm so used to races to 8. It's embedded in the brain.
So one last chance for
Cue
Stevie.
ball is close to that corner. It stayed out.
So he's got 12 minutes in which he'd have to find 6 frames. He's going to have to win all the remaining frames that are played. Not an easy task, even for a player as good as Stevie Dempsey.
Oh, that little nudge. Sent the cue ball flirting with danger.
I think Stevie's that far behind, he's treating it as a bit of fun. I mean, if that had been a deciding frame and Jaden had gone to shake his hand at the wrong minute, he might have looked a bit more serious, but both of them saw the funny side of it. Stevie's got one last chance for at least a bit of fun out on the table, even if not saving the match. Now, does this ball go to the middle past the red? It does. Well, I don't know if the top one did, but he found the middle one, so that works just as well.
Well, Dempsey going to get another one back. A little bit short. Down very quickly for this. How's he going to land? Will it double?
Ooh, where's the black going?
So now Jaden Billingham has the reds to land the ultimate pool. Event 3 tour title. The Pro Series. It'll be his second one. He grabbed one last year. Is he going game, or is he going to play one more safety? Got a nasty looking red just above that right hand middle bag. He's going game.
I think if he didn't have the backup of the clock, maybe you wouldn't, but he's so close to having won this, I think there'd almost be a sense of embarrassment of not going for the positive choice if it was there.
Wanted to bump into the reds, hasn't.
Well, now he's going to have to come up with a shot, whether it's a safety shot or an attacking one. This is an awkward place. Well, goes for the long shot with an element of safety. So, last chance for Stevie Dempsey, this black, to get a third frame on his side of the scoreboard. Nice from the hammer, maybe too little too late, but still he wants to put on a show for everyone out there supporting him. Stevie Dempsey just stepped out of the arena for a moment for a comfort break. Not the most obvious point in the match, but I guess figuring there's a glimmer of hope. It is a very long shot, but he's not going to give up on this match. It shows he's taking it seriously. He's not doing this to waste time or be disrespectful. He's doing this because he thinks it's going to give him the best chance of winning. He's probably feeling pretty hot out there. Wants to just go and rinse his hands, just take a moment to compose himself. This has been quite some performance we've witnessed from Jaden Bellingham. You wouldn't have been surprised by either of the players winning, but I don't know if you necessarily have expected it to be as one-sided as it has been in either direction. It's been helped by a couple of misses from Stevie that weren't exactly on script, but Jaden Bellingham has just been so good. So, Jaden Bellingham to break in frame 12. Can he get the job done here and now? A few balls threatening pockets, but none in, so another chance for Stevie. And that's turned out pretty well. Red's open now. I think when he won that last frame, it was more just a case of respectability. It was almost a bit of fun. The players had shaken hands, thought the match was over. Just gets one more on his side of the scoreboard. It's a kind of situation where you take it one at a time, but if he does nick one or two more frames, I guess you're just thinking, maybe, just maybe, could the comeback be on? Stevie's a great competitor. He's not going to just quit. If there's any chance of getting back into this, he's going to give himself the best opportunity of doing it. It's turned out okay as well. Could have knocked the red safe, but he's kept it in play. So they might try and screw back for the red above the cue ball next. He's going to have a more difficult positional shot to play. It's not a completely obvious route up to the black from here.
Tricky.
Well, he's played that really well.
8-4.
8-4.
No. Dempsey keeps going.
I think at the moment Jaden's comfortable enough, but 1 or 2 more frames is going to give him something to think about. It's going to all have to be first visit stuff. There is not time to be getting involved in any kind of safety game. That was Jaden's break. Stevie to break next. He's just going to have to hammer the break as he always does. Hope for a straightforward layout that can be taken quickly.
Jaden Billingham sat patiently waiting for his trophy. But could it be the comeback of all comebacks? Ball's down.
Well, tell you what, there is a chance.
Yeah, yellows. Extension he calls.
So a few moments of drama that Jaden was not really looking for. He thought he was going to be shaking hands and having the victory photos taken, instead of which he's watching his opponent enjoying himself and getting quicker and quicker around the table. Still a long way back, 4 frames behind, but here's a chance for one of them.
Well, big shot here because the red ball is in a bit of an obstruction on the right. Well, 8-5. What is going on in here?
Well, a match that looked like it was going to finish with a very one-sided scoreline isn't going to do that. Obviously the scoreline doesn't really matter at all to Jaden if he goes on to lift the title, but just a little bit to think about now. Jaden's going to have 2 of the next 3 breaks, so matters are certainly going to be within his own hands, but instead of having a march to the victory line, he's actually going to potentially have to take out a pressure clearance if he does make a ball off this break. The 2 outcomes he'd be happy with off this break are ball down and a clearance he can go for, or really messy layout that wastes a load of time. What he cannot afford to do is what he did in the last time he broke, which was to leave a pattern for Stevie to go after and come up dry.
So 8-5. Jaden just 1 away from the title. 5 minutes 51 left on the clock. He's made a ball. Ooh.
Stevie looks alert, doesn't he, in his chair? He's sat there like a man that's waiting for his chance. That body language is important, though. I mean, that's exactly the image he's trying to portray to Jaden.
Well, he had one very bad miss, Stevie. And Jaden had one massive fluke as well. And that's not landed very nicely. So Dempsey, you think he's going to be back out of his chair in a second. But the yellows don't look particularly pleasant, though.
Yeah, and time is starting to be a factor here.
He's getting hold of his cue. Look, Stevie Dempsey already out of his chair.
He's got to clear these up really in this visit. He hasn't really got time for any developing shots. Got 3 more frames to get done in the next 5 minutes. Ball on the right hand side is awkward. In fact, both balls on the right hand side are pretty awkward.
Long yellow into the bottom left. Nope.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, that's a great shot. Really is a great
he's
shot.
kind of landed on the other one, hasn't he?
Yeah, you've got to play a little thin cut over here. You're hoping though to land. You've got to make the pot and land. Gets the pot.
Oh, this is awkward though. He's going to have to play the double.
I'm not sure it goes. I think that red might be just in the way. Be double back in the corner. Oh, he's gone for the cut. Gets it. Where's the cue ball going?
Oh!
Wow.
Wow. That wasn't far off being one of the amazing starts to a comeback that we're ever going to see.
Showed a lot of heart, Stevie Dempsey.
God, Jaden's going to be relieved to be at the table with ball in hand.
He'll look back though, Dempsey, at the one miss with a red down on the bottom rail. They tried to force an angle, and the big fluke that Jaden Billingham had quite early, those two things. He gets those two. All of a sudden, take 2 off Jaden, put 2 on Stevie, 7-6 up. But those are all the ifs and buts, and this is why the game's so much fun. But Jaden Billingham now 3 reds and an 8 ball away from finally lifting the title. He thought he'd lifted quite a few minutes ago when he thought it was a race to 8, and then was told by referee Darryl Hibbert, I'm afraid it's race to 9 in the final. Just pops this down the rail, brings the cue ball off the cushion just slightly, leaves it where it is now and have a black into that top corner. And this is for the title.
And this time, no mistake, Stevie Dempsey comes over to offer his hand. That will go down as one of the most entertaining finals we've ever seen. Stevie Dempsey started well. Jaden Billingham played brilliantly for most of the match. Looked like he was going to run out an 8-1 or a 9-1 victor. They shaked hands once, turned out they were too early, and then what a comeback in the meantime from Stevie Dempsey. Jaden Billingham though, what a performance. He lifts Pro Series 3.
And make the presentations, I'd like everyone in this arena to give it up for both Stevie Dempsey and Jaden Billingham. That was a brilliant final and a fantastic tournament from both. Let's hear though from your runner-up. He is the hammer. Stevie Dempsey, everybody. Stevie, hard lines. Obviously, I know you'll be so disappointed with the result, but you gave us a bit of hope there at the end that we were about to see something really special. But I guess from your perspective, just left yourself a little bit too much to do.
Yeah, obviously just very disappointing because I've missed 1 or 2 really inexcusable shots and just sort of gimmies, and yeah, just took me off the ball. And if I'd have got them, I would have been in the match. You know, I think it was 7-1 down. If I'd had them 2 chances that I really should have got, that would have been 5-3. I would have been in the match then. So yeah, just not to be. But Jaden was brilliant. Like, he was just he took all his chances, put me under pressure, and yeah, that sort of probably took its toll. Then, you know, 1 or 2 shots, yeah.
Not to be, obviously, but great to see you back in a final and looking close to back to your best as well. It must be quite a satisfying run, even with this disappointment in mind.
Yeah, very happy with the way I played all weekend, and I was just saying coming into the final, if I can break well and give myself chances, and I did that. But I just wasn't able to take them. Made a bit of a fight of it in the end, but it was really over. Maybe if I'd have landed on that last ball, it might have got a little bit hairy from him at 8-6, but yeah, it just wasn't to be. So.
True champion, Stevie. You'll be back. Well played, mate. Stevie Dempsey, everybody. As for your champion, he joins a very select group of individuals, of which Stevie Dempsey is a member, who is now a multiple-time Pro Series champion. Oh, and by the way, he's still just 19. Jaden Billingham, everybody. Congratulations, young man. Before I get to how sweet this feeling must be, I'll give you a slightly negative emotion first. How much were you sweating towards the end there when Stevie's running around the table, threatening to do something pretty special?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I didn't really feel it as much, but obviously I know. Obviously, I've not really had a chance amongst the balls or anything. I just, obviously, Stevie pulled a few world-class finishes off at the end of the day. I just thought, as long as I get my chance, I fancy taking them, so.
An insight into the composure that you have for one so young. With that in mind, you were up so big in that match. You must have been so pleased with the performance to put on a show like that on a stage like this. Must be so good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm over the moon with it, really. I mean, quarters and semis I broke quite bad, really. I'm just literally just praying coming into it, just get balls off your break and just see what happens, and that's all I got, to be honest. So.
Yeah, you certainly did. You also got, as you always do wherever you go, a lot of vocal support, which I know must mean a lot, but also must help you find those extra couple of percentage points at times.
Oh, 100%. I mean, obviously more the sport the merrier, really, but I've had all the lads messaging me back from Pacos and other places and stuff, so yeah, I appreciate all of them not for letting me do it, and obviously Pacos for letting me play there, and honestly, yeah, I've got it good.
You certainly do. As I mentioned there in the intro, you join a very select group of those who've won multiple Ultimate Pool Pro Series titles. I dare say at 19 it probably won't be your last, but it must be an incredible feeling to join a group that contains some of the very finest players in the world.
100%. I mean, obviously to be amongst it really is obviously is a great feeling. I mean, this one feels a bit more relieved than the first one, to be honest, which I probably think a bit weird, but yeah, I'm over the moon.
I was going to ask you that, one final question. The way you won your first one probably wasn't the way that you imagined winning it. Does this feel almost a little bit more like you've gone out there and had that moment that you wanted?
Yeah, definitely. I mean the first one was on a 6 red one. I didn't technically win it, but no, but I'm glad about the performance I've just put in. I've broke great all weekend, hopefully just carry it on tomorrow now.
You've been brilliant all weekend, mate. Congratulations on another brilliant performance. Let's hear it then as we bring in Managing Director of Ultimate Pool, Jordan Chavouche, to make the presentations for your Ultimate Pool Pro Series 3 champion. He is the brightest of jewels, Jaden Billingham!
If you're a player, particularly one of those affected by the delays today, everyone at Ultimate Pool would like to thank you for your patience. We know it's been a bit of a tough day. We wish you all the very best with your quest tomorrow in the Challenger Series, the next gen visibility, seniors, and so on. Get a good night's rest, and we'll see you bright and breezy. Best of luck on day 3 of the Ultimate